and then I'll be able to see if anybody's even paying attention. Hello, peeps. How's it going out there? Welcome to the Metal Madness 66 channel. We're waiting on Jimmy to pop in here shortly, and he should be here any minute. We got Serge, who, if you guys
Hello.
watch the Saturday night streams, you'll know Serge from those, and also Chuck, who is on a lot of the Saturday night streams as well. You guys have been doing them now since what, about like April,
Mm.
give or take?
Yeah. Since spring, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's about right. Not April, May.
Well, somewhere in that
Who's
range.
counting?
Yeah, I don't remember when you first had me on, but it's been a few.
Yeah, I can't recall either. I was thinking it was April, but I mean it could have. But these guys have been pretty instrumental in being involved in the streams that we have on Saturday nights. Usually over on Rick's channel, occasionally on Brian's channel, and I decided to do some deep dive sort of things that are, look, everybody does them. Pete Pardo, I got the idea from Pete Pardo from years ago from Sea of Tranquility. He was doing stuff like deep dives on big bands like Deep Purple and Black Sabbath and stuff like that. And hey, what's up, Rick? How you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Rick's going to be on with Marty tonight. We're kind of going up against Marty, so he's going to kill us on the views, but whatever. I'm kind of hoping that people will come back to this and discover some cool stuff that they might be into. So, but yeah, I decided to do this kind of deep dive thing. We were going to start with Opeth a couple weeks back, but I couldn't get everybody's schedules in line, and so I think Serge and Chuck, I talked to you guys about doing Porcupine Tree. God, late last year probably, or maybe
Yeah.
early this year
Yeah.
or something like that.
It's been a while.
And I kept thinking about doing it, and then with my health sort of up and down, I didn't feel like doing it. But well, anyway, we're gonna do it now. So hopefully Jimmy pops in here real quick, and we'll get rolling. Because what I wanted to kind of start out with was how we each came to know about or find out about and discover Porcupine Tree, and where our fandom kind of led us and how we got there. And I think, Serge, you're the old man here, not literally, but you're the old man in terms of the
Totally.
Porcupine Tree fandom, because you, I believe, were into them before any of the rest of us. So you wanna start with giving us sort of a rundown about how you discovered them?
Yeah, well, I think my history goes back to I was a huge Floyd fan. When I first came to this country, some kids I went to like summer camp with introduced me to them, and so I became a huge Floyd fan. I got to see them on the Division Bell tour in '94, and I was so like blown away. I was just like, I need more. Like I need. So I was like on the old music Pink Floyd news group, which is like kind of like the I don't know if anybody remembers news groups at this point or even knows they existed. Um, but then somebody mentioned PT on there, and at that point couldn't really like go and check them out. So yeah, I just on took a risk and I had to order it from the UK, because there's no US distribution at the time. So I ordered Sky Move Sideways. That was one, 94, 95 when
So
I
what
couldn't
year
do-
is this? Is this 94 Division Bell? 94, 95?
Division Bell I saw in '94. It came out in '94, and I think the tour was still in '94 when I saw him.
Right. And then, because I think Sky Move Sideways came out.
Yeah, I mean, it took a while to find. Like I said, I did a lot of hits and misses trying to like find other bands that would interest me as much. So, but yeah, I ordered Sky from the UK. It came, and I took a listen. I was like, fuck, it blew me away immediately, and that was pretty much that was it. I I went to college in '95. I started to I'm a comp sci major, so I started doing you know fucking around the websites. At the time, there was no official website for the band. There was only one like fan site from from Holland. So, and I figured, okay, let me create the U.S. one. So did that. So I was running that out, during college. And in '96 for Signify, they basically came over to the States to play 2 shows. One was in New York, like a little dive bar, and then they went up to, was it Boston or something? I feel like it was.
I think it was, yeah.
It was like up north somewhere. So I didn't go to that one, but I saw them in Don Hills in the city, and that was an interesting show because I don't know if anybody there even knew who they were. I mean, maybe a few people did, but CNS Records gave everybody, like, they actually came like a cool grab bag of some, like, I think I had the waiting single and some other stuff. So, and yeah, I saw him play live, and despite Steven's rented a guitar amp catching on fire in the middle of, I forgot which song he was playing, but it was in the middle of one
Sky
of the
moved
songs.
sideways, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. So that was
Let me ask you a question on that. So that was the infamous Don Hills show. Do you remember what month that was? Because I still cannot find that on Setlist for some reason.
I'll look that up. I feel like it was in the summer because I feel like I was in between semesters, but
And that was their first live show in the States, right?
correct. It was the very first live
Dude.
show in the
Right.
States.
And it was at that point in time. It was the current. Well, as we'll talk about here, it was all 4 of the guys. It was Richard
It was June 27, '96.
Okay, you found it. I could not freaking find that. I don't know why I was. Did
I
you
just
find it on
googled Don Hills
setlist.com?
in PT. So yeah, and that was it. So I ran the site. I was in contact with a bunch of fans. And by the time they came back to the U.S. in '99, and that's the tour I met Jeff on.
Right.
So it and kind of went up from there.
Now, so we'll circle back because I always was really envious of you that you got to see that show, like to see them for the first time in the States. Was there a lot of people there? Do you remember?
It was. I wouldn't say it was a lot. It was definitely not like crowded. And I don't know how many people were there for the show. There were just random people going into a bar to drink.
Or just
It
happened
was
to
a
be
New York
there.
bar, and
Yeah. Hey Jimmy, how you doing, man? How's it going?
Hey guys, good to see you guys.
That's good seeing you too, Jimmy.
Too, man. We got started a few minutes ago because the thing was set up to go at 5 after. So, what we're doing is we're going to run around. Serge just kind of gave his, his introduction to how he found out about the band, how he got into them. I think I'll go next simply because chronologically it makes sense because Chuck comes literally right after me, like by a day or
it's
two.
almost how we tied. Like
3
I met
days.
you met Chuck, and
Right. So, and then Jimmy, we'll probably come to you last simply because I think chronologically you're probably
I think the product last, it sounds like, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah. So, as Serge said, he got into them through the Pink Floyd boards. Was that those boards where they did all the trading of the live bootlegs and stuff, or was it just a Pink Floyd discussion?
I mean, it was everything, right? It was like, back then news groups were that different news groups for different topics, and that's just where people congregated
Okay.
for those topics. So yeah, I mean, it was
That-
all sorts of stuff. One of the most popular things was the whole like Enigma thing from Division Metal, where people were trying to solve a but non-existing mystery for the most part.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So I'm thinking that my situation was that I was a huge fanatic, still am a huge fan of the early Marillion albums with Fish. And after Fish left Marillion in '87, I believe it was, after Clutching, he put out several solo albums. And I got the first and second one, I think, and then I kind of lost touch with him for a little bit. And somewhere around '99, well, not somewhere around '99, it was '99, I went into my local brick and mortar mom and pop shop, Stan's Records, and I saw that Fish had put out an album, Sunsets on Empires, and I believe that's '97. do the math on that one, but it was out for a while. And in looking over, I threw this on and I really fell in love with this album. I totally dug it, and I was like, man, this is good, and it's like heavier and rockier and more ballsier than some of Fish's earlier solo stuff. And I'm reading through the credits and the song, the songwriting, the players on the album, and I'm like, who's this fucking Steve Wilson guy? Because Steve's name is coming up in all the credits for writing credits and guitar and synthesizer and keyboards and production. He also did the production on it. I think he produced that album, and in fact, I know he did. So I'm like, well, who is this Steve Wilson guy? Because man, I like the way he plays guitar. I like the way he plays the solos, and I didn't have any clue who Steve Wilson was. And this was very, very early in, when we all, probably around when we all got the internet. I think I got the internet in 99 or, well, probably would have been 98, 99, somewhere in that range. I can't remember exactly. But there was a blurb it was either in the booklet or on Fish's very, very rudimentary website about a link to Steven Wilson's home website. And you probably remember that pretty well, sir. It's very basic, very, very basic website that you clicked on Steve's link. And I came into it and I'm like, oh, this dude has like another band. I'm like, Porcupine Tree, what a weird name for a band, like what the hell does that mean, And we still don't know. But anyway,
it's just a combination of like everything that had to do with the first couple of albums. They just kind of nonsense put together. So.
Yeah, well, like everything that we're going to get into in a minute with the lore of Porcupine Tree, and just to let you guys know in chat, I am seeing the chats. I'll try to get some comments up when I'm not talking. When I am, I don't know how to, because I'm not on a PC. I'm on my phone. It's hard to navigate. So once I shut my yapper, which I promise I will, I'll throw some comments up, guys. But long story short, I went out to my local record store and I asked the dude, and this was back in the days, I don't know if you guys had these around, where the big thing in the late 90s, early 2000s was these mom and pop stores where you could actually go play the CD. You could plug it into a little handheld, CD player and throw the headphones on before you bought it. And then it was a buy and trade type place. You could take your stuff in and unload it and get store credit. So I went in and I'm like, hey, have you ever heard of and this guy was English, by the way, Paul. And I'm like, Paul, have you ever heard of Porcupine Tree? He says, oh, yeah. I've heard of them many. Yeah. Proggy rock. I hate that shit. That kind of stuff like that. And so I'm like, well, can you see if you can order something from me? Is there anything that I can get from these guys? So this is 99. So Stupid Dream had just come out. Literally, just come out. But they still didn't have U.S. distribution, which we'll talk about in a minute when we get into the albums. He had to special order it in. And so he ordered Stupid Dream for me. And I went out then to the local mall, and I think we had I can't remember whether it was FYE or the last days of, might have been the last days of Camelot, to be honest with you. I can't remember. I'd have to look up or Sam Goody, one of those. And I walked into the store, and lo and behold, there was a copy of Signify, which would have been the prior studio album from 96. And it's the ARC 21 version, too, which was the U.S., their other small U.S. distribution label. And I got in the car and I threw that thing in and I'm like, what? It just totally blew my mind. Signify completely wrecked me. And about a week later, Paul called me and said, hey, I got Stupid Dream in for you. And then he also was able to order me Sky Moves Sideways. So that was kind of how I came into it. And ironically, literally within 2 or 3 weeks of discovering who they were and ordering this album and finding Signify in the local mall, I found out through the internet, and it may very well have been through Surge's website, which we're going to talk about in a minute here, that they were playing in Maryland, outside of D.C., at a place called Silver Springs, and this club called Phantasmagoria. And so I took a day off of work, or a half day of work, and drove down, and the rest is history because that's where I met Serge, and that's where I met the band. I met Steve and Chris and Colin and Richard that day at that venue, and we'll get into that in a little bit when we start talking about gigs and stuff like that. But that was my introduction, and then we're gonna jump over to Chuck here because Chuck's introduction literally followed hot on the heels of my introduction. So.
3 days. And the only reason I saw them live. That was my introduction to them. I saw them on that same tour 3 days after Serge and Jeff did. And I found out about their appearance through the San Francisco Chronicle has a section in their Sunday paper called the Date Book. And there was a column in there by a rock critic who was covering local scenes, local events, and so on and so forth. And I read about this prog festival that was happening at the Palace of Fine Arts in San Francisco, where there was going to be a number of bands that were going to be appearing over 2 days. And what caught my attention was that two bands, Gong and Brand X, were appearing. And I'd seen Brand X 2 or 3 times. And, it's been a while since I'd seen a prog show. So it's like, well, I should go to this. But as it turned out, the ticket I got was for the day that Porcupine Tree was playing. So I missed Brand X and Gong. And I think it was just luck that had me in there in the audience for Porcupine Tree, and they blew my mind. So after they got off stage, I went out to their merch table, and first album I bought was Sky Moves Sideways, and went home that night after the gig and put that on. Everybody was in bed by then, and it's like, who are these guys? And I think there was something on that in the liner notes, or maybe there's something at the merch table where I was directed to a chat group, and that's where I found you, Jeff, and you, Serge, and many other people, including BC. Hey, so yeah, that was my introduction to it.
Yeah, just real quick to interject there, the PT Trans, which was that forum that we found. I could, under penalty of death right now, gun to the head, I could not tell you how the hell I discovered that. I have no clue where I saw that. I have no clue how I found it, unless I found it through Serge's website. And I think, the more I think about it, Serge's website was pretty pivotal because, just as an aside, real quick before we get to Jimmy and his intro, there was one other website before Serge's, and do you remember the name of it, Serge?
No, I never. Well, let me see.
It was
I didn't get a chance to pull up my backups. So
yeah, it was a Dutch guy named Didier. I remember that, Didier something, and he had the only actual website out there for PT until Serge developed. Was it called North American PT Fans?
yeah, I called it North American Fans. I'm looking at it on the Wayback Machine, so we do have.
Oh, you're looking at it now?
Of it, but it's just not every page. So.
I'll have to see if I can figure out how to do the once we get into more discussion for albums. I'll see if I can do a sharing on that later before we get off. I tried looking into it, and I'm not really feeling comfortable doing it on the phone. So, but Serge, anyways, long story short, Serge had the second, and in my opinion, the most comprehensive of all the websites. His website was better than Steven's website, and it was better than Didier's, because I think Didier's just had...
Well, I mean, at the time I created it, Steven didn't have a website.
Say again?
Steven didn't have a website at that time when I first created it.
Oh, he didn't even have that website yet?
I don't think so.
No shit.
They had nothing official at the time.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. But yes, so Serge, and in fact, Serge, you know what? I know for a fact now that I'm thinking about it, the reason I found out about the Wheaton show, the Stupid Dreams show, was through your website. And I also have another admission to make. I was 100% wrong about them driving the Jesus bus across the country. They did not do that. They flew out to the West Coast and came east.
Okay,
And
that makes more sense. I'm like, I don't think they managed.
But they did have it. They got it in Canada. They came down from Canada because they actually did a date in Quebec, then came down to Wheaton, and then went up to New York, then flew out to San Francisco. So that was how that went. But I was totally wrong about that. I could have swore Steve told me that they drove across the country, but it didn't make any sense even when Chuck said, because it's like, how the fuck did they get across the country in 2.5 days and do that gig? It's just not on that bus anyway. So
Yeah.
But so if we get a chance, we'll try to look at Surge's original website, or worst case, maybe you can you're on your computer, Surge, or you're on your phone?
I'm on the computer.
You're on a laptop. Maybe there's a way we can look at it somehow. I just don't know how to share it with the phone. So, Jimmy, tell us your story about how you
real quick. I think I missed, but was that for the Stupid Dream tour that you guys were talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
So you guys got to see Chris Maitland playing drums?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. We saw Chris a bunch of times.
Yeah. I hung out with Chris and went to dinner with him. Super fucking cool guy. We'll get into that. We'll get into that story a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Not a lot of details about what happened there, but I do know from Chris's mouth kind of what happened. So, and everybody. So tell us what happened with you. Oh, and then you missed Surge. Surge actually saw them on one of their first 2 dates in the States in New York City for technically the Signify tour. It was 2 showcases.
Wow.
So Surge is the granddaddy of all of them. Anybody that I know that's into PT, Surge has the bragging rights over practically everybody in the U.S. because, except for this blind dog and 6 other bearded dudes that happened to be there drinking that day, probably nobody else saw that show. So, but go ahead and give us a feel for how you got into that.
Yeah, I pretty much came in on in absentia, and as a direct result of being an Opeth fan, and I'm historically pretty much a metal guy, and for me, the band Opeth was a big deal at the time. Getting into that and starting to broaden my horizons into more progressive realms. We're talking, I guess Blackwater Park came out in 2001. In absentia would have been 2002, I believe, which, by the way, today is the 19-year anniversary of In Absentia. This is kind of
Thanks for pointing that out to me. I did that slipped by me.
Oh. Happy anniversary.
Yeah, I think my brother, we were all Opeth fans. Thought that Wilson had something to do with it. Seeing the media. He's talking. I've never heard Stephen Wilson, never heard the name before.
Jimmy, we're having issues with your mic. We're having issues with your mic again. You were in and out, and then you disappeared for a minute. You there?
How's that? Is that a little better?
Yep.
Yeah.
So your first album then was In Absentia. Is that the first one that you bought? Okay.
Yeah. My brother was the one that really went into the band. Because like I said, we were reading news stories. We were learning who Stephen Wilson was. My brother brings it. I don't remember exactly what happened, but he brought the record and said, "You got to listen to this." And it was definitely different for me at the time, and it was a perfect time for me to listen to it. It blew my mind, really, and everybody around me. Everybody, at the time, I was living in New Orleans. I was playing in a metal band. I had, a bunch of musicians I collaborated with. Everybody was getting into it, and it just made sense. The record still to this day is my favorite, and I'm sure we'll get to that. But it was very different for me.
Wow, cool. Now, did you get to see him on that tour? Then I think or did you not see him until Deadwing?
Not till Deadwing. Yeah. We didn't really get, living in New Orleans, we didn't really get a whole lot of, a lot of the tours passed over New Orleans in those days.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that I don't think PT only probably made it down there maybe 2 or 3 times total in their whole touring. They went to Houston, then went over, but yeah, that's a weird place to be. As big a city as it is, as cosmopolitan as it is, a lot of bands don't go there.
it's a weird thing because it's such a music town, you know, but it's really kind of more about New Orleans music, you know. So for whatever reason, I mean, like we didn't even get Slayer until '98 for the first time, you know. I mean, you know,
Wow.
things like that. I mean, when I was in New Orleans, I would, you know, by the time I was of age, we would drive to Houston for shows. So I didn't get to see
right.
Porcupine
And that's
Tree. So
correct.
yeah, and
That's
they
a
might have
trip,
played
too.
Houston, but yeah, it's about a 5-hour drive, and you know,
I was
maybe
gonna say
they played.
5.
Yeah, but yeah, not until I moved to Colorado, I didn't get to see the band play. So yeah,
I'm gonna throw a huge shout out to this guy, that guy, who I have not seen for damn near 20 fucking years, Carlson. I'm glad to see you're here, and I need to fucking get in touch with you and talk to you, bro. It's been a long fucking time, man. Thanks for popping in. Last time I saw you, we were hanging out in the bar in San Francisco that I still cannot remember the name of. So if you remember it, type it in the chat because that was a good fucking time. Anyway, so that's kind of the background between the four of us. How we got into this cool band that, you know, up until 20 years ago, literally existed for about, well, I would say 7 years without anybody really knowing much about them if you lived outside of London. And we're going to kind of get into that. The band was started by and was composed essentially of one guy for the first 5 or 6 years, and that was one Stephen John Wilson, a multi-instrumentalist from Hemel Hempstead, the UK. And Steve was kind of a pretty ambitious kid, teenager, in that he was playing piano and playing guitar and always kind of had his finger on the pulse of modern, what I would call modern and old progressive music. He was a real prog nerd, you know, going back to the Yes and the Genesises and those type bands that he fell in love with. He's about my age. I think he's 1 year younger than me, 54, almost 55 actually. And so he kind of came up during the heyday of the 70s. He credits the albums Dark Side of the Moon and Donna Summer's Love to Love You Baby as like his albums that really cemented in his brain as to what got him into music and got him interested in being a musician and writing albums and writing music and whatnot. And real quick, his first band was called Kudos. It was a metal band around 1980 in whatever they call high school. And what do they call it? Primary school over there? Is that what it's called in UK? So he had this band Kudos. They actually did their first live gigs at the school in the hallways. Then he had a band called Paradox, which was actually his first live debut. I'm sorry. That was 1980, the band Paradox. It was basically Kudos that was a more prog version of the metal version. And then in the mid to late 80s, he met a guy named Simon Vokings. And this guy, Pscyhe, was a buddy of his that was kind of another music nerd, but and sort of amateur musician. And they developed this project called Altamont. Now, these are CD-ROMs, CDRs, and I apologize for the glare. This was issued 20-some years ago on limited edition vinyl, 300 copies, which I had a copy, and I sold it for a crazy amount of money, like $250 or something like that. The Altamont material, and this was also a CDR of the demos of Altamont for a song called for an album called Prayer for the Soul. And you can kind of tell which direction Steve was going. The Altamont song is 17 minutes, 30 seconds. The Prayer for the Soul song is 17:07. Sutton Who, Testament, and Glow, all 3 tracks, make up 37 minutes. So we already could tell Steve was digging the old prog rock thing and was going to dig deep into the prog rock well for inspiration. So those were his first bands: Kudos, Paradox, and Altamont. And Altamont's more like almost like a spacey prog, Tangerine Dreamish krautrock, like in the Can Now, that type of band, those type of bands. That was so. He finally then joined a band called Karma in 1983. That was very much a Marillion neo-prog sort of wannabe rip-off band, and he did some live gigging with them. So, in 1983, Steve is probably 16, 17 years old. 16, because he's a year younger than me, because 83, I'm 17, which is kind of crazy to me that he was actually gigging around London at that point. In 1986, he meets Tim Bonus, and Tim Bonus becomes his partner in the art rock romantic band No Man, which we're not going to even touch on here other than that little bit, because they have their own deep history and a lot of albums. And if this works out decent, people like this we'll probably the four of us, maybe my buddy John, will do a No Man solo, Steve Wilson solo project sort of thing. We'll kind of go from there. So while he is working on No Man material with Tim Bonus, 86, 87, 88, Steve starts writing bedroom jams of other material that is not No Man. And if you know No Man, and I'm sure I know Serge does, and I think Chuck does. You familiar with No Man much, Jimmy?
Not really. No.
Very different from Porcupine Tree. Very dancey, almost very synthy, violent. Very some of it's very ambient. It's gorgeous music. I mean, some of it's great. And no, Chuck, we're not going to call it that thing that J Monkey used to call it.
Yeah, that's the thing that pops into my head every time I hear it.
I think we're going to avoid the
I agree.
We're going to avoid that the misnomers there. I don't want to get tagged and flagged.
Yep. I hear
you. J Monkey was one of a kind. But anyway, so in 89-90, they put out No Man is an Island. They get a deal, an actual publishing deal with Hit and Run Publishing, and they actually get signed to a very small but significant indie label called One Little Indian. And One Little Indian is pretty famous because it was owned by Bjork, the singer artist known as Bjork. During this period of time, Steve's doing this psych prog kraut stuff that he's kind of stockpiling. And as a result, in 1989, he puts out, he doesn't put out, he sends out cassette tapes to several magazines and several small little labels in the UK and Europe. And he manages to pique the interest of a guy named Richard Allen, who wrote for a pretty significant alternative culture, whatever you call that, magazine called Freak Beat. And Richard Allen gets this tape of this. And again, this is a CDR. It is not the real deal. They were only put out on, how bad's the glare? It's pretty bad.
Darkwood Seaweed Farm, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
that's like the first half of the first album, right?
This is, I'm going to get into that, and I'm going to try and make this quick inside of 3 or 4 minutes here. Tarkin Seaweed comes out in 89. In 1990, before we get to that, I should add that Richard listened to this, kind of thought it was inconsequential, and on the way to Stonehenge or one of the Glastonbury or one of these festivals that they were going to, a buddy threw the tape in his car, and it suddenly clicked for him. This actual album has, and you can see on the back, you probably can't see it very good, but there's side 1 and side 2 of the tape. Mm-hmm. And as I said, this was a CDR made for me and somebody, I have no idea who made the artwork. And there's an actual picture of the cassette tape that Steve put together for Richard Allen. What ended up happening here was Richard Allen kind of gravitated to it, wrote a pretty good write-up in Freak Beat and several other magazines he was affiliated with, and he decided to literally create a music label so that he could reissue these tapes. So he created Delirium Records. That was right around 1990-91. The first one is Tarkin's Seaweed Farm. That's the first demo. Within less than a year, Steve issued an EP called Love, Death, and Mussolini, which has 1, 2, 3, 4,
Is that
5.
CDR as well, Jeff, or is that?
I'm sorry, this is CDR. These are all CDRs.
Okay.
I know one person that owns real copies of these tapes, and he paid.
These are all like incredibly difficult to find.
He paid ridiculous fucking amounts. I told you, Jimmy. This guy paid, no joke. My buddy Doug, who's unfortunately camping, and I thought of him after this, actually owns real copies of Love Death. He owns a real copy of Nostalgia Factory, and I believe it's his Tarkins that turned out to be a bootleg. I'm pretty sure he paid somewhere in the $900 to $1,200 range for all three of those tapes.
Wow.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, he came to PT much later than most of us guys. He came to him more like when you came into him. So Love, Death, Mussolini is another demo, and finally, the third demo is called the Nostalgia Factory, and this is the final one, which is issued in late 1990. Again, another CDR. This one has. This one also happens to have the Nostalgia Factory, This Long Silence, Love, Death, and Mussolini. So there's some other material I already have. But these, I don't know where these came to me from. I don't know who made them. Somebody that I know along the lines when I realized there's no fucking way I'm paying $1,200 for cassette tapes. No thanks. And we can get into it in a little bit about the culture that went crazy after In Absentia came out. The eBay culture around Porcupine Tree was absolutely fucking insane in 2002 through 2007 or so, where people were paying stupid money for these things. These never, to my knowledge...
Steven Wilson is a collector's like dream and nightmare.
Yeah, it really is.
Dream if you like collecting stuff, because there's a shitload to collect, but nightmare
if you're a sadist,
financially.
If you're a sadist, start collecting the really rare PT stuff. But
got a lot of money.
Go ahead.
Or if you got a lot of money, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you have real copies of it, my friend Dave Schroeder, who I don't know if he's watching or not, but if Dave watches it, Dave Schroeder actually had a copy of Nostalgia Factory that he did sell for $1,200 several years ago. He was kind of crazy too. Remember that, Serge? Dave was.
Oh, I know.
He was wacky as far as the kind of money he would pay. Love you, Dave. You're awesome. But when I asked him about what he had left from the old days, he's like, "Dude, I couldn't resist the money. It was just too good. It's too much money."
I don't blame him. Absolutely.
So those are basically okay. I'll pull that up then, sir. Let's see if I can pull that up. Basically, that interaction with Richard Allen from Delirium created the market for Porcupine Tree. There really was no market before that. Steve was, No Man was his primary thing, his primary focus. Porcupine Tree was kind of this goofy little side project thing. And also, I might add, in addition to those these CDs or these tapes that he put together, I might add that he also put together an extensive back history of this fictional band, because there was no Porcupine Tree. Porcupine Tree was Steve Wilson, and that was it. Cy Vocking's very indirectly related, and one other guy named Alan Duffy, who wrote a lot of lyrics for the very early songs, because Steve didn't feel he was a very good lyricist. But there was no Porcupine Tree. So when Richard Allen developed this, they then put out this album. This is the first album to come out by Porcupine Tree, 1992, May 12th. And what this encompasses is about half of the tracks that are on those 3 demos. We're getting a weird audio thing. Do you guys hear that?
Yeah,
Had
but
a squeal.
seems okay now.
Went away.
So this is the first album, the first proper album that came out. This is a Delirium copy. I got this at the show in 1999. In fact, I got all the first couple CDs from that show. And I will tell you this much. Okay, why do we have that album?
Alright, let's see.
Not Jimmy, because he has his thing off.
I'll put myself on mute. Let's see.
It's not you.
Me.
Serge, hit your. I'm
No,
sorry.
I tried. It's not me.
Not you.
It's Chuck.
So it's me.
Yeah, it's you.
Chuck,
Excellent.
hit your mute for 1 second.
Sir.
Yeah, it's you. You got something going on.
Oh, I got a fan going, but it never interrupted before. I'll shut it off.
No, I never did. That's weird.
Yeah.
But it's really. I think that might have been it. It might have been picking up a frequency weirdly.
Maybe.
So this is the first album in '92, and again, I didn't come into them until '99, and didn't hear them until the '96 album, Signify. I can tell you straight up, if I would have picked this album up on a whim, I never would have investigated Porcupine Tree at all. It would have ended here for me. So that's probably a good place for. Did anyone want to add anything historically that you may have run across, or any anecdotes you guys want to add about the history of Porcupine Tree? I kept it to a minimum because, frankly, we could have been on here for about an hour for me to go into the detail that it would have taken to do it justice. One thing I forgot to mention was that while Steve and Tim were trying to get No Man off the ground, Steve was doing commercial work with his friend Mike Benyon. And if you know who Mike Benyon is, he's the guy that wrote Deadwing with him and tried to get that made into a movie. Mike is a screenplay guy and a movie guy, and Mike got him a lot of work in advertising. And believe it or not, Steve did UK advertising for Heineken Beer, M&M Mars, some TV shows, and that's what really gave him the money to be able to quit. That and the No Man money, the advances from No Man, that's what allowed him to quit his day job as an IT guy and kind of go full-fledged into the music thing. And real quick, last thing, and then I swear I'm going to shut up. I want to shout this book out because I think it's real important. This book, if you don't have it, Chuck doesn't have it. Do you have this, Jimmy?
No.
Rocket 88 Publishing out of the UK does these killer books. And like they've done ones for Dream Theater, for Devin Townsend, for Jethro Tull, Opeth. There's a good one from Opeth. This book's called Time Flies by Rich Wilson. I don't think he's related to Steven.
He's not.
This is a fantastic read. You can read it in a day. About 215 pages, and it's really fucking killer. And I really relied heavily to remind myself or remember a lot of stuff that I'd forgotten over 20 years of, fandom.
I wonder if it's on Kindle. I just searched on Amazon. Hardcover, $609.
How much?
$609.
No. If you
Probably
go on
only, it probably only had a certain amount of physical releases. So I mean, to get a physical.
Yeah, if you go on the actual Rocket 88 side, they have like the limited edition, which is the nicer edition for $50. So
Yeah, $50.
Okay.
I think the nicer edition's the hardback. Is it signed by Rich? I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
It might have
I think
been. I
that's
mean,
it.
it is the edition I have, and it's really nice. So
Yeah. So you don't have this edition. You have one that's nicer than this.
Yeah, it's that the black boxed edition. Yeah.
Oh fuck! I didn't know there was a nicer.
Okay,
edition.
I've heard it. Yeah, $50. Yeah.
So I tell you, it's well worth it if you're into PT or Steve Wilson. This is a really deep dive into everything that not the solo stuff, the Porcupine Tree stuff. Really tells the history, which will now I'll interject some historical stuff as we go along and start to review the albums. Let me just look my notes over quick. I think I hit it all. Was that pretty good, Chuck? Did I belabor it too much?
It was pretty concise for you.
For me. Okay, so let's get back to the albums here. And what we're going to kind of do is do a deep dive round table on these albums. And I took the time to go listen back to everything through Signify and Metanoia because I know the more current albums pretty much by heart. I really had forgotten a lot about these albums. Not all of them, but this one in particular because, quite frankly, it's my absolute least favorite. I did not listen to the demos because a lot of the versions that came over from the demos are pretty much identical. But why don't we get started with this one? Who wants to go first?
Well, so
Jared, why
I
don't
mean,
you go?
I can go. This is my two editions, because God forbid you only have one.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of us, again, it's kind of like basic electronic percussion here. So it's still kind of dated sounding from that perspective. Some weird, like, helium psychedelic stuff that not necessarily my thing, but you can see the roots of what it's going to become. If I had to pick like some tracks, I mean, obviously Radioactive Toy became like a crowd favorite, and it's probably like the best developed song, on this album. Even like lyrically pretty well written. Let me see. Nine Cats is pretty, I like it. And then last song, It Will Rain for a Million Years, is where you kind of see where it's going to become, where it's kind of like a longer, more of a instrumental track. And, you can see you can see he plays guitar well, he can build atmosphere. So, if you're interested in seeing, I think seeing a musical act evolve is fascinating, and this really shows you the roots. So, is it something I'm going to pull out and listen to very often? Not really, but there's certainly a couple of tracks that I have a soft spot for.
So if you were ranking it, I'm guessing you'd probably be in the same neighborhood as me, right? It'd probably be down towards the bottom.
Yeah.
And that's, again, it's not an indictment of the album itself, but there's, the drum machine is incredibly hard to ignore. Is it like 80s drum machines, like the early 80s, when like say something like Floodland from Sisters of Mercy, where you just, it's like that thwack, thwack, thwack sound. No, it's not that bad on every track, but it's on a lot of the tracks. You can tell Steve is developing his chops on with the drum machine, and it's not a software program. It's an old drum machine where he's hitting the pad and getting the sounds out of it, and it's not ideal. And as Serge said, it sounds dated. There's no question about it.
But for what it's worth, which is basically like a teenager making music in his basement.
Pretty much. Pretty
damn impressive.
Because he was only in '87. He was 21 years old. So I know for a fact when I was 21 years old, I wasn't doing that, and I was, Steve was very focused. He wasn't doing a lot of the shit that I know I was doing when I was 19, 20, 21, chasing girls and getting drunk a lot, not really paying any attention to my guitars, even though I was a guitar player. So, Chuck, what do you got on it? What do you think?
I had nothing on it. I actually don't have that album in my collection, but it's part of the Delirium years
compilation
that I just picked up, and I have not opened that yet, but it's on there. But I did notice that it had.
Was that like the one that had all the albums, or just?
Yeah, it's this one. I showed it before.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that.
Oh, nice.
I was like, man, that looks nice, but I already have like multiple copies of all of these. So
I had all that stuff too, and I just couldn't.
That's still sealed, Chuck?
What's that?
Is that still sealed? It looks like it's still sealed. Have you opened it?
Yeah, I haven't even opened it yet.
Yeah.
Well, just as an aside, real quick, Chuck and I were talking Monday night at about 3 a.m. Chuck was having a few beers, and I'm talking to him, and he gets that set out, and I'm like, dude, that came out like a year ago, didn't it? Well, yeah, I got it like 6 to 8 months ago. I'm like, well, why didn't you open it? Well, I was going to open it when we did this Porcupine Tree thing that you were going to do 6 months ago, and I was.
doing unboxing.
Chuck and I talked about doing this 9 months ago, and I just, with my health and everything, I kind of avoided it. But now, are you going to break its cherry here, or are you thinking about keeping it as an investment now?
No, I'll break it open for sure because it's got other things on there that I haven't heard before, which we'll get into later. But on the Sunday of Live, I had heard Nine Cats, and I had definitely heard Radioactive Toy. That's what they encored with the first time I saw them. And, I know when I started collecting albums, I never saw Radioactive Toy. I think it was like on a B-side or some compilation here or there or whatever. But I didn't realize it came from Sunday of Live. So here it is. But that's, again, it's not something I'm listening to.
Yeah, if you check out the live albums, and I think there's a couple they'll have Radioactive Toy on there that you'll get a more mature version of it. So it's nice.
Yeah, with real drums,
So your version is on box set then. So you're going to be kind of I'll be curious to know what you think of it once you listen to it, because I know you like the psych stuff a little bit more maybe than me and Serge a little bit. Not that I don't. I do like it, but I could see you gravitating towards some of that a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be curious to see what your take is on it. Now, does that also include Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape on it?
Mm-hmm.
That's
I believe so.
That's in that box?
No.
Okay.
It's not in here.
Okay. We're going to get to that one next. That's going to be the next one we're going to talk to. Jimmy, how about you? Were you familiar with? Did you buy it on the Sunday or?
Yeah. By the way, I switched my microphone out, so hopefully this is a little better.
Oh yeah, it sounds much better.
Yeah,
Just let me know. Yeah, but this is the one of the only ones I don't have a physical copy of whatsoever. I don't have it on CD or anything. And to be honest, I had not listened to this since when I first became a Porcupine Tree fan. When I went back and started listening to stuff, and when I first started getting into the band, I mean, I found it some of their stuff a little bit difficult for me to get into. It was kind of out there for me. And this album, for me is not really a Porcupine Tree record. It's kind of more of a Steven Wilson record. And obviously it's, a compilation of all these different things that he's been trying and recording on his own. And, this is definitely going to be like the last one that I ever reach for when it comes to listening to the band. But, there's definitely some tracks on here that I dig. Of course, Radioactive Toy, that's kind of the standout track. I really like the 17th track, this Long Silence. I think that's a really just kind of showing where he's going to go with the, kind of beautiful moments. And as Serge was saying, the last track, It Will Rain for a Million Years. I think these are songs that kind of hints on what's coming in a way.
Yeah.
But I don't really... honestly, I had not listened to this record in years, and in preparation for this live stream, I think I listened to the whole thing like twice yesterday, and didn't really change, because you know how it is. I mean, like as you get older, like you go back to records, and they might, hit you a bit different than the last time you listened to it, and that's always fun, right? It's always fun to kind of revisit those things. I was really excited to get back to this, kind of see where I stood with it now, and to be honest, I didn't really. Find that I felt any differently about it. The track Jupiter Island, I mean, that's kind of a fun, like, goofy, like, British kind of feel to it. Like, to me, that says...
It's almost like a nursery rhyme song. It's almost like it has a nursery rhyme vibe to it.
And what's that one track where, I don't know if it's Steven singing, but he's got like I don't know if he like sped it up and he kind of sounds like Alvin and the Chipmunks or whatever.
It's sped up. Linton Samuel Dawson.
Samuel Dawson, yeah. That one.
Samuel Dawson.
Which, Jeff, by the way, that was the name of the Dutch side.
Oh, you're right. That was the name of it. That's right. Damn, dude.
Samuel Dawson, yeah. Well, I mean,
that's actually got the Alan Duffy lyrics, the weird psychedelic Alice in Wonderland.
Well, I mean, for anyone not familiar, it might be obvious or might be not, but Linton Samuel Dawson is LSD. So
that's the initials.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah,
It's again, it's a very psych heavy album, and
sure.
and the guy he was working with, from Delirium, Richard Allen, was pushing a lot of psych stuff. So
Right, and of course, a lot of experimentation going on. I mean, this is the first thing that we hear from Stephen Wilson. Not, I mean, obviously not the first thing we all heard, but if you go back and think about, well, what did people think when they heard this? If he had not released anything, to think that what's going to come? I would echo what Jeff said. I mean, if this was the first thing I had ever heard and I'd not heard anything else, I would have not looked up the band again. But that's just me because it wasn't for me.
yeah, no, I think I agree. If that was the first album, I'm not sure.
I'm gonna read you a little quote from one Mr. Richard Barbieri. This is the one part of the book I pulled out. With his vast experience and ability to create original music, sounds, and textures, Barbieri was a natural choice. This is on him joining the band as a live player for the Sky Moves Sideways tour. Perhaps amusingly, he has since revealed that he was unconvinced about the music and direction of On the Sunday of Life, explaining somewhat candidly that I don't mind Radioactive Toy, but I think if I'd heard that record before I worked with Steven, I don't think I would have worked with him. There's not much on that album that I can relate to in any way. Yeah, it's very bizarre, very psychedelic, I guess. I thought that was that summed it up perfectly.
Sure. Perfect.
And it's a weird, I'll mention a couple other tracks real quick. Jupiter Island being one that the lyrics are very whimsical and childlike, and Alice in Wonderland and that kind of stuff. The Nine Cats, which I think you mentioned, Serge, is kind of a cool little one that Steven's pulled out from time to time and done an acoustic version, either when he's done solo stuff. I think he did it one time or two times before or during a PT show, and then he did it at the Radio City Music Hall show, which, by the way, Jimmy, you mentioned that today is 19 years for in Absentia?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is also, ironically, I'm laying in the shower last night, taking a hot shower, chilling out, and I'm sitting there, I'm listening to On the Sunday Life, and I'm like, I think the last time I saw Porcupine Tree was in September, about 10 years ago, at Radio City Music Hall. And wouldn't you know, today is the 11th anniversary to the day, in fact, to the hour probably, that Serge and I were sitting in Radio City watching a killer last show by them, where they did so many things they'd never done. Nine Cats was brought out. They did Sky Moves Sideways. They did the full version of Even Less, the 15-minute version. I mean, there were so many killer tracks they did on there that they hadn't done in years. Moon Touches Your Shoulder, I believe, was pulled out. Dislocated Day.
Dislocated Day. I saw that, yeah.
Yeah, Dislocated Day, yeah. Crazy good, too, and that was fucking killer when they did that. But anyway, real quick, I have two versions, of course, because why wouldn't you? I have the Delirium version and the reissued Snapper version in the Digipack, which is unopened. I don't know why. That's sat open for 19 years.
If I ever come across a good, just like a good priced version of it, I'll pick it up. But
right.
And I don't know if it was repressed recently. It was probably like in the box set that Chuck's got, and a few other things. I don't know if it was ever given a full, just straight vinyl treatment. Probably.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when it was originally, you talking about when it was reissued or originally?
Reissued.
Oh, did I blank out there for a second?
Yeah, that's fine.
If it was a reissue, yeah.
Yeah, it was reissued. You'll have to look. You'd have to look on Discogs. I didn't dig deep into that because I'm not as much of a vinyl guy, so I don't really pay attention to that. But I had an original Delirium copy, and I sold that. In fact, I sold all my original Porcupine Tree vinyl because the prices were so exorbitant. I couldn't look the other way. I probably, honestly, I pulled close to about $3,000 out of my Porcupine Tree vinyls when it was at their peak. One of those being, I had 3 copies of this album. This is another CDR with a Xerox copy. Yellow Hedgerow. I think you have a copy of this, right, Serge? Did you pull that out?
Well, I have. Wait, which one?
Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape.
Yeah, I mean, I have the vinyl.
Okay, there you go. You have that one. Okay, and which color is that? Do you know?
That's a good question. It's been. Let's see. I don't have a record player.
Oh, you have the yellow one, Chuck? I didn't know.
I got the yellow one. Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
it's the orange one. Or
Okay.
yellow.
The
Yeah.
orange yellow?
Yeah.
Or is it actually orange? Because I didn't think they did an orange.
Is it this color, Serge?
Yeah.
Yellow.
No, wait. Mine looks orange. Or is that just me? No, it's yellow. You're
It's
right.
yellow, yeah.
Okay.
So, if I'm correct here, maybe, Jimmy, if you have the ability to pull Discogs up, I didn't write this down, but
Yeah.
I think that Yellow Hedgerow, when it was originally issued, it was issued in a, I think it was 500 CDs. That was the original issue of it. And what it consists of is all of the leftover tracks from the demos that were not on the Sunday of Life. It's all the other.
That's crazy. I thought that this was all the stuff from up and downstairs. So this is all
No.
stuff. Okay.
This is the remainder of stuff from
This
those
is
first
from,
five
this
demos.
is before up the down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's before up to downstairs. This came out. This was issued in. Oh shit! This came out in.
That was the action sequence of the tonight's stream.
God damn it! You know what? That's the one album I did not write down the date for. Why didn't I do
Yeah,
that?
the one Chuck's got there. There's a few on sale on Discogs. The cheapest one is $100.
Yep,
The rest of them are European prices.
for yellow.
Up to $200. Yeah.
For the vinyl. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
It
So
doesn't
here's-
have a release date on the sleeve though.
No. Yeah.
It
Here's
looks
the
like-
information
But
on.
it's what.
Here's the information on Yellow. This music on this CD is taken from 2 cassette releases that were available to the first commercially available, or of the first commercially available PT releases. They were Tarkins from '89, Nostalgia from '91. In fact, most of the music from On the Sunday of Life was compiled from the 2.5 hours of music contained on these tapes. When Porcupine Tree signed to Delirium in '91, the original plan was to re-release both tapes on CD and as 2 double albums. However, I decided a much better release could be made by compiling the strongest material onto 1 double album, which subsequently became On the Sunday of Life. At the time of this album's release, both tapes were deleted after about 300 copies of each had been sold and have not been available since, except via the inevitable bootleg route. Until now, that is. The remaining 80 minutes of Porcupine Tree is available here. For this release, I've taken most of the unused material, resequenced it into a satisfactory running order, and should be considered a companion release to On the Sunday of Life, since it contains music recorded during the same period, 88 to 91. I've taken the opportunity to make a few changes to what was originally presented on cassette. Mute has been remixed, and I've added an instrumental called An Empty Box, which was recorded the same day as On the Sunday of Life. Tracks Queen Quotes Crowley was also released, which was never released, and they stood 3. What the hell is this? Oh, this is the weird insert stuff, Tales from Jupiter Island. Of course, everything has been remastered on its way to compact disc. So what they did was they issued this in 94, 1994. This came out as a CD. And if you remember, Serge, this was like the mythical antelope. Everyone wanted a copy of this CD. And if I believe, I may be wrong, but I want to say it was either 250 or 500 copies of this were issued Magic Gnome Records on CD. It was not put out on vinyl initially.
So also one thing to note, like when Gates of Dawn put out the vinyl, they replaced the cross, which was a Prince cover on the original issue, which is unfortunate because
they replaced it with a track called Out, which was basically a Hawkwind pastiche. It sounds just like Hawkwind. It sucks because the cross is really good. That's actually a really good tune that he did, that cover.
And it's like a long version.
Yeah, it's like 10 minutes long, yeah. So, does everyone have a copy of this? Yes. Jimmy, do you have this? You haven't heard this then? Okay.
I've heard tracks on this, but yeah, you know what, dude? I'm looking at the track list and God, here's another 20 tracks that I haven't heard. I mean, you know,
Yep.
it's just like unending. when it comes to Wilson. You know?
Well, a couple things to note on this one. The first track, Mute, is a killer track. It is really
Mute?
what I Mute. It's the precursor to what I feel Up the Downstairs and Signify would become, and even a little bit of Sky Moves Sideways. And what's interesting is it contains a sample from a No Man song called Days in the Trees, which is a gorgeous tune. One of Steven's best tracks he's ever written. Because I'm listening to it yesterday, I'm like, that sounds like No Man. That guitar line's from No Man. And then I had to go hunt it down and figure it out. Mute is fantastic.
Mute.
There's a lot of crap on here. I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of stuff that's pretty average. No Reason to Live, No Reason to Die goes on forever and ever. It's 11 minutes and it's just really kind of boring. The song Howl is pretty good at 3:35. Execution of the Will of Marquis de Sade. It's okay. Then there's a 6-minute version of Radioactive Toy. It's an edit of Radioactive Toy. And then finally, the Cross Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape track it starts off great. It's got the Cross cover. And then it goes into this Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape, 9 minutes of Steven pretending to introduce a fake band. So there's guys like Sebastian Tweedle Blampton on keyboards and do you remember the other one, Serge? The Porcupine Tree on guitar.
Oh yeah, and it's silly. I guess I should amend my previous comment where is On the Sunday going to be the last album I pull? Well, the last one is probably Yellow.
Probably this one. Yep. Agree.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's as you said in the book, right? Like when he compiled like those tapes onto the first release, the best version, the best selections made on the Sunday, and this was a leftover. So it is what it is.
I will say this. The one thing that's really cool about Yellow Hedgerow and quite a bit of On the Sunday of Life that points towards a future direction is Steve got some of the coolest sounding. Oh, shit. Did I freeze up?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
You guys are frozen on my screen, but Steve got some of the wickedest sounding guitar tone, man. He had some awesome lead guitar sounds. And it was very, Gilmore-esque. God damn it. Of course, tonight I have. Did I blank out there, guys?
His dad was an engineer, and his dad built him, like, electronic effects. So,
yep.
He had some cool processing for, a home studio.
He had a multi-track recorder in his bedroom. He had a multi-track system in his bedroom to 2-inch tape, which is crazy. What kid gets to do that? So, but I mean, just the tones Steve was getting in the late 80s were very unique and very cool and very Steven Wilson. His guitar tone is always something I've loved because he's really good at. And Jimmy, you said you're a musician. What do you play?
I used to be a drummer.
A drummer, okay. Yeah, I mean, Steve just has this wicked cool sound to his guitar playing, and his solos are always super melodic and super tasteful, and they just have great tone. So that's where that came from.
You definitely see his style already being born there.
Yeah, I mean, he was born as an audiophile, plain and simple. I mean, that's why you got these obscure releases and things like that. I think that if you look at the trajectory of the band, I mean, they always did this sort of thing where there was a whole another release of 10 songs that they didn't release on the album,
just a writing machine is what he was. Still seems to be, I believe. So now we jumped a little out of sequence there because I wanted to throw Yellow Hedgerow in with On the Sunday because it's all related material relative to that 88 to 91 period. But let's go back in time a little bit here and go to late 92. They were preparing to release the full second Porcupine Tree album through Delirium, and the original plan was to do a double album. And that double album was going to include a 30-minute track called Voyage 34. Voyage 34 was going to be the second side of the other slightly more accessible Kraut prog rock, space rock of Up the Downstairs, and then Voyage 34 was going to be this sort of conceptual piece about dropping acid. And what's interesting about that is Steve's never dropped acid. In fact, he says that he's never even really smoked a joint. I find that hard to believe, but maybe it's true. So Voyage 34 comes out. Serge, do you have a physical copy of the vinyl of that? There you go.
Yeah, so
You have.
Oh, yes.
I mean,
That's a
it's
whole-
already like you can tell. Okay, ooh, all
That's a
right.
holy
But yeah,
grail.
it got immediately kind of silly. So if you read this, I don't know if you can like blow it up
Let me
or
see.
not.
Hang on. Let me hold on. Stay there, man. Hey, where you at?
Don't move.
No, don't do that. Solo layout. There we go. A post-rave space wave to Dark Side of the Moon. After listening to this recording, your friends won't know you anymore. You're on Voyage 34 now. Hallelujah. What year is that? Does that say 92 in the?
Yeah, it's 92.
Okay. And that's just black vinyl, right?
yeah.
Nice.
So this is again goes. We're still in the mythos of this like kind of fake band.
It's fake band, right?
It's like this is not a track list. This is just kind of like
Yeah, like okay. So how should Porcupine Tree be used? What are the 5 levels of Voyage 34? What are the sexual visions of Porcupine Tree? Yeah, very, very weird when you read that now, knowing Steven and knowing kind of how there's some strange stuff in there. You know what I mean? Like
and if you look at the credits, you know, no names.
no names, exactly. Not even Steve's name.
Nope.
And that was done in June and July, and I think it was issued in late July. And that has the 2 sides, right? That's phase 1 and phase 2, right?
Yeah, this
Yeah.
does not include the remixes, but yeah, it's phase
Right.
1, phase 2.
So when it comes to that, exit solo. What ended up happening in '94 then, based on that, the vinyl, and that was only vinyl. That did not come out on CD originally, I don't believe.
Actually, it did.
Oh wait, as a CD copy alone, or are you talking about the complete trip?
I had that
No,
complete trip.
Yeah, like this is the 92 version. It's the same.
Oh fuck, dude! I did not know that came out on CD. Dude, you probably have like $500 worth of shit right there in those 2 things.
I guarantee
It's
it.
the same. Yeah, it's the same thing, just on CD. So.
The CD's probably about $100. I bet you the vinyl's probably $200.
That's Voyage 30.
I've never actually checked these things. And
Are you on the
there's a
discount page, Jimmy? For
much
Voyage
nicer reissue with like the remixes. So,
Right.
Which skipping I guess forward, but Australasia did one of the remixes, and I love Australasia's if you're into like.
Yeah. Now, I mean, yeah, I have the complete trip that came out in '94 on Delirium. Delirium put that out, and then I have the reissue from Snapper with a different artwork. Same stuff though, although actually it's not exactly the same. The version that's on here, the final song, 1342. Well, no, it says it is the same. The final version that's on here is revamped. I think what they ended up doing was they added Richard Barbieri in '94 to that final phase 4. So, Chuck, you have this one, the complete voice.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. Compared to what this one is, where phase 4 is 19 minutes and 47 seconds, whereas on this one, phase 4 is 13 minutes.
Right. Yeah, they changed.
So it just extended it.
Yeah, they did something to the sequencing of it, and I can't remember exactly what it was. I read about it, but I didn't commit it to memory. I wasn't getting that deep in the woods. But basically, this is, if you take the guitar from Another Brick in the Wall, that nice delay, chugga, 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 bam, 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 all the delay and echo and stuff. If you add that and then add a ton of sequence synthesizers and flute and all kinds of really weird stuff, and then samples of a guy.
Samples.
Yeah, the guy going through the acid trip, and it is a real acid trip. If you add that in there, that's what this is. So basically, this is a 60-minute.
Thank you.
Great. If you smoke weed, this is a good CD to listen to, because it's just trippy. It's a very trippy, and you're right. The Australasia remix of Phase 3 is super fucking cool.
So what's that new one you got there? The new press. Is
This
that
one?
yeah? Is that Voyage 34 as well? Because if you look at the
Yeah.
Discog page, Voyage 34 only has 4. There's two 12 inches and there's 2 CDs. And they're all
Right,
1992. So that must have been.
These are reissues. One came out on Delirium in 94 or 90. Yeah, 94. 90.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Whoa. No. 92.
The original is
They did-
92.
Yeah, Surge
Yeah.
has the original one, the original 2-parter. This came out later in the year, and they added the other 2 parts.
Mhm.
So it's 4 parts. So there are 2 CDs. There's 2 separate issues. There's one that is just 2 songs, and the other one has 4 songs. Does that show you that?
Yeah, it does. That's where it
Now,
gets
I would
really
assume that the one that has 4 parts, that was pretty widely distributed and probably isn't worth nearly as much as the 2-part one that Surge has.
But
Surge, show them yours.
well, which one? The original?
The CD, the original.
Yeah. But from a musical perspective, definitely get the four song version.
Yeah.
'cause it's
That's the 2 one.
Yeah, if you're going to get the 4-part one, because I don't know what the
or
2-part
get
one's
this,
bringing.
the
Like-
nicer snapper re-release from.
What's the 2-part one bringing, Jimmy? Do you see? What are they going for? I think that's going for close to 100.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are only available in the UK. I mean, there's nothing less than like $45.
Yeah. For the-
But yeah,
for the-
most of them are about 100. You know,
That's what I thought. And then
Yeah.
what's the album going for? The original 12-inch.
the
I
original
bet that's
12.
going for 150, 200.
Yeah, mhm.
That's what I thought. Look
they're
at
all
that.
European too. Like I don't see any in the US.
Yeah, you're going to be hard pressed to find that. In fact, Serge, where did you grab both of those? Do you remember?
I honestly don't remember, man. It's been too long. Mhm.
Wow.
I was never like a major chaser, like because I could I never paid like a lot of money for anything. It was just probably just because I was happened to come
You
across.
found
it
them in
before I
local shops, didn't you? You found Spiral Circus in a local shop.
Well, that was the one I found locally, which that was just me getting lucky.
But didn't you get the Radioactive promo the same place?
Which one?
The Radioactive promo?
I don't think I have that one.
I thought you had that.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Is that what that was?
Must be my other friend named Serge. Anybody want to add anything? Serge, do you have anything to add about that one? Chuck, you too. I mean, that one I bet you love that one, don't you, Chuck?
Oh yeah, I do. When I was well, again, they played a phase of it live when I saw them in '99.
Yep.
And what caught my ear was Timothy Leary narrates on it.
That's right. He's on it.
So yeah. So when it came out, when this was available, I snapped this up right away. And I remember I was on vacation in Hawaii, and we'd go on these 45-minute long car trips, and I'd put that on because everybody would fall asleep in the car. So I'd be digging this as I was going down the road.
Oh yeah.
Literally
Jimmy, are
taking
you
a trip.
familiar with B-34?
Not really. I mean, I tried to like shove as much of this stuff as I could in the last couple of days on things that I didn't know. Because I mean, let's be real, there's so much shit. I mean,
Yeah, I only got halfway myself. I mean, it was, I caught you guys pretty short by the short hairs on this to do it so quick. But I would think, I'd be surprised if you don't like that a lot. I mean, like you said, it's very Floydian. There's some great guitar stuff on it. It owes a lot to the festival scene at that point in time in the early 90s. Bands like The Orb, bands like Future Sound of London, they're more ambient stuff. Left Field.
Australasia itself.
Australasia, exactly. It's very much an album that you could see blasting during the, like Glastonbury or something like that, in between bands playing or something. It's just cool. It's hippy dippy, trippy, and psychedelic, and it's good. It's not metal, it's not heavy, but it's real good. And like I said, if you take some Tangerine Dreamy sequencing and keyboards and mix it with the Another Brick in the Wall guitar stuff, you kind of get what's going on there, and it's cool with the sound samples.
I will say that when I played it for friends who've never heard Porcupine Tree before, the first thing they say is, "This sounds like Pink Floyd."
Yep.
And and that's the comparison that Porcupine Tree had for a long time, especially when I first started getting on that in the beginning when I joined PT Trans and so forth. But when I listen to their music outside of Voyage 34, I don't really hear anything.
Well, Sky. I'd say Sky.
Well, Sky a little bit, but it's definitely the influence is there, but I don't really see that they sound like Pink Floyd.
Yeah, but it's definitely its own thing. It's not. I don't feel like it's derivative. In fact, I think the most derivative Floydian song was "Time Flies," but that was back.
Yeah, it's like the early stuff was obviously Floyd influenced, but he was wearing his influences on his shoulders. I mean, like and doing, taking that and creating what he would eventually go forth with the rest of the music. So I still get that today if I listen to that early stuff. It's like, I hear Floyd, but it's not like a direct rip-off or anything.
I mean, for a time, it was a comparison that was made probably too much and unfairly so. So I think it kind of annoyed Steven for a few years.
Yeah, no doubt.
They kind of moved away from that sound for a while. So, and then I don't think it
Well, to carry on the tradition of Floyd and the influence and whatnot, let's move on to 1993, which was the release of this album, Up to Downstairs, which came out in the latter part of, and again, keep in mind that this was supposed to be a double album that was to include version 34, or I'm sorry, Voyage 34, and instead became a single album. A lot of financial considerations, I think, went into it, and they wanted to kind of keep things relevant because of the buzz that they created with On the Sunday of Life. It sold about 3,000 copies of that, and Richard Allen wanted something quick. He wanted more material out. So out comes Up the Downstairs, and this is where I think the real vision of Porcupine Tree starts to become more like what it is. It's a very spacey, prog rocky. A lot of it's instrumental, not all of it, but there is a good bit of instrumental stuff. The song Burning Sky on here is very Floydian and a fucking great track. Oh my God.
There's some really great instrumental tracks on here. Some really amazing instrumental tracks on here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Burning Sky is great.
Upstairs was a killer instrumental. And, when I listened back to this album, which I haven't listened to in probably 15, 18 years, I was like, God damn, that is a really, really good album. And
I really enjoyed going back to this one.
Same here.
This was unlike unlike on the Sunday, and going, and again, when you listen to a remake really of, because they re-recorded it with drums, real drums
later, 2004,
which is nicer. So they didn't do it.
Yeah, that would be the only detractor was. Oh, sorry.
Good.
Getting a weird fucking delay suddenly. I don't know. Now we're getting the humming back.
Shock.
Fans off.
Maybe not a fan. Anyway, so
where's this noise coming from?
Maybe my building's being irritated by.
It might be just some interference of something. So.
Well, I've been having weird shit going on the last month in my room in particular with electrical surges, but I've never had that happen in any of my other.
It's not you. Anyway,
So this is the reissue, and I got to be honest with you, I'm kind of concerned. I cannot find my Delirium copy, which I bought at the show in '99. So I'm kind of concerned where that got to. But of course, I had to buy the reissue because, as Serge said in 2004, after Gavin Harrison came on board, Steve replaced all of the electronic percussion with a real drummer, and a real damn good drummer, I might add. And this album also then tacked on the '94 Staircase Infinities EP, which was the leftover tracks that didn't make this album, with the exception of, God forbid, another version of Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape. And it's a different version. There's got to be about 15, literally, I'm joking here, but there's probably about 5 or 6 different versions of Yellow Hedgerow.
Yeah, that's why I got confused, because I thought this was all up the downstairs stuff, and then some of it is, some of it isn't. It's kind of interesting.
Most of it is, but that one track, I don't know why they threw that on Staircase. Maybe Steve just like, here, I want to redo this and throw that on the album, and let it fly. I will add that the song Synesthesia on here, cool, almost kind of Serge, what would you, Synesthesia, the song Synesthesia, it's almost got a trippy, funky sort of vibe to it in the synthesizer. Really cool abstract lyrics, great sequencing on that. Always Never, really killer track with Suzanne Barbieri, I believe, on, or not Beautiful anymore, Suzanne Barbieri. The song Always Never is just so damn good, and really every song on this album. Up the Downstairs is just a space rock jam that just is so fucking cool.
which, by the way, so Up the Downstairs was when PT as a band was born, because that's where Barbieri and Colin Edwin, actually participated in the music. So
well, so just quick on that, Barbieri plays on. He does electronics on the song Up the Downstairs, and
Right.
Colin plays bass on Always Never. Everything else is Steven, with the exception of the remaster and reissue in 2004, which has Harrison on drums. But I just want to point out 2 songs. Burning Sky, again, we mentioned, killer song. But the very last song on here, Fade Away.
Yeah, I was going to say.
One of my top 3
yeah,
Porcupine
Fade was a beautiful track, man.
It is.
Such a beautiful song. Steven's vocals are amazing. The production on it is just insanely cool, with all the delays and this song Fade Away, if that doesn't get you a little misty-eyed when you read the lyrics, you're probably not human. And then on Staircase Infinities, lots of good stuff on there, but the Joke's on You, god damn, that song is so good, and I don't know why it wasn't on the main album. It is so good, the Joke's on You. Remember I said that to you, Jimmy, the other night. I'm like, go check that track out.
I'm listening to it too. You're right. Great.
But yeah, Staircase is one, as far as like those tracks that didn't make the primary album EPs, which PT has a bunch of, but it's a good one. Definitely not like Yellow Hedgerow. This is between the main album and Staircase, it's pretty consistently good.
You could see with Staircase that Steven upped his game 150%. He went from being the bedroom guy to the studio guy. Now, he still was recording in his bedroom. That's the irony. But his writing went to a different level. It was just a different sort of vibe to the music. So, Chuck, what you got to say about Up the Downstairs? Anything?
Well, first of all, the chirping and noise you hear in the background is my bird. So she's getting ready to roost for the night. So she gets active. I was going to say on Staircase Infinities that my favorite track on that is Cloud Zero, the intro song on that, and just just the way that the guitar playing of Steven Wilson is just exemplified, I think, in this track. Then the layers that he uses in it, just when I heard this for the first time, it blew me away. And that's the same 2004 release that I got, like you do, Jeff.
Issue, yeah.
And I do have on this one, I do have the original one here. So I have not
Yeah, I
listened to
haven't.
this, but I'll go back and listen to it and just see if I can tell the difference between the drumming, like you said. Yeah, you covered it with Fade Away. It's just the tone in the guitar and just the emotion it sounds, that he gets out of playing on that song in the intro. It stirs the soul. It's one of my favorite tracks, and I'm glad I went back and listened to this because it just reintroduced me. I had completely forgotten about it.
How good it is, yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing to mention about Steve's playing is that he did something a lot of guys don't do in prog. He plays a lot of slide guitar. Slide guitar is always thought to be Lynyrd Skynyrd and Marshall Tucker Band and blues players and shit. Steve had a way early on of playing slide guitar that was just very evocative, very intense, very emotional, and you don't hear a lot of slide guitar. Okay, I take it back. You do hear it on early, yes. You hear, but
soon you hear it on soon for sure.
Well, yeah, but what Steve Howe was playing then was the pedal steel. He wasn't playing slide guitar. Steve does it on guitar, which he was allowed to do a little bit easier because of the effects pedals that came along in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But yeah, that's a one thing to really note about Steve's playing. Super evocative, super melodic, super melancholic, especially Fade Away. That song is so melancholy but so beautiful.
It also started a tradition of having kind of like a more down tempo kind of gothy track at the end of an album.
That's true. Dark Matter and
plus also I think the subject matter of Steven, he selects kind of melancholy or life events that could be really, really sad. And I think this might be, the beginning of that, of him going down that road. And I remember him saying, when I saw him live, I think at the Hand Cannot Erase, he mentioned something about that before he performed a song. It's just, he's like, it always seems like that I'm picking downer subjects, but there's just a beauty to it in all its own. And
that's the kind of, I don't know, that's the kind of, like, again, I'm goth, but that's the kind of shit that resonates with me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Jimmy, did you listen to this one then? Is this one you hit back?
Yeah. No, I sure did. No, this is also one that I don't have a physical copy of, unfortunately, because, revisiting this record was very, very, to me, this is the first Porcupine Tree record.
Yep, I agree.
And I think that this is where it starts with, you've got a couple songs that are focused on the songwriting, and then you've got the big jams, the big epic jams, and this is, something that they're going to continue for the next couple of records, and try and find some sort of, a medium between and figure out where they stand in that, which we would later find the songwriting is going to become more important. For me, synesthesia, this is a great opening track that shows us this is what band is going to start kind of coming out with, and then Always Never is a beautiful, beautiful song, and for me, like, really just kind of foreshadows what's coming with a lot of these, what I like to call the sad boy tunes, but Up the Downstairs, this is the first time that we hear Richard Barberi, and the guy's got a sound, and when you hear him,
does.
I can hear the beginning of Up the Downstairs and hear the beginning of Sleep Together, and the guy just had a certain kind of style, that I think fit very well with Steven, and going on, there's moments of just these sort of ambient kind of things going on, and then ultimately the payoff is the last two tracks, The Burning Sky and The Fade Away, which, The Burning Sky, I think, I can't really remember, but I remember that was kind of like a jam track, right? Yeah, it had to be. It's 11 minutes long. So, and then The Fade Away, which is a beautiful song. So, here we go. I mean, this is the start for me. And listening to this record yesterday, I'm willing to say that I don't have a physical copy of it, and I'm going to be searching it out pretty soon. The production, everything about it, it sounds like a very advanced group of musicians,
Very Yeah.
And again, we've got. I listened to both versions, so I started with the original yesterday, and then I went on to listen to the version with Gavin's drums on it. Which kind of really advances the record.
Oh,
You
yeah.
have, and it's funny listening to the version of him playing drums is like it just sounds like so natural.
Like you was
I've
there.
never all these songs on this record. I've never heard them play any of these live. Unfortunately, I would love to hear like Always Never or Fade Away. And then I went on to listen to the CD2, which that's really could have been an EP. It was supposed to be part of the album. Jokes on You, Cloud Zero, like Duck was saying. That's like jamming stuff, man. I mean, love it. Then they go into the Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape. This is a big jam. This is the times with the big epic jams.
Right.
And I think that Steven was really kind of focused on doing those sort of things. And to me, like looking back on it, it feels like this really kind of shaped the musical, what it evolved to in doing these jams, and these series of jams kind of things. And I think the jams, they get better. They get, sometimes they're kind of background. Sometimes they're really good. We'll get on to that as we talk to the next two records. But it's the beginning.
Yeah, I think I'm looking here. I've seen Up the Downstairs many times because that was a staple in the set early on, and that was the benefit of seeing them in the late '90s, early 2000s. You got a lot of this material. I saw Burning Sky. I remember they played that in Philadelphia. I remember on the one. Actually, they played that on the first leg of the Dead Wing tour. I've seen Fade Away several times. I've also seen Always Never a couple times. So I'm pretty lucky I got to see some of these tunes. They've never done any of these other ones that I'm aware of live on the other side there. And they've never done Synesthesia. And I think they did Small Fish, though, right, Serge? Small Fish is a really funky little acoustic one.
I don't know how often, but
What's that?
they might have. I don't know how often.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen Small Fish. For some weird reason, I swear I saw Steve do an acoustic deal with that, but I might, maybe not.
What I love is, a song like Always Never. I mean, that could have been a song on one of the more recent records, and that's what and from this point on, that's what I love about the band is that a lot of their stuff can be very interchangeable, and we see the trajectory, and it gets bigger and bigger, and it kind of goes on a certain path. But going back to this old stuff, I mean, I'm like, this could have been.
Despite all the changes, there's definitely some common threads, so you can,
All right, we ready?
It's a band that evolved, but it's a band that I think. I don't know. Some people along the way would complain about the changes in style and stuff, but I feel like their heart still maintained.
We ready to move on to Sky Move Sideways?
Well, let me cycle through my vinyl.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
This is the last record that still just credited to
Miriam.
Porcupine Tree and not Steven. So you can see Colin and Richard, but no Steven. So,
no band names. Now is that an original? Oh, you have the Staircase Infinities too. Damn.
Yeah, those are both originals. Yeah.
I know where you live, Serge. Did I ever tell you that? I know where you live.
It's true. And I know we're not doing live, but since you mentioned it.
That was.
This is their first live album that they published, and this is the track list.
Yeah, what's that called?
Spiral Circus.
Spiral Circus. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have that one, man. You got in early enough that you were able to grab some of those.
I got lucky on this one. I found this at a local record shop for $15 or whatever.
Yeah, that's a steal because I guarantee that thing's going for over $250 now, or $200 anyways. Easy. Cool. All right. Exit solo. So we'll jump on to Sky Moves Sideways. Now, Sky Moves Sideways is the first album where there is a palpable. Steve still did the lion's share of the music, and he wrote pretty much everything. In fact, I think he wrote everything. However, this is where he brought Colin. I want to make sure I get this right here.
Well, that wins. Colin Edwin.
Yeah. So
I mean, this is the full band.
yeah, this is the full band, except for they don't play on every song. If I'm correct on that. Like, for example, Dislocated Day, Steve does everything. And this is the UK version, which we're going to get into that. That's a little tricky. Yeah, this, okay, so this has Moonloop on it, which was a group. Steve wrote everything except for Moonloop, which was a group improv session that yielded about a 40-minute track. And this is the only track that Richard Barbieri is not playing on. Richard does not play on that. They have a friend of Colin's playing percussion named Rick Edwards. Steve does all the keyboards and tapes and things. And he also plays on Prepare Yourself. Now, what we ought to talk about is that when this came out initially in 1994, or 95, excuse me, it came out in two separate issues. It came out in the UK on Delirium, which that is this version right here. I don't know if I can blow myself up here. Can I do that? All right, so this, oh, that's much better. There we go. So this is the original UK version, made in England. You can see the sticker there. The interesting thing about this is, if you look at these lights, goddamn it, the track listing here, there are 6 tracks. The Sky Moves Sideways Phase 1, Dislocated Day, The Moon Touches Your Shoulder, Prepare Yourself, and a 17-minute version of Moonloop, and then The Sky Moves Sideways. However,
Phase 2.
When the album was issued in the U.S. on the CNS label, which was their first distribution in the United States, you can see that CNS there. You can look at the, you can see how it breaks out Sky Moves Sideways into individual
tilt that a bit.
tracks. What's that?
Tilt it.
Yeah, just so it doesn't glare. Okay, yeah, that's
Trying
better.
to. That better?
Yeah.
So you can see how that varies from the UK edition, which has, you see the track listing, how different they are?
Yeah.
This one has
Stars
Gotta
Die.
Move Sideways. It's broken into 4 tracks, the first phase. The Color of Air, I Find That I'm Not There, Wire the Drum, and Spiral Circus. Then it's got the song Stars Die on it, which was not on the UK version.
Which is a travesty.
Which is
for
stupid.
UK fans, but
yeah, and Steve even realized that later. It's also got an 8-minute version of Moonloop versus the 17-minute of Moonloop. And then it's got The Moon Touches Your Shoulder and the 2 final tracks of Phase 2, which are Is Not and Off the Map. So this is a different album than this album. And while a lot of it is the same, there's a pretty major difference. And you can even see in the coloring, the artwork's different. One is much darker. One's more gray and drab looking. And I'm pretty sure I got this one, the Delirium one. I'm pretty sure I got that at the concert when I saw him in '99. Although I may have this may have been the one that I ordered in. So I take that back. I think this was the 3rd CD I got from them that was ordered in. And then finally, real quick, and then everyone can show theirs, because I know Serge has a cool vinyl variant of this. But this is the 2003 double CD reissue from Delirium, where they were trying to cash in on Porcupine Tree at that point. And that has The Sky Moves Sideways Phase 1, Dislocated Day, Moon Touches Your Shoulder, Prepare Yourself, and The Sky Moves Sideways. So the original album is on here. But then what it has in the end is, on the side 2, it's got a 34-minute alternate mix of The Sky Moves Sideways, and it's quite different. I think it's very different, actually. And then you also have on here Stars Die. And finally, you have a 17-minute version or 16-minute version of Moonloop and a 5-minute coda of Moon Loop for 20 minutes. So there are technically 3 fairly different versions of this album.
Yeah.
And
Which, again, and when you're a collector, you're annoyed, and you end up with multiple
Steve was
versions.
very good at doing that. Steve was
Because you kind of had to.
Steve
I mean,
mastered
like
the
Stars
art.
Die, you had to have a Stars Die, and then
And
then
Steve,
you wanted the longer version of Moon Loop,
and also I'll throw in this real quick. This is the Moon Loop. Well, they call it the Stars Die EP, but this is the Moon Loop. This is from Delirium. This has the actually, I'm sorry. This is the CNS version.
yeah.
So it's the American version. This has Stars Die on it. Moon Loop version, which is a 22-minute version of Moon Loop, and then it's also got a live version of Always Never on it. I don't know where I came up with this. I think I got it online. You can see it looks like it's this cutout in the barcode there. But I'm glad I have this because this one is not real easy to find either. This was issued before Sky Moves Sideways came out. This single was actually issued in the UK and in the US before the actual album came out. So pretty cool there. Pretty cool keepsake there. My quick take on Sky Moves Sideways, fucking brilliant. It's a brilliant album. Is it Pink Floydian? Yep. That's why I love it. It's a little heavier in spots, but it's got that gorgeous, it's got Moon Loop is such a cool fucking song to drive to and vibe to, and maybe I might have smoked a doob once or
Trip
twice.
Out to.
Maybe.
About to.
I think I love how it evolves, and like it goes through those phases where it starts out very like chill, and it has that like electronic section.
It kind of starts out like sort of like an ambient piece, and then
Right.
it slowly morphs into this like kind of big progressive rock kind of feel.
And then you got Dislocated Day, which is a jammin' fucking tune. I mean, some of
Great live. One of my favorite live tracks.
So good. Such good guitar work on that song. And then The Moon Touches Your Shoulder, which is another fadeaway type ballad. It's so beautiful, and it's like you get lost in it. And when I listen to it today, I'm like, damn, I forgot how good this album is. It's so good. Is it my favorite?
No.
Yeah, it probably is.
Oh.
It's right there with Signify, man. Signify and the album, it's 1 and 1A, and depending on the day, I couldn't tell you, but I fucking love this album. And I'm going to go to Serge because I know Serge loves this album.
Yeah, it's definitely my favorite. I mean, sometimes when the album that introduces you to a band becomes your favorite, I mean, I think it's just so, and that was my first album, but it's still kind of like my, I love every song on here, various, whatever variants, and this is I think the original Delirium one.
Yeah, you had the blue one, right?
Yeah, it's let's see.
You gotta show us that blue vinyl, dude. It's too pretty. I'll blow you up.
There's a poster in here, but I never.
And where the fuck did you find that? Where did you order it, or?
I don't know, man. No, honestly, it's been so long. I can't possibly.
They weren't doing a lot of colored vinyl back in the 90s. That's why I asked.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that was pressed in 1995.
Anything more, Serge? You want to go?
Yeah, there is a poster in here that again.
Oh, that's right.
But yeah, I mean, that's definitely my favorite album. I think it just had all those different elements that I love about PT. Had like the more ambient stuff, had the more like heavier stuff with Dislocated Day, had the electronic stuff, which I was like, okay, this is cool. I love, this is when I was, still kind of new to bands using electronics in a rock context. So,
well, and no question that it upped the Floyd game by a magnitude, because while I wouldn't say that album sounds like Pink Floyd, the the vibe of it is very Floydian, and
It
it's
was-
undeniable that there's something going on there, and you can't
I
like
think
like Jimmy and Chuck have both said, you can't deny those reference points, the influence that Floyd had on Steve is, and he talked about it. I mean, although when I first talked to him in '99 and I brought that up, I could tell that was a sore subject by then, because 4 years on from This Guy Moves Sideways, he was tired of hearing the Floyd stuff, but it was
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, you don't want to. Nobody wants to be compared to same thing all the time. So, and especially when you feel like you did do different things, and I do feel like
sure.
Again, I don't feel it's derivative.
No, not at all. Do you have a favorite track on there? Stars Die?
Me,
Yeah, or all of it?
I honestly like Sky. Still, to me, is just the way Sky moves. Is that first half is, I think, my favorite. And again, I think it probably goes back to the fact when I first put it on, when I had no expectations, no idea, and I was immediately pulled in. So.
What was your take on the reissue with the 34-minute singular piece? Because I kind of really dig that singular piece all in one. The synths are different on it, and some of the guitars different on it. And
yeah, I like it. I mean, in a way, like, again, Floyd comparison, right? It's like breaking up Shine On and
right
putting it together. So, but yeah, either way, I mean, the CNS version was the one I got originally. So,
and that was your first album, right? That's the first one.
Yeah, and that's now I'm thinking back, so yeah, I thought I had got the UK version, but no, it was definitely the CNS one first.
Okay.
So that's how I remember it best.
Chuck, what you got, man?
Well, I think Jeff, that your copy,
right,
you must have got, or you may have gotten at the merch table, because this is the copy that I got. Get the lights off of that at the merch table in '99.
Yeah, I did. I got that one in there, but the CNS version is the one that the guy got through US.
Right. So this is the this doesn't have the Stars Die on it. So, but this is what I picked up that night. But it was interesting, when I'm sitting in the crowd, never heard these guys before. They opened with Even Less into Piano Story, and I think Waiting, and then they the last half of the concert was Sky Moves Sideways.
Really?
Yeah. Yep.
Voyage 34, and then Radioactive Toy to encore us out. And when they started playing Sky Moves Sideways, it was just like I was transported back to like the 70s, when I was so into prog and all the different type of music I was listening to on the FM every Sunday, and that just got me out of my seat at the set break and went out to the merch table. And the guy at the merch table was like, "So what part of the concert did you like? Did you like that first part where they did this, or in the middle part where they did this and this, or this?" And it's like, I think the middle part. And he ended up giving me the Sky Moves Sideways. So, and then I went home, and of course, and put the headphones on and listened to it in its entirety, and just, it's like, where have these guys been? I'm so happy that I found them. It was such a fluke that I happened to catch them that night. But and if I were to pick a favorite, I'd have to say that Sky, definitely the first part of it. I love, and I also love The Moon Touches Your Shoulder. Plus the moon loop is really cool too. I like just the kind of driftiness of it, at points. And then of course with the radio voices of the astronauts.
Oh, right. Neil Armstrong.
Yeah. It just I love that kind of stuff. I'm just a sucker for it. Plus the percussion at the beginning of it too, just opened it up. I just opened up this case, and it has this version of Sky Moves Sideways, which has the Sky Moves Sideways 34-minute version, Stars Die, Moon Loop 16-minute, and Moon Loop Coda 4 minutes.
Yeah,
so
that's the reissue from '03.
Yeah, so reissue 20 03 and then 2020, which
Yep.
I got last year.
Yep. Cool,
So,
man.
I'll be listening to that later.
Jimmy, what you got? I'm assuming you know this one pretty well. Mute.
You're on mute. You're on
You're on
mute.
mute.
There we
There we
go.
go.
I didn't really know it very well. I listened to it a good bit the last couple of days, and I've got the K-Scope repress,
Okay.
which this has this has Stars Die, and this is probably my favorite artwork that they've ever done.
Oh yeah, by
I really
far.
love this artwork. It's just really, really cool. I mean, the whole thing, the gatefold. And as always, K-Scope does a nice job with these, printed air sleeves. And this is just black vinyl.
Oh, nice.
I think I picked this up from a record store, probably like 8 years ago or something like that. Always being kind of more of a later day Porcupine Tree fan and going back. And, the last couple of days going back to this record, I definitely have a lot of thoughts about it. And one of the things that really instantly drew me was I love Chris Maitland's drums.
Oh.
I mean, he's a great drummer.
He's
Great.
a killer drummer.
This is the first record where we've really got the full band, and we're still, going into the big epic jams, big jams. And, for me, in a lot of ways, this is kind of like maybe like a kind of a background music kind of record, and that's by no means to say that, like it's boring or anything, but, when I listen to a song like Moonroof, I mean, like that's the kind of song I want to listen to it's a very moody song, and it has this place for my listening habits, when I want something to kind of just chill out on and kind of just drown into, and, so it's really interesting, because we've got this guy moved sideways, phase 1 and 2, and then Moonroof, these big epic jam tracks that bookend the record, and then we've got all of a sudden these few tracks in the middle. Now, I always thought that Stars Die was a part of this album. Am I wrong with that? That was not.
It was. Say what?
So Stars Die, that was not an actual track from the record, right? I mean,
No, it was. It was. They cut it.
Depends which record.
They
So-
cut it from. They decided not to put it on the UK version, the European and UK version, the Delirium version. But when CNS came and signed a distribution deal with them, it was done. It was tracked during the same time. It was done by the same musician at the same period of time. They added it to the US one primarily because they felt it could be more of a single. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
This
here, I'll
is, it's a great song, and I love that picture of Steven, there. It's just,
Yeah.
It fits with the rest of the artwork. And I've never been a huge fan. Artwork is always a huge deal for me, and this, not to say that like their other records don't have good artwork, but I mean, this is where they really came out with something cool. And,
Well, it's got that hypnosis thing, that Storm Thorgerson sort of look to it,
Yeah, that's a good point, Jeff.
but also like a natural feel, it's like he's
Right.
in the,
Well, there's pictures of Steve like along the lakeside looking out. Now, the interesting thing is, though, technically that's still the weird thing about there you go. The weird thing about that is that at this point in time, the guys in the band are not official band members yet. They are
Right.
paid musicians. They are still not official four-way type deal. You know what I mean? Yep.
But
Yeah, that's
I mean, for sure. I mean, this is again, building on the last record, and being this is for me the second Porcupine Tree record, and still, we find them really, really experimenting. And they're not really quite at the level where they're going to start focusing primarily on the songwriting. It's more the big epic jams, and I appreciate that, because it's a different feel, and they will touch upon this later on. They will touch upon that idea with the jams and the big just kind of improvisational aspect of the band, and they kind of really proved on this that, especially having guys like Maitland, Barbarian, like they could really just, I think Steven probably realized I could really, really play around with this stuff, Obviously he's the ringleader and he's, calling all the shots, but I mean, And you've
Well,
got great musicians like these guys. I mean,
there's
now
a lot of
I mean,
there's a lot of depth to that story, and I'm not going to go into it because we'll be here another 40 minutes just on that alone. But how he came by Barbieri and Maitland alone, those guys were playing live with no man. Richard Barbieri, JBK, Jansen, Barbieri, and Karn. So
Yeah.
Steve Jansen from Japan was playing drums, Richard was playing keyboards, and then Mick Karn, the fretless bass player, was playing live with no man. And he really wanted to pull all those guys in. But Karn and Jansen wasn't interested, and Karn wasn't really interested. Richard was, and they knew Chris was playing drums after Jansen left, and then Colin and Steve had been schoolmates for years. They knew each other from, I think Steve's like 3 years older, but they knew each other from primary school. So there was a lot of, there's a big dynamic and a whole backstory behind that. I'm not going to get too deep into, but
it's obvious, I mean, like the effect that it had on him. That it was clear that he needed other musicians, and this is the effect of that. I mean,
right.
The product of that. And I never got to see any of these songs either. I mean, I only saw them live. Deadwing Pass. They've never played any of this.
Yeah.
So one thing to keep in mind real quick is that the first Porcupine Tree live gig was December 4th or 12th. I forget. I didn't write it down. Mid-December, 1993 at High Wycombe, Nags Head. I actually have a bootleg of that show. And the reason that Chris and Colin and Richard were brought in was because Richard Allen from Delirium was like, dude, you got to play this stuff live. And Steve did not want to play live. He was pretty dead set that he just wanted this to be a studio thing for the longest time. Even though he was a very good, accomplished live player, he didn't like playing live much. He did not enjoy the live thing for a long, long time. And what he wanted were guys that could do that improvisational stuff that weren't just pop players. They could do a little bit more and move outside the boundaries of just some static song that starts here and ends here. He wanted that, so that's why he got stuff like Moon Loop and the longer sections of instrumental stuff for Sky Moves Sideways and Up the Downstairs. So, I mean, that was kind of it ended up a happy accident in a lot of ways. That those guys became,
One of the other interesting things I always found about the early Porcupine Tree stuff, now that we're about to move to Signify, is that, it's funny because I've seen interviews with Steven where he talked about like we all know his, hardships with the music industry and his struggles with, having to provide a product and all these kind of things, and his struggle between, the juxtaposition between being an artist and, actually branding things and having to sell it and all this kind of thing. And I always found that interesting because, when you look at the early record, I would always thought that, maybe, he would have just stuck to just being a solo artist for, the first couple of albums without, branding it, right, with the name Porcupine Tree. And as we talk about these early albums, we question, this isn't, we talk about the first record, it's not really quite Porcupine Tree until they became Porcupine Tree, and so but he had to brand it, right? I mean, he was young, he had to have some kind of name for it. He wouldn't have named, it a solo record himself. So I almost kind of felt like he I always see his music as these series of circles, where he kind of comes back around, and that's an example of that. And as we talk about these things, it's well, I wouldn't call that first record Porcupine Tree, but that's what he named it, right? And he decided to continue the band with that name, and what it would eventually become is so far removed from what he was when he started. So anyway, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's interesting.
I think it's a good point. I think Steve's always struggled with the business side of the thing in that he's a pure artist. He wants to create these cinematic albums and these deep prog rock, well, not even prog. Steve wants to be able to make an album that encompasses all the things that he likes in music, whether it be prog or metal or krautrock or ambient or whatever. He wants to do these, and unfortunately, the reality of the modern music model is we got to put you in this box. You got to be a metal guy. You got to be a prog guy. You got to be this guy. You got to be, And that's always something he struggled and fought against a lot. And I think you're right, Jimmy, that when he came out, he just wanted to get the music out. And he didn't really want to necessarily be boxed into this. Well, now you got to start the hamster wheel. You got to make a new album. You got to go on tour. You got to make a new album. You got to go on tour. I don't think he really enjoyed that early on. I mean, there were times when we met Steve early on. I think he was kind of like, just to a degree, it was kind of a lark to him. Just, like, well, we'll see what happens. As he got deeper into it, got more successful, and the money became bigger, then the demands became bigger, and then it became more of a job, So, anybody else got any thoughts on Sky Moves before we move on?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Jimmy, you're a drummer, and when I walked into the auditorium and saw the stage setup and saw Maitland's drum kit, and saw that he had 2 congas on.
That's right.
Kit next to him, and it's like, oh, this is going to be some interesting drumming here tonight. It's like this is not your regular.
Forgot about Chuck. You're right.
So,
you did.
So that, and then the way he drummed on the intro to Sky Move Sideways, just that, it wasn't echoing, and he was tapping that snare each time. So that just like, wow, this is, again, this being able to see that on a stage live at a very high volume was just, probably the best introduction one could have to Porcupine Tree.
You're so lucky to get to see that, man. I mean, like I only just know Malin from these recordings, but I and of course Gavin Harrison, one of my favorite drummers in the world, but I think that Malin really, I mean, he created the style, I mean, like that Stephen Wilson needed, a versatile drummer that could do all these different things.
Mm-hmm.
And Malin, if you compare Malin to Harrison, it's there is a big difference, but at the same time, there's a core there that is very similar. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I think that Harrison definitely drew a lot from what Malin was doing on these early records, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And
There's
real quick,
you guys hearing me?
yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's a quote in this book, drumming, that when he went in to do the auditions after he did the audition and got the gig, he went in to play the parts that Steve had demoed for The Sky Moves Sideways. And they got into it a few minutes, and Steve just stopped the rehearsals and said, "What are you doing?" And Chris is like, "What do you mean? I'm playing the drum parts you put." He goes, "No, dude, I want you to," he didn't say dude, I'm sure I said that, but he said, "No, I want you to play your style, your drums. I don't want you to play note for note and exactly the way I put it down on the demo. I want to hear your personality." And I will tell you, of all the guys in the band back then, Chris was Mr. Personality. When we met them all, Stephen was cool, but he could be aloof. Colin was kind of jovial but kind of quiet, and Richard was the thoughtful thinker. The older guy. He didn't have as much to say.
Colin and Richard are more like, at least on the, on the outside, are more introverted, I guess.
Yeah.
So,
until you get to know them, then Rich is great.
Yeah, I mean, they're very chill once you actually talk to them. But Chris was more the party guy.
Chris was a riot. He was the outgoing wild man and the crazy guy and fun, and he was just super cool. Like, we went to see them at Nearfest in 2001, where we all finally met, which we're getting
space finally
close to that. Yeah, and after that, they played a gig in Philadelphia, and I had met Chris at I had met him at the '99 show, and then the Stupid Dream tour. But then when I met him up at Nearfest, we went out and got coffee, and I said, "Hey, I'll take you out to dinner." Being the fanboy that I was, I said, "I'll take you out to dinner when I come down to Philly. We'll go get some good Philly cheesesteaks or something." So when I got down there, I had his mobile number, and I called him on a fucking mobile number back in 2001. I think that call lasted like 6 seconds, and it cost me like $8 or something. But we ended up meeting him. Me and my buddy Alan. We ended up meeting him down there and went out for coffee and dinner, and he was so fucking cool, so fun, man. Just a really great guy. So, all right, let's move on.
Real quick before, just one last thing I want to mention. So there's also this thing.
Well, yeah. Oh, thank you.
So this is a 40-minute version of Moon Loop, which is they recorded back in '94 as kind of an as a like a basically improvisation. So very
Yep.
cool version of it.
And this, just to give the backstory on this real quick, this was given out. There were 500 copies of it made. They were sent out to members of the transmission group, right?
Yeah, it was just like a fan list kind of.
It was like a fan club thing, yeah, and it's in a vellum sleeve, which is kind of unique and cool. And it says right there, you can see, maybe, hopefully.
Glare.
Of course you can.
Not for sale.
But yeah, it's
not for sale.
Promotional use only.
God damn it.
We can see it now. We can see it.
Promotional use only. And I'll tell you, this is the one thing. I sold a lot of my PT goodies that were worth a lot, like my futile disc and some of my XMs. I couldn't allow myself to part with this. And this thing was going for several $100s at one point in time. Not anymore, but because they've issued it in a bunch of different things. But this is one of the original 500. I think, Serge, you've got one, right? Sir, Chuck, do you have one of these?
I had one, and I sold it.
That's right.
But in this Delirium Year box set,
you got it again.
I got it back, but it's not in the vellum.
Nice.
And it's got
cool.
It's in a digipack.
Digipack, yeah. So that's a cool shot.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I got it back.
Next, let's hit this one. This is 1996. This is the album Signify, which I would honestly say rivals Sky Moves Sideways for artwork because it's pretty badass looking.
My favorite artwork of all PT.
Yeah,
albums.
I thought this would be yours, and you can see
Of
my
course.
see my shirt. I got my Signify shirt on.
I'm so upset that like my Signify shirt died.
Oh, it died?
Yeah.
Now this one you can see. Let me see if I can get it on here. This one has. Can you see that bottom? Damn it.
Not really.
There it is. Arc 21. Can you see that?
Yeah.
It's blurry.
Sort of.
Down here in the corner.
Blurry.
Yeah, I'm doing the best I can, man. I either have to have lights on because if I turn my room lights on, they fade in and out, and it'll look weird. Or I gotta have this thing on.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can turn this. Nah, well, there it's a little better. But this is the Arc 21, which was again U.S. This is a U.S. company based out of. It was manufactured by Arc 21, which was made in California, but it still says under license to Delirium. So this is Signify. Again, this one and Sky Moves Sideways. You know they're 1 and 1A for me. I fucking love this album. This is my first Porcupine Tree album that I bought and first got it in '99, probably right before I went down to the actual gig. Literally like a week or two before, and just man, so damn good. Signify itself, a nice krautrock song. Sleep of No Dreaming. God, I love that song. Pagan's really cool. I'm sorry, Waiting. Waiting was one of their. I think it might have been their first. Well, no, Stars Die was the first single. Waiting was the first single off this album. There's Waiting Phase 1 and Phase 2. They're just fantastic. Sever's so cool, man. Idiot Prayer's awesome. Every Home is Wired is like kind of like Every Home is Wired and Sleep and No Dreaming are like where Steve is going for Stupid Dream and
yeah, for sure.
Light Bulb Sun. And then you got Intermediate Jesus, which is killer, which was the one track that Chris wrote, and Dark Matter, which is a fucking classic, so good. And I think the thing to remember about this is that this is the very first album where these guys, the rest of the band was involved in writing. Man, that fucking whining is driving me nuts, though. I'm going to see if it's me, guys. Not me.
I'll do it again.
Yeah, it's you, Chuck. God damn, what the hell is
No,
that? It's not the
definitely
fan.
do that.
Well, the fan's off, so I don't know if it's.
It's
my
picking
lights were
up-
off earlier too, so I don't know if it's somebody in the building that's
Yeah, it's picking up.
radiating me with some sort of
Yeah,
what is it called?
it's not horrible, but it's just annoying enough that you can hear it. So, guys, I got to hit the head. So, Serge or Jimmy, go ahead, or Chuck, or whatever, whoever wants to go and offer some thoughts. I do want to talk about one other thing about Signify in a minute, but I got to pee. Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Show off my vinyl, but this is not the original for once. This is the reissue from
That's the reissue.
2004.
Yeah.
But it's a really nice. Again, if I didn't really collect vinyl, I'd get this just because I wanted the artwork in the proper size. You know, it's not the same on a CD.
That's true. The this Delirium Years box set included this. Whoop, there we go.
Yeah.
Which is not the album; it's just the artwork. But
I have like
blown up like that.
at one point they offered like lithograph prints, so I have that hanging in the bedroom.
Nice.
It's
like nicely framed.
And then on the in the slipcase, they don't have the name on the title on the artwork here either, like you do on the CD.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, and then I do have the original Waiting single.
Oh, look at you! Of course you do.
Which for some reason is a full size record for I don't know why.
What's the B side on that?
So it was Waiting 1 and 2, and then on the other side is Color Flow in Mind and Fuse the Sky, which Color Flow in Mind I think is on the reissue vinyl because the last part like side 4. Yeah, both of those are on the side 4, and then Signify 2 is the last track. So
Did we talk about the insignificant demos that came out on just cassette?
not yet. So we'll get to that. But yeah,
Okay.
also real kind of.
Hang
this
on,
is
I'll-
where IEM makes an appearance. Special
Where is it?
fixing.
Oh yeah, special fixing.
This is the back of the Waiting single.
Oh, there it does. Special fixing IEM. Oh, look
yeah,
at
a
that.
little. That's one of his many side projects.
Right.
Um,
Now, is that the single you said?
Yeah, that's the
Where did
Waiting
you get that? Do you remember?
Man, every time you're going to ask me that, I'm going to say I don't remember.
You don't
Because I really don't. The only one I remember is Spiral Circus because it surprised me. Everything else is probably stuff I got online.
Okay, all right. I picked it up. I got you.
I had the Waiting single on CD that
Yeah.
Lou Fisher sent to me,
Oh, nice.
but I sold it too.
I don't have that one, man. I don't. Strangely, I didn't get any because I got a lot of singles, but I did not get any from that period. It started right after that I picked all that stuff. So do you have the cassette though, Serge? You don't have the cassette. do you?
No, I never bought tapes because I
think-
hate tapes.
I think John Comiskey has the cassette for some reason, but when they reissued this in 2003, they put the insignificant demos on the second disc. So you got stuff
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
Wake is Gun, which is a great tune, Halo Galo, which is a cover of a Now track, and then you've got a different version of Waiting on the full version of Waiting, Smiling Not Smiling, Wake is Gun 2. Dark Origins, which Dark Origins became Dark Matter, Sever Tomorrow, which became Sever, and then there's an acoustic version of Nine Cats. I don't know why that's on here. It's longer than the original version. Might have been something that he redid, but yeah, that artwork's badass. John Blackford, is that the guy's name?
Yeah,
So
They weren't looking.
yeah, I love. Oh, I'm sorry. What's up?
Nothing. No, my daughter was just waving hi to you, Joe.
Oh, hey there. How you doing, kiddo? So yeah, this album, it's on any given day. I wore this and Sky Moves Sideways out when I first got them. I just listened to them all incessantly, and there's so much tasty guitar work on this album. And the other thing about this album, I think I would add, is that it's pretty varied. There's not, you got the more poppier tracks like Sleep and No Dreaming and Every Home is Wired, and then you've got the Light Mass Prayers, which is kind of like an almost synthy Astralasia track. Try to say that word.
Astralasia.
Yeah, Astralasia. There we go. Dark Matter, which is kind of the prog song, I guess, if you will, on the album. Signify, which is the krautrock song. It's just such a cool album.
Yeah, it's a bunch of different things. So you can see them kind of evolve into more of a just easily identifiable style, which again I think caused frustration for PT managers over the years. It's hard to market a band that you can't quite, can't quite shove in a genre or a label or
Yeah, that's so true. And Jeff, I remember you just raving, or not raving, but just you kept repeating yourself over and over and over again about the, as the new releases were coming out, that Signify was better than a couple of albums that followed it. But so I know you were like, that was like on the number one.
Oh, big time.
There.
Big time. That,
For a long time.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love pretty much everything they put out, other than On the Sunday Life and Yellow Hedgerow. But that, for me, those Sky Moves Sideways and Signify were kind of a creative apex for Steve in terms of what he was doing writing-wise and what the band was doing. I love everything. I love most of everything that comes afterwards, and certainly when they got heavier, I was all for that. I do think I kind of lost my steam around Fear and the incident a little bit, just because I started to feel like, in a weird way, I started to feel like Steve started to feel like maybe it was getting a bit formulaic to a degree. But we should add real quick, we're not doing reviews of albums here, but this came out then in '97, which was a 3 sold-out shows in Milan, and it's basically, for the most part, it's predominantly, other than Radioactive Toy, it's pretty much Sky Moves Sideways and Signify live, and it's a killer live album. There is some stuff missing then which was then issued on the double disc, which they added all the other songs that weren't on, like Not Beautiful Anymore, Moon Touches Your Shoulder, Always Never, Waiting Both Phases. So, I like this one because I really like the artwork for the first one, but I love the second one too. It's pretty killer. So that's Coma Divine.
Yeah, and my Coma Divine was actually recorded in Rome, so I don't have a Milan one.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Rome.
Yeah.
My bad. I was thinking of.
It was definitely wrong.
No. I was thinking of fucking Metanoia, which is coming up. There's a track on there coming on. And then I don't honestly even know what the hell this is. I don't know whether it was a sampler that came out. Do you have this, Serge?
Oh, the Coma Divine 2 or whatever? Or no,
no, it's called Delirium Sampler. It's from Greece. It was a sampler that came out. Once again, a new version of Radioactive Toy. And it's also got a song. It's got Disappear on here. So this came out quite a bit later because Disappear was a track from the Lightbulb Sun session. So I don't really know much about this. It used to be really hard to find, but now you can find them everywhere. So probably bootleg. So anybody got some thoughts on Signify? Why don't we just do a quick roundtable on that?
Yeah, real quick, man. I mean, for me, this is where I really come into the band. This album. To me, this is a very transitional album. Coming from where they were, the big jams, and trying to focus on songwriting. From the Sky Moves Sideways to this, now we have quite a few actual real, focused songs.
Yeah.
And then we got the 3 or 4 big epic jams, right? But to me, this is where they really became what they would become, in my opinion. And not to mention, this is where we start to see some really heavy and dark kind of stuff coming through. The Signify, just a big, heavy.
It's their first it's when the riffy part of PT was born. I feel.
Yeah, big time.
There's a bit of that at Dislocated Day, but this is, I think, Signify was.
This is where the big riffs
the
come
precursor to the riffy stuff that was going to come later. In fact, not really quite so much of the next couple albums, but after.
And
You
that's
also-
yeah.
I think you could also see Steve's musicianship and arrangement skills were getting even more concise and honed. And
They're getting
not that
better.
he wasn't,
Yeah.
not that he wasn't on the prior two albums, but it just seemed like now suddenly he was able to craft, dare I say, pop songs, because there are a couple. Waiting is kind of a pop song. It's a beautiful, melancholic song, but it's got a pop underpinning to it. Every Home is Wired is poppy,
and it's very memorable. I mean, like this is where like I remember things very well. Now I got the reissue, the CD reissue.
Right.
I don't know why I bought the vinyl. I should have got the goddamn vinyl, but
Right.
at the time, whatever it was, I bought the CD. Now I wish that like when I'm a CD, vinyl, and tape guy, I do everything, all formats, and I wish that more companies would do shit like this, because I mean, this is a nice hardcover.
Oh, the digibooks.
It's not a shitty digipack. It's just a nice
digibooks.
Nice digibook. Yeah, it's almost like the vinyl, except it even comes with the little
hang
case
on to those.
Yeah, I mostly collect CDs, but I have kind of an intense hatred of jewel cases. I trash all of mine because I just keep my CDs in sleeves if they come in that. But
hang on to that digipack, because you're not the digibook. It's a digibook.
Well, my only problem with like digipacks is like a lot of my digipacks get all messed up.
They get trashed. Yeah.
This is not going to get dinged up. This is a nice hardcover.
But hang on to that, because those are hard to find. Those are not easy to find
now. But also, the artwork. This is definitely, like I was saying, the last one's my favorite. This is my second favorite for sure. Artwork. Again, Chris Maitland shines on this record. Really, really great drumming. And like I said, I mean, like, this is the last record where we've got those big epic jams, and we've got and then there's more focused songs. I think the only song I've ever heard on here played live was Sever. I've seen Dark Matter on the DVDs I've got, but I don't think they played that when I saw them play it live. But Intermediate Jesus, that's one of the best epic jams they've ever done, in my opinion. Waiting. I mean, this is a beautiful song. It goes into part 2, which is like another epic jam with the bongos and stuff, with just a lot of instrumentation. So to me, like, this is a very transitional record. What's to come. And you can tell with the great songs on here, they're gonna really, really focus on the big memorability of songs. So. I mean, for me, as a Porcupine Tree fan, I love all their stuff, but this is where I come in really hard. And listening to this album, the last couple of days, goddamn, so good. I mean, so goddamn good.
Yeah, it's super good album. Super good album. And also, we should add that this is the first time they come to the U.S. to play live. And Serge already talked about that at the beginning of the show. He got to see one of those 2 showcase shows that they brought him. CNS brought him over for. Where was the other one? Did you say, Serge? Did we look?
I didn't look. I'm pretty sure it was in Boston.
Okay, I think you're right. I think it was too. Chuck, what's your thoughts on Signify? I'm guessing it's pretty high in your book too.
After giving it a few re-listens here in the last year, and prior to this session tonight, excuse me, I've changed my mind on it. It wasn't one that I preferred.
Wow.
But listening to it all the way through, I kind of missed the boat on it, I think. Especially the later half of the album. There are some just great stuff on there. And, the last 3 songs of the album is just I love those 3 songs and how they just flow together. And they do it in a couple other albums as well, for me at least. So yeah, I knew Signified. They played Signified live, and so I was familiar with that. And I'm glad that I, took the time to get reacquainted with it, because it is definitely a great album, and it's up there now. It's up there definitely on my list.
Yeah, I think, Jimmy, your point about it being a transitional album to a large extent is true, because you could see the blueprint for what was about to come. they were going to start to kind of minimize the jam part of things and maybe embrace a little heavier guitar orientation, getting away from a little bit from the space rock sort of thing, to more tailored songs that Steven was trying to bring that singer-songwriter vibe into his whole trip.
I think just more structure and construction.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, good. So we did that. We talked about Coma Divine. They're real quick, and we don't have to go into it deep because, frankly, I listened to this one and I hadn't really done. Did this come out? When did this come out, Dan?
96.
Well, this came out in 2001, so technically speaking, it came out after the next two albums. But this is Metanoia. And originally, I think it came out on 10-inch records, which I hadn't sold like a nitwit. And this is just improv. Yeah, of course you have it, Serge. God damn, you were smart. You kept all your vinyl. I was a nitwit and sold it all. Although my buddy Doug has most of it. He told me
Hold on. Let's see if you can tell me who signed this.
Colin.
Okay.
Chris Squire.
I know Colin's signature. Yeah, because I have all of his signatures, so I noticed. Colin has that big giant C like that. Like Steve has a big circular S at the beginning. But anyways, this is Metanoia, and it's a 3 or 4, I guess, 4 or 5. Now that I think of it, improvs were done during the, and they're all instrumental. They were done during the Signify recording sessions. And interestingly, I didn't know about this, but you see how it says over an hour of improvised music from 1995 to 1966 Signify sessions.
I don't remember the sticker.
Yeah, look at the sticker.
That's funny.
It's a misprint on the. It's supposed to say 96. So if you find one that has this sticker on it, it's worth like $15 more than one without it.
Oh, that's fun.
Which is funny. But I
That's
want to show you something that I did not even realize. I opened this up today, and I pulled the liner tray out, and look what's in it.
A blank piece of paper.
Oh shit! Look at that.
Hi, Jeff. Enjoy, Steven. So Steven sent this to me. I don't know why. I don't know what the deal was there, but he sent this to me because this was a card inside. It's a Base Communion stock card, like the first Base Communion album.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I
that's
guess
awesome.
for we'd only known each other maybe about a year and a half or so at that point, and it was before the whole in absentia madness
before the
started.
street
I got
team.
involved
Yeah.
in the street team. Yeah, so he sent this to me because we were kind of email buddies and we were talking back and forth about music. He's like, "Hey, I think you'd like this EP we're putting out. I'll send you a copy." That's pretty cool.
That's really cool. And the 66 is cool. The little.
Yeah, the
Mine doesn't have that.
Yeah. Do you have it?
Mine's got it. No, I have the 96. It's
You have the fixed
the
one.
correct
Did you
way.
see
Yeah.
that, Jim?
So
Nice.
Did you see that, Jimmy? What we were talking about with Metanoia
Yeah.
and the misprint on the sticker and how it's worth like $10 or $15 more.
Let's see. Yeah, it's probably gone for $200 easy.
No, it's not that much. Not that much. It just says if you have that sticker. I saw somewhere on eBay or somewhere some dude's like, "Yeah, I'll give you like $20 more because it's got that misprint on the sticker." So, did you see? I got a personal note from Steve on that.
Yeah, So
Yeah,
that
pretty cool.
right
Do
there.
you have that one? I imagine you probably don't have that one.
I don't have a physical copy. I actually listened to the whole thing.
Did you?
Yes. Yeah,
Pretty cool. Now that's the last of the jams.
it's a big jams. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because that's just them just kind of moon looping out. They're basically doing another moon loop is basically what they're doing there.
yeah. For
Big
So,
jam. Yeah. Mhm.
all right, shall we move on to the pop era of Porcupine Tree? Next up, we've got Stupid Dream, right? Nice, very nice. And that came out in 1999 of 9. And I didn't write down the months they came out. I wasn't that interested in getting that deep into it. But so 1999, that comes out, and here's my copy that I bought at the show, and you can see
I got the original artwork. Yeah.
there's Steven's signature. There's Chris's right there.
Oh yeah.
And there's Barbieri's right there, and then Colin's the small one on the leg. But see, Serge, how I knew it was Colin?
Because the signature is consistent.
Okay,
And as you can see, I do not take care of my jewel cases. I'm a bastard to all of them because I don't really care. But this one was, now this we should mention, they finally had jumped out of the Delirium stable and had been signed to what would be called a major in the UK, which was Snapper. Right? K-Scope. Snapper.
yeah.
And what this allowed them to do was get international distribution, so they could get stuff over to the States much easier and more, varied countries. And that you can see on the label here, K-Scope. And I'll tell you, this was the second album I heard by them because I had Signify first, and then I got this, and I was like, whoa, they kind of did a little bit of a change here. They kind of went almost kind of poppy, kind of. Certainly
sure,
with like
not kind of, for sure.
Yeah.
Like this
certainly
is
with
the poppiest album they put out.
Certainly with Piano Lessons, Pure Narcotic.
Yeah.
This is No Rehearsal, Baby Dream and Cellophane. Even Smart Kid a little bit, but I will tell you, there are some absolutely fucking amazing songs on this album. You got Even Less. You got Even Less is a burner.
Mm-hmm.
You got Slave Called Shiver, which is a ripper. You've got Stranger by the Minute. It's a gorgeous tune. And Baby Dream and Cellophane is just pure ear candy. And Smart Kid is really, really cool. And then you got the amazing Stop Swimming. I fucking love that song.
Yeah.
Basically about suicide, more or less.
Which, again, follows in that tradition of like melancholy songs at the end of an album.
Exactly, to end the album. And
Good point.
I love this album. I still love it. I still listen to it pretty regularly. You could see that Steve had changed his writing process quite a bit. Had gone more for the some of the songs. He didn't have the 8 and 10 minute songs as much. He had 3:27, 3:15, 4:21. And a lot of great tunes on here. Of course, this is the first year I see them live. First year you see them live, Chuck, and the second time you see them, Serge. And we've already kind of run down that, but Serge and I started our friendship, or torture for him, as I call it. We started our friendship by meeting in line at the Phantasmagoria down outside of DC, and the reason we even spoke to it. Now, I knew about his website. I knew about the Porcupine Tree North American PT fans website. However, I didn't know Serge. I didn't know who. Although, did we exchange some? We knew each other from PT Trans at that point, I think, right?
I don't know if we did.
Or did we?
Because I definitely didn't know you, like personally or anything.
Well, the weird thing is, the way that Serge and I introduced one another to each other is I was wearing a Frontline Assembly shirt at a Porcupine Tree show, and I came walking out, and him and his friend Winston were in line, and Serge was like, "Hey, man, Frontline Assembly. Like, cool, man," or whatever. And I'm like, "Oh,
it was a shirt I was not expecting to see at the show." So
right.
I was like, "Oh, good."
You know what it was? It was for the Fatalist, the single "The Fatalist." That's what I was wearing. And
fantastic single, by the way.
Yeah, and Serge and I started talking, and he invited me into line, and I think we went and got something to eat then, didn't we? Did we go across the street and got...
We went around the corner and we got something to eat, and we actually saw Steven being interviewed by somebody.
That's right. And this place that we saw them at, the Phantasmagoria, was a combo used CD record store with a combo fry bar in the corner. No joke. It had a French fry bar in the corner, and then the other corner of the stage was the stage, which frankly looked like I've seen high schools with much better stages than that. But it was super cool. I got to meet Steve. I went up to him and talked to him, and talked to Colin briefly, and talked to Chris quite a bit. And then we watched the show, and at the end of the show, Steve walked back in from outside, and he walked up to me and he handed me his email address and said, "Hey, keep in touch," because we got to talking after the show. We were sitting together watching Gong, and he was kind of talking to me about. He was schooling me on Prague, and the next thing you know, that kind of started a friendship. Because about a week later, I emailed him when I knew he was back in the UK, and we got very, very. I don't want to say tight. We were pretty good friends. I mean, as much as you can be for a fan and an artist, because it was cool. It was a cool time and that's how I got involved with the street team. And because I knew Serge at that point, that's how I got him involved when In Absentia came out, and we were Serge and I was very instrumental. I mean, Serge was kind of my right hand dude when I immersed myself in that. And we won't get too deep in that because that'll go on forever. But Chuck was involved as well, being my West Coast dude and San Francisco guy. And it was just really an interesting time to be in for us at the ground level, even though for them it was a couple albums in. They were already a couple albums in, but for me it was a ground level thing. So, Serge, what you got on Stupid Dream?
Yeah, I mean, I think stuff you mentioned already. I was a little bit surprised at the direction. I think it took me a little bit to get used to it. Not like, I guess I don't like the poppy stuff as much sometimes, but there's some great songs on there. And again, like A Smart Kid is one of my favorite songs, and
Oh yeah.
So it was I don't know. It was a fun time. Again, like I started to, they actually toured, started to meet people. And it was pretty exciting for this weird band that no one else that I knew about, was starting to actually emerge, on this side of the ocean.
Chuck, how about you?
It's also, real quick, this is also one that, now that they were on K-Scope, right?
Yeah.
So we started promoting them a little bit. Start doing these like 7 inches.
Oh, right.
Of like,
you have the vinyl?
Yeah, these are like the vinyl singles.
Okay. I had those and I sold those like an idiot.
I guess some of these are, theoretically limited edition.
Yeah, they were I think they only made 1,000 of them.
That's what it says. Never
That's what
checked.
mine says.
You have one of those too, Chuck?
Yeah, I do. My sticker is on the back, though.
It is on the back. Yeah, that's what I was showing.
This?
Yeah, this is like, the
Oh,
back.
nice.
Oh, you have number 8. Wow. That's
Wow, look at
I don't know
that.
if it makes any difference or not, but
yeah, mine are like 723, 448.
I got to the front of the line. What can I say? I don't know. But I got this. I love Stranger by the Minute. I also love Hollow Gallo. And I just love the way that Steve covers it with the monks chanting at the beginning of it.
Yeah.
That just goes into, and you hear him throughout the song. I hear him throughout the song, even though they may not be chanting, but he instilled that idea into my head, and I hear it throughout the song. It's just so cool.
Real quick, another track I should mention is Don't Hate Me, because that's, again,
Great song.
Steve was so good at writing these like kind of depressing songs. But
Yeah, I'm not as special as you.
No.
I picked this up when it came out, and it's got the reissue. It's in 5.1. You can see that.
Yeah, it's got the DVD audio.
Yeah, it does. So, which I have not listened to, but I really ought to, because DVD 5.1 it's a whole different world of listening to music. If it's done right, and Steve Wilson does it right.
Let me ask
was
you a
ahead
question.
of his time with the 5.1 stuff.
Oh, I agree 100%.
Are you aware, though, that the original issue of that had a problem with the authoring for the DVD, the 5.1?
Oh, is that right? No,
Yeah.
I was not aware.
Because there's a replacement disc for it, which I'm sure you can't get now, but hopefully you didn't. Hopefully you bought it late enough that they recalled it and fixed it. But I had to get the reissue.
I also have that version, so I wonder.
Yeah.
I'm trying to read this 2004 transmission
Well,
recordings.
it's not the year. It's not so much the year. The first batch of them that went out had incorrect authoring on the 5.1, so the 5.1 doesn't play properly in the I forget which, because there's two 5.1 mixes on here, I think, and one of them doesn't play properly. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. It says high resolution 24-bit stereo.
Yeah.
So there's a 5.1 surround, and then there's the high bit. I think it's the 24-bit stereo version that's fucked up on this. And I have the replacement disc somewhere. I don't know where. I'll be honest with you. I never listened to it in 5.1, which is stupid because I just don't have a good 5.1 system. But
Yeah, you have the you kind of have
Here
to
you
have
go.
the right setup, which I don't currently have. So
Yeah, but I didn't have it set for the longest time until I separated, and it's like, well,
might
I
as
can
well.
set everything up the way I want it set up. Nobody's going to stop me now. And yeah,
and
it's
real quick, I got a bunch of the singles, but I don't have the vinyls. I have the CD of Stranger by the Minute.
does that have Halagallo on it also?
It has Even Less Part 2, the
Okay,
additional section of. No, that was Hello Gallo was only for the vinyl.
right.
Pure Narcotic has the HMV sticker on, so I know I didn't buy it there. I bought it online probably. That has Tinto Brass Live and then Door to the River on there, which was a one-off track that Steven did that never got used. And then, of course, I've got the Piano Lessons single, which has Ambulance Chasing and Wake as Gun, and also has the video on it as well. And on the, did you say you had the Piano Lessons one, Serge?
Yeah,
That has the Ambulance Chasing on it, right?
yeah.
Or no,
Ambulance
Oceans Have No Memories.
Which one? The CD or vinyl?
Yeah, on the vinyl.
Oh, on the vinyl. Was it piano? Oceans Have No Memory was the vinyl.
Okay.
he said.
Yeah. Jimmy, what you got on Stupid Dream? Do you have that one?
Yeah, I've got another K-Scope reissue, but this is very nicely done. Just black vinyl, and as always, nice interprinted sleeves, and being going on from Signify. I mean, this is where again, where I came in, I had to go back to this, and going back to this was different for me, right? Because it's not heavy. It's very poppy in a way, But I mean, at this point, dude, like every record after this means so much to me. I mean, could be like interchangeable, because this is where Steven Wilson comes into himself in songwriting.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, brilliant songwriting. Even Less. I mean, fan favorite. We get to see. I mean, I've seen him play that. Boom, right into it. Piano Lesson.
Used to be the opener on the tour, right, Serge? I think that was the opening track they started with. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about a mix of stuff, but it's very catchy. It's very memorable. And that's going forth from here. That's what I love about Porcupine Tree. I want to remember the songs. I want to remember, and also I should note that this is where the lyrical content really starts to become a big part of the music, right? And I'm not really a lyrical guy. I don't usually pay attention to lyrics.
Me neither.
But here, I think you have to pay attention. Piano lessons. It's fun. It's great. You're narcotic. Let's see. Don't hate. I mean, I love that track. I think they kind of butchered it on the later album, but a smart kid. I saw them play that. I mean,
Great song.
I mean, we're really starting to get into dark territory here. You know, like where Wilson, we kind of like see his outlook on the world. You know, and there's the brass, there's the jam. You know, we get one jam. It was cool because you know they were coming away from the big jam kind of stuff. You know, and we get one jam there. You know. Fuck, this is so good, man. You know, I love this record, man.
You know what was cool? When just to say something about Smart Kid quick, which, you know, it's a really evocative song. It's one of Steve's melancholy, sad, you know, it's about a space guy trapped on Earth, I guess, you know, more or less.
Yeah.
And I can't remember which
It's
show.
not really space guys. It's about it's about nuclear apocalypse.
Well, yeah, okay. You can tell I haven't read the lyrics in quite a while. But am I dreaming this? I might be dreaming this. But didn't Michael Ockerfeldt sing that song once when they did the joint tour on a show that we saw, or am I dreaming that?
It's possible. I honestly don't remember.
I know he sang it in Seattle when they did.
He could have done it. I could see that totally.
What's that?
I could totally see him doing that.
Well, that's his favorite. That's his favorite PT song.
I mean, that song gives me chills.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this whole record, man. I mean, from this point on, I mean, I just.
Well, you got that the chorus in "Baby Dreamin' Cellophane" and that gorgeous slide guitar and all those multi-layered vocals, you know, and da 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 da. It's like, man, you're like, you know, just you can see where Steve listened to the Beach Boys, you can see where he listened to 10cc and all these vocal bands that had this incredible vocal prowess. And you know, that's the thing where I think really on this album in particular, is when Steve as a vocalist started to really step out and become more of a force. It wasn't that he couldn't sing before, but it didn't seem like, you know, yes, he did it a little bit on Every Home Is Wired is really like that too. And Sleepin' No Dreaming, there's a lot of multi-part vocals, but he started writing in these incredible harmonic patterns, especially vocally, that you're like, wow, man, this dude, you know. And Steve's not a great singer. Like, I would never confuse him with being like a Dio or a Glenn Hughes or, you know, a Jeff Buckley or a Chris Cornell. But the way he layers harmonies, the way he hears harmonies and translates them into music, pretty special, man. There's not a lot of people.
That's what I like about him. He's always been a naturally good vocalist. You know what I mean? Like, but he's not, you know, like one of these great like operatic guys or anything. You know, but he's always been able to like provide those layers and, you know, those things. And that's what I really dig about this record, is that it's really dynamic. You know, when you start with Even Less, you know, you get the big giant sound, dude, and all of a sudden they bring it down, man. You know, and just really, really kind of draw you in. And that's what I want out of Porcupine Tree. I want those big dynamics, you know, this big up and down kind of, you know, vibes, you know, and just, I mean, and his vocals, man. I mean, like, usually, I don't know if he's just like layering it or if he's got, you know, but his vocal prowess could not be understated, you know, starting with this record, I really think, you know.
I think it definitely grew vocally.
Sorry, guys, I lost my light source here. I'm trying to figure out what the hell happened.
Groping in the
also, real quick note on the album, it has an appearance by Theo Travis, which I recommend people checking out if you like, you know, if you like.
But who did the flutes on the prior albums on Sky Moves, and I didn't actually look into that.
No, it wasn't. He wasn't involved with PT until this one. But yeah,
so it wasn't.
You know, flute. He plays flute. He plays sax. If you check out his solo work or with Cypher, really, really cool stuff.
Oh yeah,
you know, kind of like, you know, ambient jazz, that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, the two Cypher albums are fucking awesome, man. They're so cool. If you want like background music that's like super heady and chill, and oh my god, Cypher's so good. So All right, so we done with that. We'll move on to this one. Now we're at 2000, right? Yep,
Mhm.
2000. We got Lightbulb Sun, and it's continuing much in the vein of Stupid Dream. This is the limited. I think there were only 20,000 of these, from what I understand, which sounds like a lot, but the slipcase version with the clear slipcase with the name on it. This album, this was when I was solidifying my love for this band. I love this album, man. There's so many good songs on it. Lightbulb Sun, such a great opener. How's Your Life Today? Again, that melancholy, sad, brokenhearted, you know, ballad that Steve just excels at. Then you got the one song that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb a little bit on here, but I really like it. Four Chords That Made a Million, which is kind of his take on Oasis, if I believe correctly, right, Serge?
Um,
I think it was his
Maybe.
commentary on Oasis.
maybe, or music industry in general, but
Yeah.
perhaps
you got that-
Oasis specifically. Sure.
You got the gorgeous She's Moved On, such a great track. You got the weird sort of banjo stuff going on Last Chance to Evacuate, the jam song on here. Great song, actually. The
It
Rest
is really
Will
good.
Flow. The Rest Will Flow is kind of a poppy, upbeat, almost, sappy
I feel like-
ballad, actually, to be honest.
I feel like
with you.
Restful Flow is the closest to like Stupid Dream.
Yeah, good point. Then you got
Good
the Vicious
vocals,
Hate
harmony
song.
on that Wrestle Flow too.
Yep, lots of them there. Hate Song, which is really a kick-ass song, so good live. That was a great, a regular in the live set for forever. Where We Would Be is kind of a sad, lilting, another melancholic ballad to a love that lost. And then you got Rush on Ice was kind of the prog tune,
Mhm.
which I gotta be honest, that's probably my least favorite song on the album, oddly. And then you got the very plaintive ballad "Feel So Low," which I think had something to do with some girl he was dating. Real quick, and then I'll shut up. This is the Israeli version of the album. Why I have an Israeli version, I don't know. It came out and I bought it, and it's got the regular thing, but it's in blue. And this has Buying New Soul, Pure Narcotic, and Tinto Brass as the additional, plus the video for piano lessons. So they were using a lot of, and here's the bonus disc that came with it. And then finally, then they reissued it in 2008 on their Transmission label. And this is the remaster with the 5.1. And I actually like these rounded corner.
Yeah,
CD.
I like it. Yeah.
I don't know why. Just aesthetically,
It's
they're kind
nice.
of pleasing. And so yeah, this is the DVD audio 5.1 version. And yeah, I mean this one still ranks really high. And I was super high on. I was well into my Porcupine Tree high when that album came out, and I loved it and still do. Who's next, Serge?
Yeah, I dug it. Like She's Moved On, I Hate Song are some of my favorite tracks, especially live.
Mhm.
And I actually do like Rush on Ice.
No, I don't dislike
too.
it. It's just probably my least favorite. That's all.
If I were, I would flip flop your feelings about Four Chords and Rush on Ice. It's
Yeah,
I really like
I'm
Rush
not
on
a,
Ice and not so much Four Chords.
Right.
Four Chords is probably the song I like the least.
Mhm.
on there.
There's just a
Despite
weird vibe
I
to
do
that
have
song.
the-
I like. Yeah.
the
You
two
have the vinyls too,
but the two singles they put out.
Mhm.
So,
and of course I had those and sold those too.
so this one has Novak as the B side, and this one has Orchidea. So
And I have, just
Which-
to show you real quick, I have all four singles. Do you have all four, Serge? There's the one that is, you can see there's no, that's Four Chords That Made a Million. It's got Disappear and
Okay.
In Formaldehyde. But then on than the other one. It's got different artwork, but it's 4/4 chords, and you can see it's limited to 1,000 or 2,000 copies.
Yeah, I have this one. Yeah, that same one.
And that
Okay.
has the demo version of Even Less, which is 15 minutes and 44 seconds. And then for She's Moved On, there's the standard version, which has Cure for Optimism, which didn't make the album, and Untitled. And then the limited 1 to 2,000, which has Rush on Ice demo version. So they put different tracks on the vinyl and the CDs to make you buy all of them.
Yeah, that's probably the reason I have like the vinyl and the CD.
Yeah.
I just noticed that the number I have is 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you
I
really?
like that. It's significant for some reason. The trifecta, She's Moved On, Last Chance to Evacuate, Planet Earth Before It's Recycled, and The Rest Will Flow. Those 3 songs together are just, I don't know. I can just play those 3 and be on cloud 9 for the rest of the afternoon. Love those songs. And then that little swell of, I don't know if it's banjo or harp or what, after in Last Chance, where Doe does his little spiel, the first one, and then they do this whole thing. It feels like you're unveiling your feathers to your wingtips or something like that.
That's a great tune, man. That's a great jam.
But again, the subject's about that the Heaven's Gate group that committed suicide to travel to the alien ship following the comet Hale-Bopp back in 1997. So
Major Applewhite, I think, was the guy's name, wasn't it?
Yeah, I just looked it up today, and I wasn't quite sure on the comment. I thought it was Hale-Bopp, and I was correct on that. But forgotten the group's name. But I'll never forget seeing just the video images of all those Nike-clad people laying with a shroud over their face that committed suicide. 39 people, I think it was.
Was it? Okay, I didn't know it was that
37
many.
or 39 people. That
Creepy.
Yeah,
that
absolutely creepy.
That begins a long strain of Steven writing music based on some dark episodes in real life.
Mm-hmm. But it's what you pointed out, Serge, about the last track of these albums. That is that, here it is again. I feel so low. And that's a pattern I didn't even notice. So I'm seeing it being repeated here. So that's a good call on that, Serge.
Yeah, Feel So Low was, I hate to say, I was going through my divorce right around this time, starting to, shit was going on that, things were coming to an end. And I remember listening to that song a few times and probably shedding a tear or two thinking, it hit close to home, And Steve was, Steve's not I wouldn't exactly call Steve the mega ballad guy, the Heartbreak Kid or anything like that. But man, when he tapped into something good, it was pretty heavy. He could really hit some heavy buttons. How about you, Jimmy? You're I imagine you like this album quite a bit then.
Yeah, there are so many songs that Steven has he's written that brings me to tears. For me, this record is kind of a continuation of Stupid Dream, and I've got the repress here, it's like the clear vinyl.
Let's see it.
That's nice.
It's great, But yeah, dude. I mean, it's just almost so personal to me. It's kind of hard to talk about in a way. These songs. I mean, we're at a point now where he's just fucking tugging at my heartstrings, and
that's cool, man.
So, She's Moved On. That was probably one of the first songs I ever heard by the band. The Rest Will Flow. I went and looked up on YouTube. They've never played that song live. And
which one?
Such a beautiful song. The Rest Will Flow.
Rest Will Flow? No, they never have. No.
And I think I read that he was going to make that a single, and they never play that one. And
well, I think the reason was because that had some pretty major string arrangements in it, and I think
it was heavy strings.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to. I think he didn't want to use too much backing tape to where it was so obvious. You know what I mean?
Plus
But, you know,
the harmony part on that too. It sounds like it's more than just two part.
Yeah, the vocals are pretty layered there.
Yeah.
This record, you know, like going
Well,
back,
first-
you know, when I came in, it just, man, you know, I loved it when I first heard it, but it was kind of different for me being a metal guy, you know. So,
Yeah, right.
I mean, this is a harsh one for me, guys, and like it's so like personal.
Yeah.
This one, I mean, feels so low. I mean,
Yep.
Rush on Ice. I mean, that one, like, I like how that has like a sort of like, it's kind of like a doom song almost.
Yeah.
It
It
sure is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
comes into this, you know,
When it gets when the heavy part kicks in, you're right, man. It's very doomy,
Yeah.
actually.
and last chance to evacuate planet Earth before it is recycled. I mean, everything that's going on in that song and the spoken word and the lyrics. I mean, I just feel right there with him, you know.
Yeah.
And this is a very personal record for me, and it's kind of hard to talk about almost, you know.
Dude, I feel you, man, because I have some very similar reactions to some of those songs, just looking at the titles and remembering the melodies in my head and going, wow, like where we would be. You know, there's that part, you would just paint your songs and well, how's it go? You would just da 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 da, and you're like, where we would be, and it's like heavy, man. There's some real heavy shit in there.
That's what I like, because it really shows you where they're going to go, you know. Because I mean, like, Hate Song is a fucking pissed off. I mean, it's a dark song, man. I mean,
Dark as fuck.
there's a lot of dark shit, but a lot of light stuff on here, you know. And like where I felt, you know, Stupid Dream was a really kind of light record, you know. Like
It was, yeah.
which I loved, and I thought that I always still thought this was part two with that. You know, that these should have been like a 2-part record. This one really kind of hints on where the darkness is going to go. You know, and that's important. You know, because that's something. You know, and his lyrical content is where this comes to fruition. You know?
Yeah, I never pried, as close as Steve and I were at times talking and everything. I never felt comfortable prying and going, hey, dude, who's this album about? Because it's clearly about somebody. It's clearly about someone in his life that meant something to him and that didn't work out. And who knows, maybe, I believe this is around the time that he met, what's her name, Serge? His wife now? Terumi or no?
I don't remember her name.
Oh, shit, I can't remember her damn name. His wife now. I wonder sometimes if this was about her when they kind of had a period where he was chasing rock stardom and decided, you know what, I gotta lose you. I gotta keep going. And because it sounds like there's so much melancholy in some of the songs and some of the lyrics that he was really struggling with. Do I want to keep doing this or do I want to stay here because this person means that much to me? So heavy album. And you even like look at a song like the lyrical content of Lightbulb Sun, you know, talking about being sick in bed and, you know, my head is feeling like fever. And I mean, it's very evocative lyrics. And I would never say that Steven's the greatest lyricist in the world, but he nails a couple of songs on this album pretty damn good. You know, Stop Swimming on the last album, super fucking heavy. When Steve clocks in on it, he does a hell of a job.
Well, and this is where he really hones in on that, I think, you know, and where his lyrical content really starts to get good, you know. But, you know, a song like The Rest Will Flow, what a beautiful song. I mean, just perfect. 3 minutes. I wish it was like a little bit longer, you know, but that song has so much nostalgia for me, you know, like I just remember hearing it. And oftentimes, like I might just be like out in a bright area, like in the forest or something, to listen to that song, and it just fucking hits.
I played that song when I was on my annual camping trip down in Big Sur, and this woman who had never heard this band before, this music before, so I played those 3 songs. Finishing with Um, the rest will flow. And her comment was so perfect. It's just like, I must get this song. It just, she heard it for the first time and she was struck by it. And so I obliged and told her where to find it, who it was by, and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's. And I was just reading the lyrics here of where we would be, and the last line in that is, it's funny how we don't grow up to how's it go? Strange how you never become the person you see when you're young.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
God, that resonates.
That's a fucking heavy line right there, man. So for all of us, because we're all getting
where we are now, right?
Chuck and I are getting real fucking old, and facing what I'm facing, that's a super fucking heavy line for me.
Mm-hmm.
But gorgeous album. There's so many good melodies on it, and it's clear to see why that album and the Stupid Dream led to a recording contract with Lava, because that's the next big step was. Because I think the album came out like late in the fall, right? It was like November or something like that.
Of 2001 or 2000?
No, 2000. You look that up a minute, Serge.
September 2000. What you talking about? In Abstention?
Yeah, no. Light Bulb Sun.
Light Bulb Sun came out in 2000.
May 2000.
Oh, it was May of 2000. Okay. So it was May of 2000, and then they came over in June of 2001 and headlined the Nearfest thing, and you could just feel the momentum building. Like, I could feel it building, and because I knew Steve and talked to him semi-regularly, not like every week or every month or anything, but, I talked to him 4 or 5 times a year. We were going back and forth about music. In fact, it might have even been more than that, because he'd always recommend these bands for me, and he's like, hey, just to let you know, there's some big news popping soon. Something to that effect. He wouldn't tell me exactly what it was, but I put it together because I had started to, at that point in time, I'd started to run more or less be involved with their street team, and I kind of figured something was going down with regards to the U.S. because their whole thing was, we got to break the U.S. to be giant. And they kind of started to do that with Stupid Dream, and then moving into Light Bulb Sun, it got a little bit more, and then boom, the news drops. They've been signed to Lava Records. They'll be putting out an album. When did you say In Absentia came out? September, right, of 2002.
Yeah. Yep.
What ended up happening there was, so they knew at least a year and a half in advance, because when they came over and did the show at Nearfest, they also did, I believe, 2 other gigs. I think didn't they play Irving Plaza, and then they played Philly for sure. And I'm thinking they played Irving Plaza, and they also went up to the Middle East and played a gig. Yeah, in Boston. I'm 99% sure they did that. And you could just feel there was some kind of momentum building. And then before In Absentia drops in 2002, there's a pre-tour. They came over, did 5 dates. I believe they did Boston, New York, Philly, and then they went out west, I believe, right? They did, and they may have done Chicago in there or something like that. I didn't commit all that to memory. But so next up then we've got, I guess we should talk about this too real quick. Because this came out in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
I muted myself, which I'm sure. Come on now.
We don't mind if you mute yourself. We can get a word in edgewise. Oh, now he's done it. Serge, you muted yourself. Serge, you muted yourself.
Sorry,
That's right.
that wasn't me. I think Jeff muted me. But yeah, well, I guess
Okay, sorry.
you're back. Okay.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. I wanted to do solo layout, and I kicked myself out. So this was, I remember I got this at Nearfest. I picked a copy of this up there, and this was only 20,000 copies. At least it was. I think they reissued it later again, like, the usual thing with Wilson and the Porcupine Tree people that this is limited strictly, and then it comes out in like 18 different versions later. But
Right.
I'll tell you what, I fucking love this album, and it's basically new recordings from Lightbulb Sun, recent rare UK single tracks, and the extended version of Even Less, which had only been on that single. So this has Buying New Soul, which was a song. I don't know why that was left off Lightbulb Sun.
Yeah, Buying New Soul is a great track.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Pure for Optimism, which
Pure for
apparently all
Optimism.
3 other guys voted against because it was only Steven, but I love that song. So haunting. Access Denied, which is probably the most un-Porcupine Tree sounding, or maybe it's more Porcupine. Maybe it's like early Porcupine Tree. Untitled, Disappear, Ambulance Chasing, and then In Formaldehyde, and the 13-minute version of Even Less, and Oceans Have No Memories. I love this album. It's so good. So many good tracks on it. Lots of good jam tracks on it, and lots of B-sides that you didn't get on the actual albums that ended up, if you didn't get the singles, if you didn't get the CD singles or the vinyl singles like Serge and I have, you didn't get those tracks. Like In Formaldehyde's a great tune. Disappear, great song.
PTs in general is a band where like all these B-sides are like amazing by themselves.
They're like as good, if not better, than some of the actual tracks on the albums sometimes, You have that one, Chuck? Did you get that one, Ed?
I do. It's not the limited edition like yours, but
okay.
So, but it's got all the tracks on it, and it's
Right.
K-Scope. So this was from the Lightbulb Sun and Stupid Dream stuff that was left off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of B-sides like Disappeared. You remember that song? I erase myself again.
Yeah. I gave it a spin this afternoon. So.
In Formaldehyde, Novak, although Novak's not on there.
Novak's not on there.
There's a lot of little tracks.
For some reason, I don't know.
But is it me or is Oceans Have Memory? Has that been on like every compilation that's ever come out or something? Or do I just think that? I don't.
I think you might think.
And then, of course, Buying New Soul, which you're like, why wasn't that on the album? Kind of like The Joke's on You. Why wasn't that on Up the Downstairs? Steve's just such a good writer that there are those tracks that just don't make it. And so, do you have that one, Jimmy? Do you have recording?
I don't. I always liked that about when I saw them live. They would play all the B-side tracks. Like half the set was the B-sides.
Yeah, he would do that. I mean, there were a lot that I didn't get to see that I wish I could have seen, like Disappear. Fucking love that song. Why that didn't make it to the album, I have no idea. But there's a lot of those tracks. So you have the limited edition, Serge, I'm assuming.
I don't think so. I think it's just
really?
the regular one.
Finally, I have one you don't have. Finally,
you have some stuff I don't have.
1 out of 20.
I know. He's fucking smoking me tonight with the fucking vinyl, man. All the super rare shit.
Don't worry, that's all run out. So.
All right.
Blown away. Jeez.
So next up, we got this puppy, which I'm sure this is where a lot of America and a lot of the world came onto the scene with Porcupine Tree. This is where, they're on a major label. They're on the Lava imprint, which is Atlantic Records, Jason Flom. This is big time, man. They got a shit ton of money to do this album. I think about $500,000, if I'm not correct. It may have even been more. They got tour support. This is actually an advanced promo copy that I got sent to me by the guys. And then, of course, there's this version, which has the bonus CD with the extra tracks. And again, 2 songs that you're like, why aren't these on the albums? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why is Drown With Me not on this album proper? And why is Chloroform not on this album proper? 2 fucking killer songs. Especially
Futile too on there. Right?
What's that?
Isn't Futile on that too?
Futile is on the 5.1 version, which I'm going to show right now.
Oh, okay. That's what I was looking at.
Futile's on the very first. This was their very first 5.1 version. Before all the other ones have been reissued to have 5.1, but this was Steve's foray into surround sound, of which he's become probably one of the leading industry mixers in the world, if not the leading mixer of, particularly of prog. But this has Drown With Me, Chloroform, and Futile, whereas the other one had a live version of Strip the Soul. And this is actually worth quite a few bucks. You don't find these probably about $100 on this puppy.
Really?
Yeah, you know,
That's good
real
to know.
quick. Blackest Eyes, awesome. Trains, mega awesome. Lips of Ashes, fucking incredible. Sound of Music, I like. I don't love it. Gravity Eyelids, come on, man. I mean, are you kidding me? Wedding Nails, not my favorite song there. Prodigal, Pure Floyd. Creator has a master tape, probably one of the heaviest songs they ever did.
Yeah.
Definitely. Steve was showing his 9 Inch Nails Trent Reznor love at that point.
Mhm.
Heart Attack and a Lay-By. Good Lord, seriously, the part in there where the multi-part harmonies where he's layering them on, they're just fucking crazy. Strip the Soul is probably my least favorite song on there, even though it's one of the heaviest. I like it, but I don't love it. And then the last song, Collapse the Light into the Earth. Let's close an album with a super bummer, man, but it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. That song is so goddamn beautiful. I can tell you, I'm not going to lie, I have cried listening to that song. I have cried pretty copiously, and I'm not a cry guy very much. So, Serge, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, this was, first album to kind of exhibit their foray into heavier stuff, I think, and that was cool.
And
if it
where
goes
did that
cool-
kind of come from, Serge?
What was that?
And where did this heavier influences come from?
Well, Michael from
Right.
because this is the same time period where they basically cross-pollinated, got together. He helped them, produce Blackwater Park and came out to this. But yeah, I mean, I actually do love Strip the Soul. Sorry.
That's all right.
But my favorite track and like the one that kills me is Heart Attack and a Lay-By, because it's just so like fucking, and he wrote it about a real incident. I guess their bus driver had a heart attack, and
That's right.
and that I read about in the book. I didn't know about that before, so it's pretty. I don't know. that song.
Well, the multi-part harmonies where he's going, she's so that she's with me.
It's such a build-up, and it like
holy fuck.
And it's heavy without being heavy.
Exactly. Not a heavy guitar in it, and yet it's so goddamn beautiful. And you wonder, like, when I heard songs like that, Baby Dream and Cellophane, and some of the stuff on Lightbulb Sun, with the multi-part harmonies, the dude was just going to another level. But man, Heart Attack and a Lay-By, the multi-part harmonies in that are probably only outdone by Mellotron Scratch or maybe Glass Arm Shattering, but they're so fucking right here, man. It just gets you right here, and you're like, how the fuck can this be this beautiful? And just unbelievable song.
And what was it? Trains, I mean, which kind of became like a crowd favorite because it was like a crowd participation song with the clapping.
Yeah.
But also, this came out in 2002, and again, they did kind of like a preview tour, and this is after. I mean, again, you hear lyrics and you just, you extrapolate to whatever you're feeling at the time. So like that, 60-ton angel falls to the earth. This is after like 9/11, so obviously not 60 tons, but whatever. I mean, there's some parallels people drew.
Well, if you remember, we went to see them at the Bowery Ballroom a couple months after they came over to do that. They did. I forget why they came over, but we went to see them at the Bowery, and I was carrying a video bag, which I still have the video from that, and I couldn't believe that they didn't search me and like take my video bag. I didn't even think about when we were going over there. I'm like, oh shit, they're not going to let me in here, man, because this was very, very shortly, several months after 9/11, and it was like, yeah, I mean, just super fucking heavy, man. you know, especially for you because you lived up there. You know, for me, it was. I remember being in contact that day with you a lot because I knew you were up that way, and it was like freaking me out. And,
Well, my parents worked there, so
and your parents worked there, exactly, and it was just heavy, man. But I mean, yeah, that if Steve wasn't writing about that in trains, I'm not sure what he was writing about because, you know, but that there you go, trains. What a melancholic but beautiful song, and all those lyrics are super evocative of being a child and childlike innocence, and you know, great stuff. So, Tuck, what you got, man?
Well, this is the first album with Gavin Harrison, isn't it?
Oh, very good. Yes, thank you.
And so see ya, Chris. And if you recall on PT Trans, do you remember that I don't know if it was a news org or what called Glitzy Cape that announced that Chris Maitland was being replaced by Gavin Harrison?
Yep.
And it was like, well, who's Glitzy Cape, and what do they know about this? But they were absolutely right. And
they were right. And I asked Steve about it, and he's like, can't talk about it. And I asked Andy Leff about it, their U.S. manager, who I got very close to. I'm like, dude, just what happened? He's like, bad deal, man, just a bad deal. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I couldn't understand it because Chris seemed like Mr. Jovial, funny, happy-go-lucky. Now, here's the story I heard, more or less from the horse's mouth. Steven and Chris got into a bit of a conflict, and Chris got physically threatening. Like, he physically threatened Steve. And that they all felt at that point in time that was not acceptable. You couldn't go, threatening to harm. You couldn't threaten to harm one of your band members. Not cool. I asked Chris about it in an email, and he's like, what did Steve tell you? And I'm like, well, Steve wouldn't tell me anything. And he's like, well, suffice it to say I was an asshole and I shouldn't have done that. And let's just say that I can't really talk about it because I signed a non-disclosure, but I was out of line, and I guess I got what I deserved. The guys all decided that I had to go. And then they brought in Gavin Harrison. Not a bad fill-in.
No, not a bad one at all.
And I think they sort of made up later in terms of
they did.
I think they did something together, didn't they?
Blackfield. He played live with Blackfield.
Yeah, so
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're cool now. From what I understand.
Eventually, no hard feelings. Chris, what was the band he went out to?
Well, he went on to Kino, but he also went on to do all the live drumming for like years of Mamma Mia on Broadway. So he was probably potentially making more money. Who knows?
That's another thing. He was like a Broadway kid, wasn't he?
Yeah. He'd done Broadway shows.
Like a theater kid, I should say, because he's British.
A what?
A theater
kid.
Yeah, I think he was. I think he did. But he ended up doing live drumming for Mamma Mia, the ABBA show on Broadway in London. And my guess is he was doing pretty well from that. So, yeah, it was a weird deal, though, because Gavin was very, very, very different than Chris. Very reserved, not a big fan guy. He was pleasant enough, but he was not a fan dude. He had his little niche of people that he knew in each city because he had toured and done a lot of touring. Gavin was a pros pro, is a pros pro, obviously. He didn't hang out. I'll never forget when I made the Porcupine Tree Street Team shirts. I went to give all the guys in the band one, and they were all cool with it. And it was a cool looking shirt. I should dig it out. I'll maybe dig that out in a minute here. But me and Lassa made that shirt, and I got, I gave all the guys in the band one. And Steve's like, "Oh, cool, yeah, thanks." And Richard's like, "Oh, cool, thanks." And Gavin's like, "No, thanks. I don't wear black T-shirts." And I'm like, and they even looked at him like, "Dude, don't be a dick. Like, don't." And I was like, I felt like I was about that tall. I was like, "Okay, sorry, Gavin.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. I didn't realize you were way too cool for the street team shirt." I
look,
I didn't know that.
I'm not really much of a fan.
None of that stupid shit for me, man.
Like I was fortunate that I got to meet the band and interact with him over the years.
Oh yeah.
And I had good interactions of, well, all the 4 original guys. Never had a good one of Gavin. Never really had one at all. He was just,
I know.
I don't hang out with the fans. Like I have some people I'm gonna chill with that are, I guess, his people, and
Yeah, he just was not. It's not that he wasn't a nice enough guy. He was nice.
he might be nice,
guy.
but just not.
He just had no desire to hang out with the PT nerds.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget when we went out to San Francisco. I don't think it was on the trip you were on, Serge. I think it was on the other one. We went to Mel's Diner, and Gavin stopped by on his way to go meet with. He was having dinner with Neil Peart before the show, like an early dinner, because Neil was living out in Santa Monica at that time. We were all hanging out. Me, Steve, John, Wesley, even Steve was there. I couldn't believe it. Richard, we're all hanging out at Mel's, and we were joking around because they were asking who was the biggest prog dork in our group, right? And J Monkey being the smart ass motherfucker that he is, he goes, "Ask Jeff to see his tattoo." And I have a tattoo of. Have you seen that, Chuck? You see my tattoo, right?
No, I haven't. No, you don't have one, do you?
Well, hang on.
Oh, he does.
I don't know if I can show it real easy. Hold on.
No, you don't have to do a strip show, Jeff.
No, I know, but I can't get
What people tuned in for.
shirt on. So, you guys see that?
Yeah.
So that's a Marillion tattoo.
Okay.
That's the gesture from Scriptware Gestures.
Oh, all right. Okay.
And I had like a T-shirt on, like a short T-shirt, and J Monkey goes, "Hey Steven, ask Jeff to see his prog dork tattoo." And I show him, and Steve goes, "Oh man, that's like 20,000 prog dork tickets or whatever." And Gavin had walked up right before that. And he looked at me with the biggest fucking like look of disgust and disdain. He just looked at me like, what the fuck is that on your shirt? He goes, "What is that, Jeff?" He goes, "Oh my God. Okay." And then he's like, "I'm out of here." And then he took off. It was like, but Gavin was always cool with me, but he was just the more aloof guy. He was the least party friendly, the least hangout friendly.
Least social with like random fans.
Yeah, big time. The other guys were all fun. Colin was always jovial and fun. Richard was a lot of fun, especially if you got a couple glasses of wine in him. And Steve was even pretty fun too when he would, depending on the scenario, But so Jimmy, what you got on In Absentia? I guess that's huge for you because that's your gateway album, right?
Yeah.
Gateway into the band.
This is the first thing I ever bought, the CD, and it's scratched to hell. So I upgraded probably about 6 years ago or something like that. Got the, what is this? This isn't the newest reissue. It's like the reissue before the reissue or something.
Yeah, right. I had the original. I sold the original for $200.
This record, I cannot understate how much influence, this has on me, and how much it means to me. This album, I could, it's so nostalgia. I remember exactly where I was.
Really?
Working at a television station in New Orleans and leaving after the nightly broadcast on Sunday nights and putting on that record, driving home. Like I said, I cannot understate how much this album means to me. Being that I came in on this one, I didn't really have anything to compare it to,
right?
Right. But and it's funny how they sort of had the metal influence or whatever. I would never ever describe Porcupine Tree as being a metal band, but
no.
Black as Eyes, it was like, boom, yeah, great. Trains, so it was like, cool, yeah. Anytime when I have people like that I hang out with that don't like metal or don't like really any music, I'll put Trains on. Boom. How can you not like Trains? I mean,
right.
If you're a human being,
Right.
How can you not like trains? I mean,
Yeah,
like
the melodies are so good.
if you can't like trains, you're not a human being, as far as I'm concerned. I mean, so that's a good one to put on, like for family and stuff like that. And they don't even really get it, but which is Vashes. Wow. Then I'm starting to get to like, whoa, this is so cool. Oh wow. I mean, I'm just like transfixed. The sound of music, the lyrics. I mean, it means so much. It's so true. It's so true. I mean, he nailed it right there.
Yep, all the prepackaged crap that comes out.
I mean, everything that he says in that song is like, boom,
on point. Yep.
Gravity Islands.
Love that song.
God, I mean, then we start to get to some more stuff. Wedding Nails is cool. Prodigal, great. The creator is Master Tape, Clariform. Hard Second to Lay By. Favorite track.
Yep.
Hands down.
Yep.
I mean, and I was so glad to see that they played that the first time I saw them play live. For the Devin tour, they played that. And I don't know what it is about that song. I mean, but if you're not human and that doesn't touch you or hit you in some certain way, I just don't believe you're human. I mean, that's...
Yeah, it's a super, super deep emotional track that it's the lyrics are intense. The melodies are so melancholic and beautiful. And, when him and Wes would do that, Wes had that real high end to his voice. And I was pretty blown away by how they would bring Heart Attack and Lay By to the live stage, because I didn't think it could be done with those multi-part harmonies.
And that was great. I love John Wesley. I mean, he brought it big time. And I always thought, when I saw them live, I thought he was like one of the main guys, and he wasn't.
Nope.
And then we get to Collapse Delay and To Earth, which to this day.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Wow. Cool.
For thanking for the street team, mentioning John Leslie there, Jimmy.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that dude. I mean, he. But yeah.
There's no question. Wes was the uber fan guy. He was the band's mascot, and he became very close with all of us. I mean, we'd go out to dinner, and he was just. Wes is just a super fucking dude. We've seen him many times since then when he's been outside of Porcupine Tree, when he did a few solo shows. Just a sweetheart of a guy,
What was great is I had a friend that I went and saw the shows with, and we'd look at each other and be like, John fucking Wesley. Fuck yeah. I mean, because he fucking ruled, dude, And so we get to the end is Collapse to Light into Earth. Which to me is that's a song for the masses that every single person, human being should hear. Because it's important to hear that song, and the lyrics, everything about it, and it's very simple, piano and fucking Steven Wilson.
Now, are you familiar with? Now, I didn't get it. I don't know if you did, Serge. I didn't get it yet, and probably won't because of my situation. But did you get the book version with the 3 discs and the?
No, I didn't.
The one that came out.
It was like $150. I think.
Yeah, I didn't get it when it came out, and I wished I would have, but I was, my medical situation. That was 20. That came out in 20, right? Or was it 21?
I don't remember.
20. February of 20.
Last year, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of songs on there that didn't go on the main album, and one of them is this track that I think it was just him primarily, called Cut Ribbon. Have you ever heard that song? Jimmy?
Mm-mm.
Dude, when we get off here, before you go to bed, pull up Cut Ribbon. It's gonna blow you.
I thought I heard all the B-sides on that album. Because there's Drown With Me. There's
Futile.
There was more.
There was more. There was a song called Meantime that didn't make it. There's 4 or 5 other ones. One called Imogen Slaughter. But you got to listen to Cut Ribbon, because Cut Ribbon actually is where he took the line "Collapse the Light into the Earth," because on the chorus it's a fucking super heavy track. It's without question probably the heaviest. I think it might be the heaviest track that Steve's ever done. and it's not death metal heavy. It's just heavy
Right.
riffs. The riffs are fucking incredible on
It's
that
cool,
song.
'cause, I mean, he never ever like tried to profess that we're going to like be metal. They just
No.
had some little elements, you know. But the most important thing to me about this album is the debut of Mr. Gavin Harrison, one of the greatest drummers in the world. in my
Amazing.
opinion, you know, I mean, like, and this is, I mean, I
Stunning.
love Chris Maitland's stuff, dude. I love his shit, you know, but Harrison took it to another level.
Yeah, well, Gavin's on a different level than most drummers. I mean, he's on a different technical level than most, and that's why he's playing with King Crimson. You don't get into King Crimson unless you're good.
That's like
He's the most dynamic drummer I've ever seen. I mean, just
He's powerful too, man. He's powerful. He plays with finesse. He plays with power. He plays with measured. He's just incredible. He's a fucking machine, man.
he
Machine.
feels like he's one of those drummers that feels like can play anything.
Yeah, I saw him with Porcupine Tree. Saw a video of him performing with King Crimson and 30 other drummers or
Oh, he
whatever
did?
it was. And then I saw him before the pandemic with as the drummer for Pineapple Thief.
Oh, that's
I saw
right.
that. Yeah.
That's
he's
right.
been
He's with
around.
Pineapple Thief. I didn't see that.
Yeah, he just reminded me. It's like, I'm so glad he's here. You know, I just love him the way he is. the way
I'm
he
pretty
performs.
sure. I'm pretty sure Bruce Sword's pretty happy to have him on there. You know what I mean?
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that at all. So hopefully I'll see him again next spring. Thief is coming through town again. So hopefully I'll see Gavin again then.
Okay, we're winding up pretty soon here. I think we should be able to wrap this in about half an hour or so. So let's try to knock it out because I know, Serge, you probably want to wrap up before 1. So,
Does anybody want these samplers? Or...
what's that? Nah, I don't want to go into those. That's too much.
Well, you know,
What's that?
I was going to say I thought I had a sampler with this, and I was listening to this album on Spotify. And two things: the amount of people on Spotify that have just discovered this album 2 days ago, 2 months ago, a year ago, and are just blown away by it. It's like,
Really?
wow! It's like it's still being discovered to this day. And then I realized that it was 19 years ago today. 9/24/02 was when it was released. And I must have gotten this from being on the street team.
Yeah,
It's the entire album. So
yeah, I think Jeff
I'm
and I
sure
have
it
those
did,
too.
yeah.
I was telling Jeff that it means a lot, you know, I think doing this stream because of the anniversary, you know.
yeah, I didn't know it
crazy.
wasn't.
And I didn't plan that. That just happened. And the fact that it happened on the same day, 11 years later, that the last PT gig that I saw was the last US PT gig period. That's weird, dude. That's some weird synchronicity right there, you know?
Yeah, a couple things going on there.
But
So
yeah,
take
we're
it
going
away, Jeff.
I'm gonna roll a little clicker on these just because I might run out of battery on my phone. So I do have it plugged in, but I need the light source plugged in too. So real quick here, we're gonna get into Deadwing, which came out in 2005. This is the standard jewel case version. I have so many versions of this, it's disgusting. Here's the pre-release version that Andy Leff sent me, the promo. And then there's the DTS 5.1 version of the album, which has Revenant, Mother and Child Divided, and Half-Light on it. Another song, Half-Light, that didn't make the album.
Holy shit.
Like, how the fuck did that song not go on there?
Right.
And then here's the digibook with the DVD audio, which I don't think I've ever actually even played this, but it's got all the expanded artwork and, you know, the big booklet and all that stuff. So real quick on this, I'll give my thoughts and I'll hit you guys here. You know, Deadwing was pretty critical because we're coming off of the major international success of In Absentia. You're talking about an album that really took the music world kind of by storm. Now, did it sell a bazillion albums? No, it sold a lot, but it really elevated Porcupine Tree from kind of the top of the who's that band again? Level, to, whoa, those guys. Oh, yeah, I know them. And let's be fair about this. If it had not been, I'm pretty much a firm believer that if it had not been for the symbiosis between Michael Ockerfeldt and Opeth and Steven Wilson and Porcupine Tree, I don't know that either of those bands would have elevated quite to the level that they did. That's not saying that Opeth wasn't already becoming pretty big, because they were, but the reality of it is that those two guys working together, Steve producing, Michael influencing Steven to get heavier. And by the way, I was in the dressing room with Michael Ockerfeldt after the show in 2003, the Deliverance show, and I started talking to him about Steve. He goes, "That cunt stole my fucking riff for Blackest Eyes." He goes, "That's my riff. I wrote that song. If you talk to Steve, tell him I want my riff back." But and that's, I swear to God, that's what Mike said to me. I have other people were there that saw it. This album is killer. You got the proggy coolness of Deadwing. Shallow, we can kind of overlook that. That was Steve's attempt to write a hit single. I like it, but I don't love it. What you got there?
It's a surround sound, same one you got.
Oh, okay, the DTS one, yeah. Don't get rid of that, because that's fetching some good money these days. Lazarus is beautiful. I mean, it's a beautiful ballad like usual. Halo, I don't love that song like I kind of used to. I don't dislike it, but I like it. Arriving Somewhere, that's the big prog rock
Right.
Yeah, epic right there. And I got to tell you, man, for me, the two songs of the album, Mellotron Scratch, fucking amazing song.
Yeah.
Just amazing. The harmony vocals, the way he puts that song together is just mind-blowing. Open Car's a good heavy rocker. Started Something Beautiful is a great tune, man. Great tune. And Glass Shattering Arm. Just, you feel like when I listen to Glass Shattering Arm, Mellotron Scratch, particularly on the vocal periods, I feel like I can reach in and grab the vocals and pull them out of the music. That's how rich and amazing and stunning they are. And I love this album. Glass Arm Shattering, I'm so glad I got to see it a couple times live. Mellotron Scratch was always a highlight. Arriving was always a highlight. Deadwing was great to see that live. So, yeah, great album. And one last thing on that, I'll turn it over to you guys. I got the Japanese version here, which is the double disc. And it's weird because it's the standard, album. But to sell stuff in Japan, they have to change up kind of the marketing of it. And they used to have to give them, like, bonus tracks. But in this case, there's the Obi strip there. In this case, what they did was they did the standard album, and then they had this weird combination of songs. It's like, where the hell is it now? God damn it, I had it somewhere here before. Where'd it go? I can't. Any of you guys read Japanese?
No.
Not anymore.
Disc 2, it's Even Less, Pure Narcotic, How's Your Life Today, Buying New Soul, Rush on Ice Live, Blackest Eyes, Trains, Open Car, again, Lazarus, again, and Halo Live. That's the bonus CD on the Japanese version. So, kind of weird. I don't know why they repeated a lot of those tracks, but I'm glad I have a copy anyways, because I don't think this is too easy to find these days. It's got the Japanese conversion stuff to the lyric book and everything. So, killer. And I saw the guys on this tour so many fucking times it would take me a separate stream to go over all the versions. So, go ahead, Serge. Give us.
That was a great time. Look, if I had to rank the albums, this would be my second favorite after Pscyhe. I think it's one of the most consistent albums, and but you covered it. A lot of great stuff on here. I'll just throw in some kind of random stuff. I have the two singles, which is weird because it's Lazarus and Shallow.
Yeah, I do too.
It's weird that they have the same B-sides.
Well, I was going to ask you though: is your Lazarus? Is it a paper sleeve or a or not?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It's one of these, like a slip case.
Oh no! It was just a regular.
Yeah, I had one of those, and I don't know where mine went. I don't know if somebody ripped mine off. What's the B sides on that?
So both
So-called?
singles have my so-called friend and Half-Life,
Half-Life. Yeah.
which is strange that saying B sides. But
That is weird, actually.
the nice
You're
thing
right.
here is I completely forgot that I had this, but I was never like a person who tried to get, especially once like I knew the guys. I felt weird asking for any sort
Right.
of autographs, but I did
Those
get
are the
this.
ones I got. Those are the ones I got for everybody because, I mean, I am going to take credit for that because I said something to Andy about, hey, it'd be nice if you could do something really special for the way these guys went out and went above and beyond, the street team. And he's like, yeah, we'll do something. And they had all these spare shallow, and you have one of those too, right, Chuck?
I do.
Yeah, I think we all got every member of street team got one of these. And then because I'm so fucking special, of course, I got the personal one that says to Jeff from Steven.
Nice.
Yeah. But yeah, that was cool. I mean, he wrote a personal note in there to me about all the hard work I did. And I forgot to mention something that's this just dawned on me. Let's go back to Lightbulb Sun. There's something special about that album that Serge didn't mention. You remember what that is, Serge? You don't remember?
Well, you gotta give me a hint or something.
I'll do better than that. I'll show you right now.
Oh, when they printed the names.
Your name was in that booklet. You were the first guy. You and I think Didier actually got name checked in the thank you credits. It took them all the way to fucking the incident or the fear to thank me. I mean, I was fucking living and breathing that shit, and it took till fear I got to thank you. But no, I got to thank you, and I got to go everywhere for free and got to go to numerous gigs for nothing and got merch for free. And so I'm not bitching and complaining. But Serge got his first thank you for his website was on that album, which is so fucking cool,
Yeah, that was cool. It was not something I was expecting or anything.
Yeah.
So.
You have any favorites from Deadwing want to mention? Shout out?
Probably Arriving would be my first one, and then Start of Something Beautiful. If I had to, I don't know. I Shallow, Open Car. Like it's so hard because I love so many of these tracks. It's just such a such a consistently good album.
It is, yeah. Chuck, what you got on it?
I got the 5.1 surround version of that, and I don't think I've listened to this for, I don't know, 15, 20 years. I don't know.
Really?
It's I didn't listen to this version of it because I didn't have the system set up.
Right.
And I do now. So when I went looking to play it, this is all I have. I don't have just the regular audio CD of this or vinyl.
Okay.
So I listened to it, like I said, in this version, this format, and it just it's like I'm hearing a brand new album. This is not the way I remember it at all. But thankful that I have this copy and that I can listen to it in this format. And again, Steve is the master of 5.1. So yeah, good stuff.
The sad thing? You know what's sad, Chuck? I have all of the albums from Stupid Dream on up in 5.1, and I've never listened to one in 5.1, not one. Because I had a system, but I could not get it calibrated properly. Like, I struggle with that thing. And when I moved in when I had to move in here with my marital situation breaking, the situation that happened to me in 2005, and I moved in here and my health started slipping, I lost my entire 5.1 system in that guy taking my storage unit.
Oh no.
Yeah, think about that. About a $2,000 system I lost in there. Never got to listen to one PT album in true surround. Like I just couldn't get it set up and calibrated right. It was weird, which sucks. So I have all those. I have the actual 5.1s for like a couple of the albums were coming up here that are pretty valuable, and I've never even listened to them. Which is kind of
It's tough.
weird.
I have a weird like house setup where it's tough to put in a 5.1 system.
Yeah.
Just because the way my house is arranged and built. So, and now with a kid, it's not like I can just blast shit, So I spent most of my time with headphones as far as music goes.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could be like me, Serge, and be a cool dad and indoctrinate your kids when they're tiny. Remember my kids coming to the shows?
That's a little later. I mean, I play them some stuff,
I
but nothing crazy.
Is Chuck? Do you have a favorite tune on there, or are you still just kind of reacclimating yourself to it?
Well, Lazarus, is one of my faves, but I got to give it some more spins. But my first takeaway is like, my God, I think part of my enjoyment of Porcupine Tree after Stupid Dream was influenced by comments of people on PT Trans, especially the people that were more the old grumpy prog heads that didn't like the way the direction that band was going.
Yeah.
After Light Bulb Some, after in absentia and so on, and it's just like it kind of influenced me, and I didn't really listen as the way I should have, and with the later albums, and then I'm guilty of that with Deadwing.
Yeah,
for sure. So, and plus, I think at the time, again, I didn't have my 5.1 set up in my house. This came out in 2005.
Yep.
So my kids were 6 and 3, so they're really young, and I was really, busy with that whole thing in my life at that point. So I had a lot of I didn't have a lot of free time, put it that way, compared to what I have today. So.
Well, now the weird thing about that is though, that's the tour we met out in. We'd met already in 2001, but that's when we reconnected for the first time, and we stayed in touch. But we hadn't seen each other in 14 years almost, or 12 or 13 years, something like that.
No,
and that's
wasn't it? No, it's like 6 years. It was 2001.
6 years. 6
and
years,
then 2007, because you were out for when Fripp opened for him.
Believe it or not, I used to be an accountant once upon a time. I know you wouldn't believe that with my math acumen there, right?
Well, I think your first handle on PT Trans was your company name. So yeah, I had an idea of what you did.
It might have been. You might be right. Yeah. Actually. But yeah, we came out. Me and Serge made a trip west, and his friend at the time, and then a couple of our other friends, a female friend of mine that was just a friend. We weren't like hooked up or anything, but we went out and we went to San Francisco and LA and San Diego to watch them. And I made 2 trips out there during the Deadwing tour, one with Serge and then one with my friend John Comiskey, who unfortunately couldn't join us tonight. But we saw a lot of killer shows. I and got to hang with the band a lot. Like, it was really weird. I mean, going to Amoeba Records with Steven Wilson with several $100s in my pocket was probably a very dangerous thing to do. Because Steven and I got into this sort of like battle royale to see who could spend more money that day. I think I honestly dropped about $600 at Amoeba Records with Steve with me that day. And I'm sure he was not far off with me. But, just hanging out in the back of J Monkey's in October, hanging out in J Monkey's yard in Venice Beach.
Yeah.
Venice Beach, just having a fire and barbecuing and having the guys from the band come over and barbecue with us and stuff. I mean, those are things you just don't ever think are gonna happen. You just don't think.
Didn't Wes crash there?
Steve crashed there, and Wes slept. Yes, Wes and Becca slept overnight, but Steve fell asleep up in J Monkey's thing while we were getting food ready because he was so tired. And we were, we were young, we were healthy, we were enjoying life, and I was sober, which was good. because I wasn't always sober during the early part of the PT stuff. We won't get into that, but yeah, it was a hell of a time. So how about you, Jimmy? Deadwing, I'm assuming, is a pretty big one for you too.
It's a pretty important moment in my trajectory, in the pantheon of Porcupine Tree, So I had just moved to Colorado, 2005, right after Katrina hit. No, right before Katrina hit.
Okay.
So I'm here trying to establish a life, and they announced a show at Boulder Theater. Were you guys there?
No, I never made it to the
Theater. Theater.
Fox Theater. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wish I would have been there, but I never made it to any of the Colorado ones.
But again, I think I used this term before, but the band doubled down, I feel, on the songwriting, and very important for me as well, this whole record. I mean, every song, fucking gold. I mean, this is a 10 out of 10. I got the BTS surround sound you guys were showing. I don't even know. And then I just got this recently. This is the new repress that just came out. The clear vinyl.
Oh, nice.
Very nice. What to say, man? I mean, just another brilliant album.
Now that's your first time was seeing them. Then was that year on that tour? Okay. And
yeah.
How many was the theater pretty full for you? Because I think
it was pretty full. From what I remember, it was kind of a rough night, to be honest. Circumstances, whatever it was. But I remember being there and seeing them live and being like, the first time, I had been a fan for like 3 or 4 years, whatever it was. I was just like, holy shit, I couldn't believe how good it was. They played all the hits, But this record has a lot of great B-sides, including Half-Life, And so there's a version that they play on this.
Yeah.
Of Half-Life with John Wesley singing the falsetto.
Yeah, who was singing it? With Wesley? Yeah, with Wes. Yes.
And
yeah, it's so beautiful.
I mean, if that doesn't take you to tears, what will? I mean,
you're right. You're right about that, though. They pulled out So-Called Friend and Half-Life from the singles and played them quite a few times live. And they're both killer tracks, especially Half-Life. Oh my god!
Every time I saw them live, they played all the B-sides. It was always funny to me because, like, when I saw them play, it was like, I don't know this song, I don't know this song. He would always focus on like the shit that they didn't release, which was cool. I like that because the B-sides were as good as the A-sides.
Yeah, there's the track "Mother and Child Divided," which they did the. They did the real quick story on that real fast. They decided to on the second leg, I believe it was the second leg, or was it? It might have been the first leg. I can't remember whether it was first or second leg. They did 2 nights out in Chicago at the Park West, which is a really posh, cool nightclub. And when they had been in Philly a week or so before, maybe 10 days before, I want to say this is the first leg. They were going up to Canada, and they had all this merch, and they didn't want to pay the tax. You had to pay a tax going in and then coming back out of Canada. So their manager came up to me, and they're like, "Hey, Jeff, what are you driving?" I'm like, "A minivan." And they're like, "Well, is it like a full-size van?" Or I'm like, "Yeah, it's a pretty big van." And they're like, "Can you take all of our merch that we're not taking into Canada home with you and then bring it out to Cleveland for us?" And I'm like, "Wait, I wasn't planning to go to Cleveland." "Well, you are now." It was more or less that's how it went. So I took all their merch home. My friend Tracy, who Serge knows, and I think Chuck knows too. I think he met her. She took my kids home to my house because my kids were with me at that thing. And my van was literally loaded to the fucking bursting point with all their T-shirts and CDs and stuff. It sat in my garage for like 8 or 10 days. Then I went out to Cleveland and gave it to them. And then when I was in Cleveland, like, "Hey, are you coming to Chicago?" I'm like, man, I really shouldn't. I can't. And because what they were doing in Chicago was they were shooting the Arriving Somewhere video. Do you have that? The DVD? All right. So that DVD was done in Chicago. And I was not going to go. I was not going to go until I got home. And the day of the show, I woke up and I'm like, fuck it. I'm driving to Chicago. I drove to Chicago that night and went to the show and stayed for the 2 nights they shot the DVD. And they did Mother and Child Divided there, which I hadn't seen before. So crazy. I mean, but you're right. They did do a lot of B-sides and switch things up pretty regular, you know?
Yeah, for sure. But for me, this is one of the greatest. I don't know. From this point on, everything is great for me. I mean, there's not anything that is not as great as the last record for me. You know.
Do you like it more than In Absentia, or is In Absentia still your number one?
Yeah, it's impossible to say.
Yeah, I got you.
Mhm.
I can't pick a favorite. I mean,
got
I just say In Absentia because that's where I came in.
Right.
know.
It's a sentimental favorite, right?
Mellotron Scratch, fuck. I mean, Open Car, great. I mean, every single song on here. He's on top of his songwriting prowess here.
Yeah, he was firing. There's no question, man. I mean, it's when you think about how prolific, and I don't want to minimize the other guys because the other guys had. I'll jump in on you there. The other guys were instrumental as well, but Steve just, he just kind of on another level when it comes to songwriting. The guy just constantly cranked out really good. Yeah, is there a track here and there? I'm not a big fan of Shallow. It's okay. It's not a bad song. A lot of other people would pay to, they kill to have a song like that, which incidentally, that was in the movie. What was it, Serge? Four Brothers? With Donnie Wahlberg, or not Donnie Wahlberg, Marky Mark. Three Brothers, I think it was called. That was in the soundtrack. You can hear it in the bar scene. They're playing Shallow in the background. I didn't love that song though, but I mean, and Halo is kind of for me a little bit. I like it, but I don't love it. But the rest of that album is killer, man. I mean, there's 3 or 4 songs on there that are up there with his best, All right. Moving on, we'll hit the next to the last one here. We're almost there, guys. Fear of a Blank Planet. And in addition to Fear, should mention this also came out nil recurring because it has leftover tracks that were not on Fear. We'll talk about Fear. This is the Serge, you have one of these, right?
Yeah.
The special limited edition one, the signed copies and the box edition with the DVD audio 5.1.
Yeah. I actually apparently have 2 copies of that for some reason.
Oh, do you really? I sold one of mine for about $150. Yeah, really? I was kind of bad at doing that shit. I'm gonna admit to it, but this album has not aged as well for me as I wish it would have. I was super involved with the band during this period of time, and in fact, we got to see them play a lot of this material live well before the album came out. Remember that? Sure. They did the Glen side, and they played several dates that before the album actually was even out. I do like it. I really love Anesthetized. That's a killer song. Sentimental is very good. I like Way Out of Here. I really loved Sleep Together when it came out. I'm not as big a fan of that song now as I used to be. And I like electronic stuff. So My Ashes is nice, and I like the album, but I got to be honest with you. This one has dropped, in my opinion, as far as... And a lot of people would be like, you got to be kidding me, man. That's one of the greatest. Jimmy, you may even feel that way. I don't know. But this one just kind of didn't hold the same allure to me that In Absentia and Deadwing did. I like it. I think Steve was dividing his time amongst a bunch of different things because he had Blackfield going on. I think he was gearing up for his solo album right around then. That came very close in proximity to that. Here's the DVD audio version of it, 5.1 version, and then I have Andy Left gave me one of these before the album ever came out. That's an actual promo copy that's watermarked, so if I tried to burn it and send it to somebody, I'd be arrested and killed. But yeah, I don't know, man. This one did not stay with me like Deadwing and In Absentia did. I didn't think it was as pretty an album. There were cool sections, and again, Anesthetize is kind of a beast. But I didn't love that album. So you guys are probably gonna tell me I'm fucked in the head, but I don't know. I'll get come in on you there, Jimmy. Yeah, there. Oh yeah, there you got him. Now, is that an OG of Fear?
Yeah.
Get that when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, it came out. This one.
Is that a colored one? Is that like a blue or dark blue?
Yeah, that's the blue. I think. I just bought this like 2 years ago.
Oh, it's blue, right? Yeah, that's so cool. The artwork's cool. I like the artwork. The artwork's really killer. Oh, we didn't talk about Nil Recurring, which had Cheating the Polygraph, Normal, and What Happens Now. Actually, What Happens Now is a great tune. I like that one quite a bit.
Yeah. And then like the 5.1 version kind of had no recurring as well.
Yes.
So.
Yep. Had the bonuses on it. Yep. And then I've got real quick. I'll show you this one real fast. I don't know if you have one of these or not, Serge. You guys have this one? You have the promo?
No, I don't think
Called
so.
Blank Planet Recurring.
No.
It has radio edits. Anesthetized, Way Out of Here, Fear of a Blank Planet, then Nil Recurring, the whole EP. So this was when they had that group called the Syndicate that were involved, that got involved in all the promo. This was when the street teams started to become not as important. We became less of a factor. We were huge in the In Absentia Deadwing, but then they went.
Yeah, this was like they moved on to a different phase. We're like, okay, we need like professional people to do promos.
Right, they went and got pros, which I don't know if that really made a difference or not. I'd like to think it did.
I guess it technically was the
radio. It was the record company requesting it, not the band.
Yeah. I mean,
and that has the big, thick booklet in it. That's it's like a 40-page booklet. Of course, they were working.
It charted higher than any other album up to that point. So.
Oh, did it? Okay. Well, there you go. Then I guess we were expendable after all. Then
it might have
actually holding them back.
It might have actually sold more than any of the other albums.
I thought I heard someone say that Steve said that the Incident sold more than anyone, which shocks me.
Well, the Incident had the highest chart position. So
how was it?
I mean, it might have sold more. I just don't. I don't have sales numbers or anything.
Yeah, I don't know where to get those, to be honest with you. So I don't know. So what's your thoughts on Fear, Serge? Because you were very involved, and we talked. We did a lot of stuff for the band during that period of time.
To me, Fear is like. It's still that like I hold like In Absentia, Deadwind, and Fear is kind of like a 3-album phase. For whatever reason, I kind of hold that together, and I don't know. I like the album. I love Anesthetize. I love Way Out of Here.
Yeah.
That video they did with
the kids.
Yeah, man, that's. I don't know. It touched me. So, I don't hate any of the tracks on here. So I don't know. I do like the album.
Sentimental is Sentimental the one that goes right? That's Sentimental, right? Yeah, that's a cool tune. That's one of Steve's
cool.
heart-tugging things. And I mean, the lyrical content of this album is pretty. It's pretty deep. I mean, if you get into that sort of thing, it's talking about psychotropic drugs and everybody being fucked up and mall shootings and all the kind of things that we seem to live with every single day in our life now were starting to happen more back then 14 years ago. And I do remember very distinctly, though, when they were working on the album, initially Cheating the Polygraph was the song that was going to be on the album. Do you remember that, Serge? Talking about that to Steven?
Yeah.
They were going to put Cheating the Polygraph on where Way Out of Here, ended up, and they changed that almost at the last minute. It was kind of like the last second sort of change of pace. And I will say that I did not like cheating it because I had an advanced copy of it and heard it way in advance, like 6 months. I didn't really like. Plus, we saw it live, and I didn't really like it. And it ended up that I kind of liked that song a lot more after I wasn't on the album, strangely enough. So, but
also another, I guess outcome of them being bigger at the time is you got a couple of pretty big guests on this album.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, mention that.
That's true.
Which is, your hero Alex Lifeson and Robert Fripp.
Oh, that's right. Fripp played on No Recurring, and Alex played the solo on Anesthetized. And I will tell you, thanks to the fact that I knew Andy Leff and we had met Michael Mossbach. Do you remember him, Serge? The guy that turned out to be Neil Peart's personal bodyguard. Do you remember meeting him out in L.A.?
I don't.
Okay. Well, we met him, and I think Tracy and him dated. My friend Tracy that went out with us. Thanks to them, I actually got to meet Getty and Alex, which was by far the fucking coolest. Other than my kids being born, that was by far the coolest moment of my life to walk up and shake hands with Alex Lifeson. I'm like, fucking no way this is happening, man. Like, seriously, there's no way I'm actually meeting Alex. And that never would have happened if it wouldn't have been for my my knowing Porcupine Tree's manager and him setting it up and it all going down. But yeah, that was those were cool times. That's when we traveled out again to California for that tour, and we didn't catch Chuck on that one. I think Chuck had stuff going on right around then. And
I missed that one.
But yeah, what about you, Chuck? What's any favorites, and what do you remember about that?
I remember I got the album. I listened to it once and I put it away.
Wow.
Yeah. So I spun it again today, and I was looking at the artwork. You got the cover with the blank eyes almost, of that kid there, and that theme kind of carries on through. You just have photographs of children that are just, they're not looking too happy, and I think it just these children in the artwork just kind of reflect the lyrics and the kind of the story that's going on with
it's that 1,000-yard stare, right?
Yeah, and and it just kind of reminds me of kids being dosed with the latest drug du jour because they have ADHD or whatever's going on, or diagnosed maybe improperly with it, and they're given these drugs to just numb them. So yeah, but I can't really say too much about the music. So
that's a cool image right there with the TV.
Yeah, it's like his head's turned into a TV screen, for whatever reason.
Sorry, real quick to interject. As far as imagery goes, this album cycle starting with Absentia, when Lassie started helping out with not just stills, but with concert films. I thought that really added to a live show.
Oh, for sure. Yep. Yeah, the films were, if you had epilepsy, they probably weren't very good for you. But they were killer, and Lassie's artwork was very critical to that period of time. So, Jimmy, you gonna tell me I'm dumb for not liking it that much?
No, it's their darkest record.
It's dark.
I love this record. I think it's their, the last great Porcupine Tree record. Every song great, and Gavin Harrison shines on this record. Yeah. The drumming on this record is absolutely insane. But I don't know. I think this is to me like the feeling. Behind the subject matter is it's dark, man. It's dark shit, dude. Mm-hmm. And I think it has a very special place in the pantheon.
If I'm not wrong about this, and I didn't go look this up, so I'm trying to remember the name of the book. It's based on a book he was reading at the time.
Brett Ellis.
Brett Ellis, right? The guy that did the movie with
American Psycho. Yeah.
what was it called?
American Psycho.
American Psycho, and he also did the one with Robert Downey Jr. in it, and about the kid that's a drug addict and shit. I forget the name of that damn movie now. Damn it.
I don't remember the movie, but this record, man, I don't know. For me, it's one of my favorites. To me, there's the trifecta. It's In Absentia, Deadwing, and Fear of a Blank Planet. And this. Barberi actually wrote some stuff on this. My Ashes. And
The Black
there's a
Dahlia.
video of My Ashes. If you go watch the DVD and see, he lets John Wesley sing the part, and it's great.
The real high part. The real high part.
Yeah. Anytime he's got a falsetto kind of thing, he lets Wesley sing.
Yep.
He may as well, because Wesley's a beautiful singer.
Yeah.
It's really great. But this, it's a big prog kind of epic kind of thing, and metal. There's a lot of heavy shit on here, and Anesthetize. That's to me like one of the great swan songs of Porcupine Tree. And again, Gavin Harrison is all over this record. And that's what I love the most about it.
Well, that propulsive beat he plays on the section of Anesthetize, where it's kind of that
His drumming is fucking unreal.
Oh, it's like, da 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 da, and you just hear those fills he rolls in with like. Oh, he's so powerful, so fucking powerful, man. I mean,
I like the concept. I like what he's singing about. I think this is real shit. And Wilson has always sung about real things that are going on. And I think that's very, very elevated in this one. It's harsh, man. It's not comfortable. It's very, very uncomfortable subject matter. And if you want to put this up to for me, I'd rather just go listen to Light Bulb Sun or whatever and just be kind of glorified by the beautifulness, whatever. This one, this is their darkest record, no doubt.
Oh, no doubt. There was some heady stuff going on there, and this was when I think they were kind of at their apex, because while I think the last one we're going to talk about here is a decent record, I'm not a huge fan of it, and I think there was already some vibes in the band that things were, we had I don't know the date off the top of my head. Can you look up the date that Insurgentes came out? Surge, was that 2008? 9?
Let's see. Uh,
2008.
2008, yeah.
So there was already, at the time that they started to go write the final album, there was already a sense that maybe Steve was kind of moving on. And he put a lot into that solo album to get that up and running. And I think that there might have been some dissension in the band a little bit with regards to where they were going to go from there, because they, on Fear, they played some pretty big-ass venues. They played the Avalon Ballroom, I believe, out in L.A. They played Terminal 5 in New York, which is a big fucking venue. I think that's 5,000 or 6,000 there, Terminal 5. They played, they kind of had bounced into that next level of, touring act. And, then we get to this album. And, I like this album, but I really don't love this album. Probably the one I listened to the least of the current albums. I do like Blind House. I like the problem I find with it is just it feels like there's a lot of vignettes that are just parts of songs. Like Neo and Disconnect is cool. The Yellow Windows of the Train, it's cool. Time Flies, I don't love that song. It kind of feels, I don't know, it feels like it feels like a pastiche of everything Steven's done. Chain Twisted's pretty good. I Drive the Hearse is decent, but I actually like the second half of the album better. I like the group stuff more than I like the Steve stuff. The Flicker, Bonnie the Cat, Black Dahlia, and Remember Me Lover are probably my, other than Blind House, are probably my 4 favorite tracks on the album. So a double album comes out in 2009. Turns out it's the last album by them, at least for now. I didn't go to as many shows on this one as I did on prior ones because I had things going on that precluded that. But I did see on their first leg of the tour, I went down to see them in Richmond, and I saw them in DC and Philly, I believe. And this, I don't know, man, something just, maybe I was picking up on the vibes that was going on with the band, but it just didn't seem like they were as into the performances, and I don't know, but I did actually get a thank you in this one. Right there's my name there. See it? See my name?
I sped read it.
But yeah, I mean, I don't dislike the album. I don't reach for it much. And in fact, there was, when Steve came out with his solo album the year before this, I really love that solo album. I really like it. And, he was talking a lot about doing another solo album. And I got to wonder if pretty much the writing was on the wall at that point in time. So for me, The Incident is kind of a middling album. It's not bad. It's not great. I like the group selections more than I like the actual concept piece. And with that, I'll turn it over to Serge.
Yeah, so I did shell out for this thing.
Oh, you did get one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I mean, it's got a book of all the visuals and stuff. So I mean, it's a very packaging is great. So this well, I guess this continued from Insurgentis to.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Expensive packaging for various Steven Wilson projects. But yeah, I think I'm very much with you in terms of how I feel about that album. It does feel like a lot of the tracks feel like like there should be more. It's not like developed enough, or it's not just not enough. Or yeah, and I do like the band material better. Like Black Dahlia and Bonnie the Cat, and and Octane Twisted. So yeah, I pretty much exactly what you said. I don't know if I can add too much to it.
Well, I think you're right about one thing, Serge. The book, the big box set thing, that started around 2007-8. Every band started to offer this exclusive because CD sales started to just fall off.
And look, I don't blame them because
no, I don't either.
As a musician, when everybody's just listening to your songs online and not paying for it,
right.
But like those special editions is how you make money. And I look, as somebody who really appreciates visual art, photography and everything that comes with music, I'm all for it. It's just expensive, but
yeah.
But,
you remember what you paid for that? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
About
but it's not like you're forced to buy it, right? You can just
I know.
buy the regular edition, so it's fine. So I do appreciate them making this option.
Well, just as an aside, in case you did or didn't know or didn't see my post on my Instagram about 2 months ago, the Insurgentes special edition, limited edition, the book, dude, you can't touch them for under $400 anywhere.
Oh, really?
Because there was only 3,000 of them made. So,
shit. Well, I'm glad I have that one, huh?
yeah. But conversely, they mass marketed that one, the Incident one, and I've seen them you can get them for $40, $50 used,
And look, in the end, like whatever we talked about, I never bought anything as an investment.
I know. Yeah.
It was just, partially Obsession.
But I think that's the only one they did that on, because they didn't do a book version for Fear, I don't believe.
No, they didn't do.
Yeah.
No, they didn't. That's what I'm saying. They don't, it started with Insurgentes,
Started with Cervantes, yep.
and I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know if every solo had that treatment, but I feel like most of them did. But that was the last big one I bought.
Chuck, how about you? Did you get that one? Do you know that one?
I don't have it. I didn't buy it.
No kidding.
Yeah. I guess I just kind of opted out after Blank. So
Well, you had a lot going on right around that period of time, so I can imagine that wasn't high on your priority list at that point.
no, it wasn't, definitely. But it sounds like I'm not really missing a lot.
If you found it in a cutout bin or in the used bin for $7, I'd grab it. It's
Absolutely. I would. No doubt, I would.
But I wouldn't go out and spend $40 on the vinyl personally. Personally, this is me. Or absolutely not buy the limited edition. But although you may be able to find the limited edition used somewhere for next to nothing. So, how about you, Jimmy?
I love this record.
We are such dicks.
Look, I mean, is it what I hope for Porcupine Tree's last record? No.
Right.
Is it different than what they've done before? Not really.
Right.
Are there good songs on here? Yes. There are great songs on here. I mean, it's not. It's kind of like almost an experiment, and then all of a sudden they stop. And obviously, like you were saying, like the writing was on the wall for Steven Wilson to move on and do his own thing. It's kind of bummed me out a little bit. I was kind of honestly a little butthurt for a while. I didn't really, because I love the rest of the members of the band. I mean, the Blind House, fucking great song. I mean, this is, it's a 50-minute song, is what they, so it's a lot of parts, but great moments, I think. Does it go on a bit long? Yeah, it does. It's not their best thing they've ever done, but I love it. I still love it. I mean, like the last track, I Drive the Hearse.
That's good too.
What a beautiful song.
That's
I mean,
good, too.
it's so good. I mean, like, it's kind of like their sort of like Jim Blossom's moment.
Yeah,
or something.
it is. Yeah.
But, I'm bummed that this is the last thing, but I still love it. Yeah. And it's not because like I'm drenched in like nostalgia or something. I don't fuck around with that. Like, if it's good, it's good. And this is good. I mean, there's good shit out here. It's not their best. And I'm upset that they're no longer around, but
Well,
I love what Steven Wilson's doing now. I mean, and it's obvious. I can see now. I don't know. He just wanted to work with different musicians. He needed
I get that. Yep.
different way to go, man. That's
We all got that. I mean, me and Serge were super fucking in that inner circle for a while. And I mean, yeah, it was kind of sad, but in a weird way, I could kind of see it coming the last tour. And the only thing, and I will say this, and I don't know anything because I haven't talked to Steve since 2013 or 14, I forget. There recently, I believe it was April or maybe it was March, I can't remember. Stephen, Gavin, and Richard reincorporated under a new corporate name. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I didn't commit it to memory.
Did you say it was Porcupine 3 or was that a joke?
Was it Porcupine 3? Maybe it was that.
I don't know.
I can't remember. I'd have to go dig it up. I'll look and see. But they reincorporated. Now, interestingly, Colin was not involved in that. And John wouldn't be involved because he wasn't a member of the band. But what also I noticed was that during the run out to releasing Future Bites in January or February, whenever it came out around here, was that a lot of people were still bringing up the old Porcupine Tree thing with Steve. And what I noticed was that the last time he had done an interview in like 18, he said, "Put it to bed, stick a fork in it, it's done. I've been there, done that. Why would I want to go back and do that again?"
For years, he was pretty dismissive.
For years, he was super dismissive. He would even talk. I don't want to say he would talk down about the other members because it wasn't like that, but he would just say, I'm playing with some of the greatest musicians I've ever played, and some of the other guys in Porcupine Tree weren't capable of doing the material I'm doing now. My guess is he's talking about Richard and Colin maybe, as opposed when compared to Nick Beggs and Adam Holzman, but because Craig Blundell is great, but he's not. I consider Gavin probably one of the top 3 drummers in the world.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not gonna be Gavin. I mean,
right.
In terms of keyboards, I mean, look, Richard's always more about creating an atmosphere than being like a virtuoso like Rudess was.
Yeah, he's not. He'd be the first guy to tell you.
But I feel like what he added to PT is immense.
Oh yeah,
agreed.
Wow.
Absolutely.
But just to tie this up in a bow, Stephen did a couple of interviews, and he said, "Don't write off Porcupine Tree at this point, but it'll happen when you least expect it," which I kind of read as, well, if the offers are right and the money's big enough and the groundswell is big enough, maybe we'll come back for a tour. Maybe we'll even record something and do a tour. Do I think it would be a regular band thing, like a back to the grind of doing release, tour? No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Steve is still very committed to his solo career, and I understand that, even though I don't like the last 2 albums barely at all. He put 4 really good albums out. There were 4 great albums before that. So who knows what's going to happen, but I found it very interesting and telling that after he's doing these interviews talking about who, when you least expect it, he goes and they reincorporate, and it was very hush-hush news. I forget where I even found out about it. Oh, Doug, my friend Doug told me. He's like, "Hey, check this link out. Check that out." And it was a live link on like some magistrate in London somewhere.
Some legal stuff.
Yeah.
Look, I think COVID, first of all, changed a lot of shit.
Well, sure.
It first of all, it completely derailed whatever plans Stephen had for future bikes.
Yeah.
Killed it.
So, and again, I think a lot of bands experienced some different things, trying to get through that period. So who knows?
And maybe COVID made him rethink about the fact that, you're only alive for so long, and you're only viable for so long publicly. It's not like, Richard's already in his mid 60s now. He's 10 years older than me, so he's mid 60s at this point. I think that may come into it. And I did see an interview. Sir, do you remember Adrian, the merch guy, little bald-headed guy?
Yeah.
He did an interview with Richard back in February when Richard dropped his recent solo album, and he asks about it. He asks, "Is something going on?" And Richard goes, "I can't really discuss that right now." So even Adrian didn't know, and he's tied in with the band super tight, and that tells me they've had discussions of some sort. They redid the Porcupine Tree website, and they opened up a YouTube channel. Remember that? It all happened around the same time.
And very importantly, I guess, at least from a modern perspective, is they finally made the decision to release their catalog to streaming channels.
Right, and they started putting stuff up on Bandcamp, selling live shows and stuff. So something's going on there. Something's going on. I'm not holding my breath and thinking it's going to be, and because the truth of the matter is, I may not even be here. That's a very realistic reality for me, and I understand. But I got a strong sense, a strong feeling that there may be something in the works that they're going to get together and write and see if they can write again together and see if, stick the finger up in the air and see what the temperature is on what the lay of the land is out there. And my sense would be that they'd be able to do pretty well with shows, even over here.
For sure. If they want, look, they wanted to, they could do whatever they want.
Yeah. So
And if they don't, I mean, like, at the end of the day, it's Steven Wilson, man, and I don't know if you guys saw him live with his recent band, but, if it's him or I would love to see him reunite with Porcupine Tree and do like the whole shit, but he just doesn't seem interested in that anymore. It's all, I mean, and he wrote most of that music anyway.
Yep.
Right. I mean,
right. Yep.
I would love to see, the classic lineup. But
I have a strong sense you might get to see that. I just really do. I don't know why. I don't have anything to base it on entirely. I asked Wes. Wes said, "Dude, you'll probably know before I do." And Wes is now with Vertical Horizon.
Yeah, Wes has like a gig now for a while. So.
Right. And I got a strong sense that you might get what you're after. When is it? Next year? Because he's got a lot of plans for next year, I think, right? Isn't his tour next year a big one?
Well,
assuming COVID's under control.
Postponed everything, and
that's the thing. Everything's on hold. So,
but he's supposedly like working on 2 new albums.
Oh, that's right. He's working on 2 albums. That's right. So, which I believe that part I believe.
Oh yeah, look, he's not a person who's ever going to stop writing, whether it's solo or a band or side project, whatever.
And it is funny. I on his Instagram the other day, he posted a picture of Rotem, is her name, Rotem. His wife, Rotem, and him. He posted a picture, and I usually read the first couple of comments just to see what people say. And one guy says, "I liked you a lot better when you were miserable and unhappy." And the weird part is, Steve's never been an unhappy dude. I've never been around him that he was miserable and fucking mean, and he was always a nice guy generally.
Yeah, and I don't know if he went through necessarily like terrible things. I mean, everybody goes through some shit, but I don't know how he was able to reach some kind of darker darker sides of humanity to write some of his songs. But
he could do it, though. He definitely could do
it. Some people.
I've always thought he was just an, intellectual. He's a smart guy, man.
He's an intellectual.
He's an observer. He's not what's around. I mean,
he's very observant. He's very observant, and I would say Steve's not an average intelligence guy. I think he's pretty intellectual, but he's not a snob. He's not an intellectual snob, or he's not an egghead that is. Look, Serge is a fucking computer programmer. He's a fucking brilliant dude. I'm the dumbass here. There's no question about that. And Jimmy, you're an IT too, right?
Yeah, but I'm a dumbass too. So.
Well, you're a dumbass IT guy. Okay, anyway.
I just make sure the machines are running.
Okay, well there you go.
Are they plugged in?
Right.
I can do that.
But Steve was, when I was always around Steve, he's very thoughtful. He's very deep, I think. But he could laugh and he could fuck around and he could make jokes and he could be unserious at times. But there was a side of Steve that was always, when it came to his music and to the band and the profession, he was always, it was pretty cattle shoots. It was pretty, he's very, very focused. The guy's very focused. And if you read that book, Jimmy, if you get that book, you'll find in there's, Richard said the thing that really drew him to Steven was how focused he is and how principled he is with what he feels about music and how he's, driven and how he could write and just the way he was very methodical about getting things done. It wasn't your typical story of rock star who does an 8-ball Coke and then disappears for a week and drinks himself into a stupor at practice the next time. None of that shit was going on with this band at all. They were serious musicians, serious players. Not to say that they wouldn't have a drink or two after the show or whatever, but I never ever saw any of those guys fucked up. Richard I saw pretty buzzed once or twice, and he's funny as fuck, but none of the other guys ever were partiers. Steve, I never saw him fucked up. Saw him drink wine a little bit one night.
I mean, if I had to guess, it would be Chris, but
Oh, Chris would have been the partier, yeah, for sure. But Yeah, so I just got a feeling they're going to get back together in some form, whether that's a fly-in date tour thing or a U.S. tour or European tour. I don't know whether they're ever going to write again. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. That's a tricky one. Like Serge said, I think I heard somewhere recently he's working on 2 albums. I hope
He's
they're
also
better than
writing
that
a
last
book,
one.
apparently.
Both Serge and I pretty much pissed all over the last one.
Well, I'll tell you what, the last time I saw Stephen Wilson play, I mean, the place was packed, dude.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
no,
so whether he's playing or whether it's Porcupine Tree, I think it's going to be the same thing.
When was the last time you saw him, Serge? Was that Nokia?
Yeah, I think it was like PlayStation at the
For
time.
To the Bone? That was for To the Bone. See, I saw him for To the Bone at the Fillmore down in Philly, and that's a big-ass place, and I think 3,500, and it looked pretty – I don't want to say it was full, but there was a lot of people there. It was at least 2,500 to 3,000 people there. And, he will sell tickets. There's no question about that. And
I'll tell you what, dude, I saw him play for the Canada Race Tour, and I had a bunch of my family, people that love him, it was fucking awesome, man. It was so good. I mean, goddamn, I never heard him sound better ever.
Well, there's no question that if you saw him in the early days, and by early days, I'm talking the Stupid Dream and Light Bulb Sun days, and even a little bit into the very early days of the In Absentia, you could see a guy growing in confidence as a performer, as a frontman, as a leader, and you could see it getting better and better and better. I never quite got the whole hand motion thing that he was always into when he
everybody has their little things on stage.
But he was very comfortable from the stage and would make jokes from time to time, which is like he'd do the goat horn up thing like that, and you'd be goofing, but it was a real pleasure to be involved in that for the way that Serge and I got, and Chuck for that matter too.
Yeah. Well, it just, from when I discovered him in '99 till, following all those albums, seeing the trajectory, seeing how, the second time I saw him play was at Slim's, a little nightclub. And then after that, I was at the Fillmore, which was quite a leap. And seeing it was so cool just seeing the fan base from the first time, from just a bunch of prog heads. And there was definitely a contingent of Porcupine Tree fans at that first festival, to Slim's, where there was some more of a following of some younger people, and then Fillmore, where there was definitely a bunch of young people there that probably hadn't heard the first 4 or 5 albums. They were there because the Black as Eyes, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm, fans that are singing along to that, and it's like, wow, these people weren't here 4 years ago or 5 years ago, and it's always interesting to me. You don't get to do that with. It's rare that somebody as a fan can come in and follow a band and just see how they progress and see the success that they achieve as they're moving along. I will say, and this is a totally different person. I had a similar experience back in the '70s when I was a teenager with all people Peter Frampton. I heard of Peter Frampton 2 albums before he did that live album that made him big. So, but it was so cool just to see and go back on he just had 3 albums out at that time, and then follow him. And then next thing you know, his music's being played on AM radio. And when it was on AM radio, it's like the death knell. Oh no, here comes the pop fans. And sure enough, man, he just blew up. But not saying that PT did the same thing, but it was just very exciting just to see how they just moved up through the ranks, so to speak.
Well, yeah, I think it's a unique experience for me, like watching a band evolve like that, going from like a small room of weird prog nerds to bigger stages with a diverse crowd. So it was cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was to have personal relationships with these guys that in normal life, in any other scenario, you would have been like, you know, I don't know, like for example, like you know, I love Rush, but I'm never going to be friends with Geddy Lee and Alex Lifeson. I'm not going to hang out with those guys. You know what I mean? I'm not going to go to dinner with those guys. I'm not in that rarefied air. Not that Alex probably isn't one of the coolest fucking guys in the world to go to dinner with, but I'm not privileged to be in that position. I was privileged to come into this thing at kind of at the ground level and get to know Steven really well and be trusted by Steven for the most part, both him and Serge, Serge and I rather. And, you know, we became, while we weren't employees, we were friends, and we were people that he didn't mind being around as fans. He wasn't scared to be around us. He wasn't like, oh, these guys are fucking creepy. They're fanboys. He knew we were both fanboys, but we weren't. I mean, I was worse than Serge was. Serge was, as you can see with Serge's overall demeanor, he's a pretty laid back dude, like as in barely, he's almost comatose, but he's alive. Whereas I'm a high amp dude. I'm pretty, you know, I can be a handful to be around, and I get that. And I probably back then was even worse, for God's sake. Who knows? But I mean, I think the enthusiasm I had for what I did for the band and the involvement that I had was kind of catching. And they knew I was a harmless guy, and they knew I wasn't some psycho weirdo that was going to try and corner Steve in the bathroom or anything strange like that. I was nothing like that, you know. You know, we got to see some things I probably wouldn't mention on a video because they're private things, you know, that happened that we were privy to. That dinner in San Francisco, remember, Serge? We'll just leave it there.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it.
But you know, yeah, we just did some really cool things that we were privy to, and I will admit that after Steve went solo and kind of developed a new, I don't want to say a new fan base, but he developed a new sort of circle of fans or circle of friends. I did feel kind of pushed out a little bit. The last time I actually talked to Steve was in after the Grace for Drowning tour, and he was out with Marco Miniman and Wes, and they were touring, and Steve walked up to me. Well, he came out of his dressing room, and he just looked at me like I wasn't even there, and I was like, hey, what's up? And he just went back into the dressing room. I'm like, well, that was weird. Okay, that's strange. Then, you know, I didn't try to let it bother me, but it did a little bit. And then when we went outside later, we were hanging out, and he walked up to me. He goes, "Are you going to the club with us?" And I'm like, "What club?" And I was with my fiance and our 4 kids at the time, 3 kids, and everybody was underage, so I couldn't get into a bar with them, and so I couldn't go, and I felt kind of weird because it was like, well, that was the only time he talked to me. And then when I saw him in 18. He walked over to the edge of the stage, was staring right at me, and it was like, I did have longer hair. Maybe he didn't know who the hell it was because, you know, I gave him the old, hey, what's up, Steve, sort of look, and he ignored me. So, you know, I'd be lying a little bit if I said I didn't feel a little slighted back then, but I don't feel that way now. And I just am super glad I got to do all that kind of cool stuff and hang with those guys so many times. I am 99.999% sure that I've seen Porcupine Tree in the U.S. more than anybody else. I saw what's that? Surge Bot 5000 knows no emotion. Prepare yourself for subjugation.
Is that Nick?
Yeah, no. It was just a unique time, man. And I mean, you know, what's really hard to believe about it is now it's 15, 16. 14, 13 years in the rear. Well, it's 10 years in the rear view mirror since, you know, 11. What do I know? Is it 11 years? No, when did 2009? So, shit, it's 12 years since they've been split up, and you know, it's a bummer, and I hope they do come back together for all the fans out there that want to experience it again. Will it be the same? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. I think who knows what they do musically, you know? I mean, it might be proggy, it might not be. I don't foresee Richard going for a jazz album, though. And, or not a jazz album, but like a glitchy electronic album. And I definitely don't see Richard going for a full-on permeating pop album either. You know what I mean? I just don't see that happening. Was that the name of the song, Permeating?
Yeah.
Permanent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Steven's just going to do what he wants to do. You know? I mean, like,
I mean, look,
Yeah.
yeah,
that's
and
why he doesn't really
you,
want to
you
go
always
back.
have the opportunity to do that. So, I don't know. But like, real quick, one cool thing that's kind of growing up with his band is also watching Jeff's kids grow up with the band.
How about that? Talk about that a little bit, Serge.
I mean, when I first met Jeff, they were how old were they, man? It seemed like they were.
Maddie, my daughter, was 6 years old when I brought her to the first show, and Tristan was 8. And hang on one sec. 1 minute here. Nick, check your cell phone. I can't get on Instagram right now. You'll have to send it to yourself. No, do you remember the first show I brought them to?
It was in Philly.
Was it a Philly show?
Yeah.
I want to say Maddie was 6, and now my daughter is 24. My son was 8, and is now 26. So, and there's been some stuff that has happened there, and in our, we went to a lot of shows. I bet you my kids saw them. What do you think, Serge? At least 10, 12 times that they were, because they were at the Nokia Center with us when we were up top. Remember that?
Yeah.
They went to Glenside. Remember when we went to Glenside? Because we went after the show. Everybody from the band went up to that pub up at the corner,
Yep.
and I couldn't really go in and stay long because I had 2 kids that were 8 and 10 or something like that. My kids got to see Porcupine Tree. My kids got to go on the bus and hang out with them. They got to go backstage and hang out with them. And I'll tell you some of the other funny little anecdotal things that we could add real quick. Serge, how you doing on time? You want to wrap soon?
Yeah,
or?
I probably have to jump.
Okay. Chuck, you around for a little bit?
Yeah, it's early out here.
How about you, Jimmy?
A little longer. I'm good.
Okay, I invited Nick on. So, real quick, Serge, before you leave. Before I get into that, I want to thank all you guys big time for this. Serge, especially. I wish I knew how to do that sharing thing so I could show you your website. But anybody that, because I don't think you can find it out there now, right?
I've got it up now. Yeah, I was just looking at it.
If you check the private chat, I sent you a link for like.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
Okay.
What's up, guys?
There's a snapshot of it. So.
What's up, Nick? Hey, let me wrap up real quick. Serge got to go, unfortunately, but let me wrap up quick. So I want to thank Serge big time for being on, because you and I, dude, we've been riding this train for a long fucking time, bro. I mean, you've been one of my best friends for 21, 22 years now, and through thick and thin, I could always count on you. You and I did a lot of cool ass adventures, from flying out to California to driving all over Hell's Creation in Manhattan, trying to find wasn't it you and me that were trying to find somebody to help somebody in the band fix their guitar in Philly the one night?
Yeah, in Philly, yeah.
I can't remember. It was Colin, or I can't remember. It was Wes. I can't remember. But we just had some fucking badass cool times, and you can't buy those things. You cannot buy those things.
That's probably one of my favorite things about PT is just the people I met, especially Jeff. So.
Yeah, I mean, were you with me at the show, the Blackfield show, when we hightailed it out the back door and ran away from everybody to get in my car to go to the ISIS show in Philly? Were you with me that night? I thought you were.
I feel like
Blackfield was playing the little cafe, the World Cafe in Philly.
Yeah, the World Cafe. Yeah.
And all these people wanted to talk to Steven afterwards, and I'm like, dude, I got us back. I got meet and greets with the guys in ISIS, and he was really into ISIS at that point. He's like, let me change, and how am I going to get out of here? And I'm like, I'll run cover for you. I got you. Don't worry, man. We snuck out, ran up the stairs to my van, and ran over to the ISIS show. And yeah, I'm pretty sure you were with me then, man. So those are things that you can't buy those things.
Didn't I babysit Steven's laptop once with some
yes, you did.
Unreleased recordings?
Oh, that's right. Yes, you did, man. That's true. Yeah, I mean, and like I said, when we were out in California, the guys all came over for a barbecue. My buddy J Monkey, that's his nickname, J Monkey, John Markovich. He had a little bungalow in Venice, and everybody from the band, the road crew, everybody came over. It was like 7 guys, 8 guys. And we're all sitting out there, and everybody's like, "Where's Steve at?" And I go walk inside. Steve's curled up on the couch up in the futon upstairs, passed out, crashed. And, the dude was just fucking baked because he had done all kind of promo stuff all day and radio stuff. And, that was just, they were good times, man. I mean, it just, we got to do some fucking kick-ass things. And good times, man. So, Serge, thanks a million. Your input tonight was invaluable.
It's a good talk, man. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, all you guys.
5 hours.
Fun to share some memories.
Well, before you roll, maybe, just maybe, we think about doing this for Steve Wilson's solo.
Part 2.
Bass Communion, No Man, IEM. Maybe we think, and Blackfield a little bit. What do you think about that?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah, because
That's
that's
gonna take a lot
definitely
of
a whole other, whole other show.
A whole other show for sure. But anyway, man, thanks a million, and I'll catch you later then.
Night.
Serge.
Third.
What's up, Nick?
Nick.
Not too much. Editing down and recording some reviews today. So you're on, and I was like, man, I don't know if I can chime in about Porcupine Tree. It's been a while since I've actually jammed any Porcupine Tree.
Really?
But figured pop in, say hi. Those are always fun.
Well, we did sort of a every album rundown of all the studio albums and a few live things, which I forgot to show. I forgot to show this one. This is the Polish. The first thing that they put out on their transmission label, Porcupine Tree, created their own label. Right, there you go. And
Holy shit.
Damn, you guys.
now, is that in a digipack or is that in a box?
Yeah, it's a digipack. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So yeah, this came out in 2004, or I'm sorry, 2001 rather, I should say. No, 2004. And you can see, maybe you can see. You see that right there?
It's blurry. Is it a fist?
Is it a hand? A finger?
Yeah.
Is it your
No,
hand?
Ah, shit. Where's that? Right there. That corner.
The corner.
2.1.
Yeah.
So that's actually, I don't know what the 2 symbolized, but .1 was the very first, like their very first press, their first thing to come out. And this was when they started Transmission, the label. And that's a really good one. That has everything up through a light bulb sun material is on that. And then
What's the title on that? What's the
called Warzawza. I don't know how you say it. Warzawa?
Yeah.
Warzawa? Is
It's
that
like
how you say it?
Warsaw with a Z on it? So it's a live album?
Yeah, it's live.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like a Stupid Dream era.
Yeah, Stupid Dream up through Light Bulb Sun, some Signify. And then, of course, there was the box set that came out from Delirium in 2002
I have that. Yeah.
you can see the type sticker there that says the Delirium years, 91 to 97, double CD exploring the first 5 studio albums, various singles, blah, 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 blah. 40-page booklet. This has a couple of things that were not on anything else. It has the song Phantoms, which was Phantoms was a previously unreleased song that I think was done during the Signify era. It has the extended version of Synesthesia, which is, instead of 5 minutes, it's almost 9 minutes long, which was never anywhere else. It also has the single Men of Wood, which was supposed to be on The Sky Moves Sideways, but didn't end up on there. It has Stars Die, and The Sound of No One Listening, and Fuse the Sky, and Signify 2. All these tracks were unreleased. And it's kind of cool. For some reason, they were into this vellum thing. They were putting CDs in vellum packs, which are kind of cool.
Huh.
Hey, look.
Colin.
Colin.
Kilroy was here.
Kilroy, yeah, he signed everything. He's like Mikey, I'll sign anything. But so yeah, that was the Porcupine Tree portion of the thing. We'll just probably bullshit for a few minutes here. And,
Yeah, it only take 5 hours to go through the whole Just
Oh, you
got
guys
Well-
just skimmed over it then. Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, we just barely touched on anything. Yeah.
and like we had to like keep like moving it on just to
Yeah.
stop talking about shit. So yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I get it.
I feel bad because I'm the big mouth of the crew, as you well know, of course. But I hope everybody got to at least get their input in, and I think you and Chuck, Jimmy, added a real dynamic to the show that was great to give your personal how the music affects you personally. And I can tell Jimmy, that there's some albums that really, really, really touch you, man. They're really deep.
yeah, for me, for sure. I mean, it's crazy. I'm a metalhead, so it's like going back to that stuff. It's a different thing for me, and I like that, sort of move away and have stuff that's not metal for once. I mean,
I love that. That Genghis Tron album I keep jamming. That's definitely not a metal album, but
I heard that was good. Yeah,
Oh my god! Or Radiohead. I'll go back and jam like Kid A and shit like that. I can get lost in that album. It's kind of a depressing loss, but
Oh
it's
yeah,
it's a good album.
dude. There's a couple songs on In Rainbows that will fucking yank your ball sack out and make you want to bawl your eyes out if you don't.
Dude, yeah, it was like, well, I'm just gonna throw myself off the balcony after listening to this one.
Yeah.
Tom York just knows how to just kind of croon depression. Like his voice is the sound of depression sometimes.
Hey, you're right.
No, I
But
think
it's-
so.
But
Yeah.
it's a beautiful depression. That's the thing, It's
And
like
it's always so lush. Like, I mean, yeah, he can make the most somber, downtrodden, melancholy thing. It's like, it's kind of pretty. I mean,
What's-
bummer as fuck.
what's the song on In Rainbows? The one that goes da, 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 da.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about. I can't think of the name.
I mean, dude, that song is so fucking intense. You're like, you listen to it and you just are like, man, I can't handle it. It's
Dude,
like,
How
House
to
of
Disappear
Cards.
Completely. That one always gets me.
which one?
How to Disappear Completely on Kid A.
That might be it. I think that's the song I'm thinking.
It's got the kind of the wailing guitar that.
That's it.
This isn't happening.
Yep.
I'm not here. Yeah,
Yep.
that's on Kid A. Oh God.
Yeah,
that
those,
Ugh.
Now I gotta admit, after In Rainbows, I stopped. I did not get the Drowning Witch or whatever it's called. What's it called? The black and white one.
Oh, Moonshaped Pool.
Moonshade. I didn't get that one, and I didn't get the one before it, the all electronic one. Super Crumb Sucker, or what's it called?
Califragilistics.
Shit. Hold on. I want to find it because
keep
I
thinking
can
it's
see the
Super-
cover.
I keep thinking
In my
Super
head.
Not, but that's not it. Plus, they had the one that they put out. I think it was the one they put out as digital only initially, right?
King of Limbs.
King of Limbs. That's it. Yep, King of
Yeah,
Limbs.
that one was kind of hit or miss for me.
Yeah, I didn't get that one, and I didn't get the last one. Is the last one any good?
Yeah, I liked it. I mean,
okay.
it's one of those. I think they hit another high mark within Rainbows, and then they put out just like good Radiohead albums. I don't think they're. At least I didn't get the impression they were trying to beat In Rainbows. In Rainbows, like I have, like up near fucking again Kid A and OK Computer.
Yeah.
Amnesiac's good too, but it feels like all the stuff that didn't quite make it on Kid A. I mean, I think they're all done in the same sessions
The
too.
B-sides. It was the same. You're right.
Except for Pyramid Song. Pyramid Song is
love that song.
awesome song.
Love that song. Love it. Yeah. Hey, Jimmy. By the way, I wanted to tell you, I am
this
envious.
was stock discussed tonight, so
I'm
I gotta
envious.
put it all up.
I'm envious of that vinyl, man. You got a lot of great vinyl, dude. And how about Serge?
It was all the Porcupine Tree shit,
How about Serge bitch smacking me left, right, and center with all his vinyl? I did not know he had all that killer vinyl.
That dude's
And
got a fucking crazy.
He's got all the original stuff, which is killer,
Yeah.
But
Yeah. It's quite impressive what he had, and I think because, like he said, he was a fan from '96. He was able to, get some of the early stuff that was on vinyl up.
He got all that stuff.
Just when I got the Moon Loop transmission, that extended version of it, I just felt like that was I was with the in crowd. I could get this type of releases because there was only 400 of those or something like that.
500.
Yeah, so it's like,
well, the thing.
Yeah, I know a guy who knows a guy.
The thing that sucks is I owned a real good percentage of all that stuff. Now the things Surge had that I didn't was Spiral Circus, the Radioactive promo, and then the two Voyage 34 singles, like the big one.
All right, yeah,
that stuff's hard to find. But I had stuff like I had a tone floating single, which there was only 250 of those made. I had Vajrayana from Base Communion, which there was only 100 of those made. But I got greedy, man. I wanted money to go buy a guitar, and I sold those fuckers. And now I'm really regretting that. I really am regretting that because I had an original first pressing of In Absentia, man, which are now going for $250, $300.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy.
And I sold it for maybe $1.25 or something.
But, when I bought the Yellow Hedgerow vinyl, I bought that, and I didn't have a record player. I didn't have a turntable at the time. But
yeah,
it was like, well, I have to have this album.
Yeah.
It's like I might have to get another opportunity to buy this. Not necessarily in this format, but just period.
Well, you know what?
It's come out in 3 other different types of releases, but
it has. But you know what's very special about the ones that you own? The one that you own, there's something very special about it. That came from Michael Piper's label, Ace of Dawn or Gates of Dawn.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yep, that will never be repressed like that. You will never be able to get one like that.
So
that's why they're going the green ones. The green one, which I think was only 150 copies. I don't know. Jimmy had it open. I can't remember the numbers, but I think yellow there was 500 copies or 400 copies. I think the black there was like 150, and green there was like 300. Or black was the big one. I forget which one, but you can't get those except for on the secondary market, and the cheapest one's $100 now.
Mm.
So you're not, your yellow one's probably worth 150 or so, maybe, or more.
I could look on Discogs, but
Hey, you'd have to look it up. I don't remember what the 3 different. Now the Moon Loop ones that they did, the clear one. I had one of the clear ones, and there was only 99 copies of that. I sold it for $1.50 or $1.75. And my friend Doug has it, and he's like, "Hey, if you want to buy it back, let me know. I'll sell it to you." I'm like, "Bro, I don't think I can, unfortunately, afford that right now. I'm just trying to survive. I'm worried about the next $20 for food for the week's gonna come from, But yeah, like that Yellow Hedgerow Dreamscape. Has it ever been played now? Have you played it since then?
No, I've never played it.
Oh, you never even played it? Wow.
Yeah. No.
That's interesting. Well, the good news is it's not that great of an album, but it looks really cool.
It does.
And
the packaging is great.
It's worth some money now if you want to unload it at some point, But
well, I did that already with the Moonloop transmission. I think I sold that for $285 6 or 7 years ago. But I need the money. I was trying to feed my kids and buy groceries.
Well,
so I didn't buy a guitar, but. I think I sold the Waiting single, which was a CD. I think I sold that for like $45 or $50, something like that. So, but again, that was like 6 years ago. The pricing for
gone down.
It's gone down, and so who's to say? But like you're saying earlier, when IA came out in those first pressings, people are paying a lot of money back then.
Crazy.
So yeah, it's definitely
some of the crazy money that some people spent, like my buddy Dave Schroeder and my other buddy Doug. Those guys spent fucking ridiculous money on things because they were in this frenzy to own these super limited things. And I got a lot of stuff from the band, so I didn't have to worry about it as much. But like, for example, I had a copy of the Futile EP, which they only made about 100 of them pressed. I sold it for $440.
Really?
I just couldn't. I could not say no to that. It was just too much money.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
But now I look at it and go, "Fuck! I wish I had that." But you know what? It's only worth about $150 now. So I as an investment piece, I did really well. But I didn't intend to do that. It was just, when I lost my job in 2015 and I was, struggling with my fiance at that point in time, I'm like, I got to get rid of some of this stuff. I don't want to, but I had to. And I sold XM1, one copy of XM1 that was the US version, which they made 2,000 of, and then the European version they only made. I'm sorry, the US version was 1,500, and the Euro version was 1,000. The artwork was ever so slightly different, and the numbering system on the back was different. I sold that to some German guy. Sold them both for close to $500. I was like, man, if you're gonna pay me that kind of money for 2 CDs, I can't not say no when I need to survive right now. I mean, had I not needed to survive, they never would have went out of here.
Yeah.
But
I know.
I think I paid maybe like $100 the most, per a record or whatever. I mean, this is something I was looking for.
for one vinyl,
Yeah, it's not sounding like a box set or whatever it was. I mean,
so an OG press of one. Then do you have?
yeah,
OG?
I got the Celestial Lineage by Wolfman Throne. Like the first
Okay.
presses. Like, and then it got repressed over and over again, and it was like, fuck, why did I pay?
Yeah.
I paid like $100.
Yeah.
The most I've ever spent on a CD, I spent $60 on the Leprosy 3 CD Relapse limited edition. It's 2,000 of them. There's only 2,000 of them made.
And a 2 CD.
They didn't you ever see those, Nick? The 3 CD version.
I didn't see the 3 CD one. I just bought it at a record store.
Let me show you.
Okay.
I'll show you what they look like.
What about you, Nick? I mean, you got a lot of CDs back there.
I'm relatively thrifty when it comes down to buying them. Like, I think the most I think I spent like $30 on. I believe it's it is original print of Death Angel's Ultraviolence. Like, it's like, hey, they apparently are not going to reissue this anytime soon.
Right.
So, Nick, these are the
All right.
3 CD versions of the Death.
Okay.
See how they have
I
the
didn't see
embossed-
those in stores.
Well, you didn't. You could only get them online.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, you had to get them through Relapse. You see how the Death is embossed,
Yeah.
and then they're digis, which I got to be honest with you, they're pretty beat up because I would take them places and actually use them. But if
I
you
get
look
it.
here, they came with. Hang on. Can you see that?
Yeah. Holy shit.
So a 3 CD version, and then like if you look at the bottom here, they're serialized. So only 2,000. The third disc is like Human Rehearsals from 91 and August of 90 and some bonus tracks. And, quite frankly, stuff that I probably won't have only listened to once or twice. But it was like, I got to have those, man. I got to have the super deluxe,
I mean, honestly, if I'd seen it in stores, I probably would have bought it.
And I will tell you that if you look them up on Discogs, Jimmy, you still have Discogs open?
Oh, yeah.
If you look up Death and you look up like Human, or the only one they didn't do obviously was Symbolic because they don't have the rights to that because that was
Roadrunner still.
But if you look at any one of those, the last I saw, most of them were going for about $125 for those 3 CD packs. If you look at the Human one, look down around release date, look around.
There's like 75 versions of. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know. If you look the year, go down to around 2011 and look for Relapse, and it'll say special limited edition, or I think it was 2011. Let me look.
Oh, it's the reissue remastered.
Right.
Oh yeah, I found it. Yeah. Yep, you're right.
What are those going for?
125.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Whoa.
And actually, if I'm not sure, I think the leprosy one, the last time I saw was like 175.
Yeah.
God, that album's so fucking good.
I was like, fuck, man, I don't want to get desperate enough that I got to get rid of these.
So, I mean, the closest I got to that are the Carcass Pathologist report, but those aren't going for nearly as much.
No, you talk about the digis.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have, all the ones they reissued.
Yeah, they're nice.
That's what we're going for, all right. I mean, Symphony's is highest going for $40.
Is it really? Oh, that's not bad. Yeah.
5 for sale from $29.89. Not bad. I bought those all brand new. And the Heartwork one, the case is definitely beat the fuck up because I listened to that album so goddamn much.
See, that was the problem with me. I'm not, I listen to my CDs. I don't fucking let them sit on the shelf and stare at them,
Well,
and
I was just gonna say, I found there's a shop here in Denver, Twist and Shout. $10.
Oh, nice.
Is that original?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit.
$10. Yeah.
It's a shame that it sucks so bad.
I'm not the biggest fan of that. Yeah, see, there's the improvement right there.
Yeah. $10.
I take an original, but I'd never listened to it because I've listened to it once and never gone back to it. I just can't stomach it.
Well, this is the one. Yeah, this one, this one kind of blows. I just bought it just because it was $10. So.
Oh, wow.
I mean, I'll never really listen to this one, but
it's an important album in terms of the evolution of music. What's up, Kat?
But
this one, that is so much better.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now the new one rules, dude. I finally listened to it. It's so good. So good.
Flesh ripping Sonic Torment Limited.
Hey, man, that's Chuck's favorite song. That's Chuck's favorite song, man.
It's just riffs. It's so many fucking riffs. I love it. Makes me happy.
City.
It stirs my nethers, Chuck. That's how I feel about it. That's right. You have to make eye contact if you want to say that.
I don't know what a nethers is.
Oh, you know.
Hey, hang on a sec. I'm gonna see if
nethers.
I'm gonna see if the nerd Devin wants to join us briefly.
So Chuck, dude.
Yes.
You need to listen to this record.
Dude. Yes. Chuck, you would love that.
What's it
is
say?
so rooted in classic prog.
Is it
called
Palace?
Halas.
Hollis. Okay.
Halas,
So it's not Palace.
Dude,
I have that album. It's amazing.
oh man.
What's the name of the album?
Conundrum.
Yep.
Chuck, dude, I think you will dig this, dude. It's like
Wait, who is it?
George Hallis.
I can't get it right. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
there's a title.
Traditional metal?
It's like
no, more prog. I think more like classic prog rock in there, but there's definitely like some heavier moments, but it's not like, I don't know, it's not like a very metal album. John and I reviewed it like fucking forever ago and was like, dude, wow. And we were like, listen, this might not be a metal album, but it's good.
it's like 70s, like 80s, like it's got some Yes in there. It's really catchy. And Chuck, dude, I think you'll dig it, dude. It's really, really good. Yeah.
When was that released?
2020.
Last year.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And
Yeah.
it's got a 70s feel to it.
Yeah.
There's so much retro stuff out there. I mean,
That's so
fucking Ren and I just went over the new album by Wraith, which pretty much just dry humps every Motorhead riff ever written. But I didn't care because it was awesome. Like they mixed in like a little bit of black metal, a little bit of thrash, and then Motorhead. It's like, fuck it, let's party.
Yeah. There's a lot of cool. Have you heard Witch Hazel? That one's good too. Witch Hazel. Let's see.
Witch Hazel. I know. I'm thinking of Witch Haven. What do you want, Kat? What are you gonna be friendly now?
Yeah.
No, I haven't heard of that one.
Oh shit, this is so good too. This is like total fucking, I don't know, it's just cock rock kind of like sword and sorcery, like 70s, like, I mean, look at these things.
Wow. Yeah.
That's
You know?
yes on the back cover, huh?
Yeah, dude, you'll dig this, dude. Yeah, it's really good. It's really catchy. Like good melodies, just retro kind of prog.
I mean,
70s, you know.
I love that like retro 70s, like early 80s sound. Like I don't know, like I kind of grew up on that shit. You know, because my mom, we would bounce them back and forth between like the current station, which is all the 80s pop stuff, but she won the classic rock channel most of the time, so we got to hear all that stuff too. So I got a pretty good mix as a child. It was pretty cool.
Hey, Brian, you want to jump on in? I'll send you a link, dude.
Okay, so Jeff, this is your fault.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
What?
Yes! Yes!
Get into it, man.
It is my fault, 100%. You know it.
Oh! I want to hear. What about that King Crimson?
It's good.
You like it,
but I prefer the second record, honestly.
Marillion?
Or the second King Crimson record.
Okay.
I was hoping they had some Yes, but they didn't have any.
Oh, dude. Yes.
Epitaph off that album is that's a great song.
Fucking amazing song. Epitaph is one of the most amazing songs ever written, ever.
Did you get that, Devin? Did you order it online?
No, local record store. I wasn't planning on going there, but I go to that side of town anyway, so I figured mine as well.
Oh, okay.
All right, so what did you buy? What did you buy? You just got the first two of each those bands?
No, just the first one, and then
Marillion.
the one that Jeff's been bugging me to check out for like 3 months.
And who was right? Who was right? Say it.
Some joke named Jeff.
Oh fuck! Wait a minute. Where did you get a? I don't even have a fucking gatefold. What?
What year?
Man.
Dude, he's showing you up.
Man.
You know, let the young
showing him
upstart
up,
show you up.
Oh yeah,
What,
has all the lyrics in the gatefold.
Dude, I don't have that. I have the Capital OG version, which is a single LP. That's the only Marillion album I have that isn't the double LP. What version? But who's that on? Capital? Hang on.
Parlophone. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. That's a reissue then. Yeah.
it's German.
Still, that's nice. That's the German version. That's pretty nice, man.
They didn't have any Magnum, else I would have bought some of that too.
Well, you're probably gonna have to order that online, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Human Falafel. I like most Marillion, but Fish Ear slays the Hogarth era. I just love the Fish Ear. So I'm a huge Fish fanatic. So, where'd you get those at?
Local shop.
No shit. I'm shocked they had Marillion in there.
I know, me too. I'm like, oh, let's see, blah blah blah. I'm like, oh shit, this okay.
Cool.
You're like, I gotta make my prog rock daddy happy. Pick that up.
You know, the first Marillion that I bought was is it Season's End?
Yeah.
Has Easter on it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's Hogarth's first album.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I came in at, and then I went backwards.
Well, there's some very good Hogarth albums. Brave is very, very good. That's a fucking amazing record. I think not Holidays in Eden. What's it called? Afraid of Sunlight is a really good album. But more and more and more as they went on and on and on, I liked their stuff, but I started to find that I lost interest in the albums a lot quicker. For me, those first 4 Marillion albums are their religious experiences for me. I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, I bought Script for a Jester's Tear as a junior in high school just because I saw the artwork. Like, that artwork is so badass. I'll buy the album. It's got to be good. And when I put it in, at first I was kind of like, okay, because, this is 83, so I'm listening to, some hair metal, some Merciful Fate, some Queensryche. I'm listening to a lot of different stuff, but I'm listening to a lot of old prog. Man, I got to tell you, within a few days, that tape never, ever came out of my cassette player in my car. Yes, we're talking cassettes here. I fucking love that album, Script for a Jester's Tear. And it's not the best one with Fish. It's just the one that speaks to me so intensely. And every song on it is so good. And you like them at all, Jimmy? You know much about Marillion?
Not really, man. I need to. Yeah, not at all, really. I mean,
Really?
not
Now,
really.
And
Yeah.
how much prog rock do you like? Prog rock.
I mean,
Classic.
I like all the classic shit. I mean, like Pink Floyd. I mean, like,
Yes.
I mean, I like shit like Mahavishnu. But
That was my favorite.
oh man,
Misplaced
one is that?
Childhood.
Oh, dude, I almost bought that when I was a
that's the
teenager.
one-
But I
What was
never-
that, Devin?
Misplaced Childhood.
Put it back up a minute. Yeah, that's the that
That's
was their
Marillion?
giant.
Yeah.
That was their giant album. That's the one that made them pretty much international stars. Let me see if I can hear. This is an OG EMI press that I bought when the album came out. So you're talking, damn it. So this is 1985, 84, 85. So this is the original UK press that I got in a local shop. And these things will probably get buried. I would assume will be buried with me. Although, did I promise these to you, Punk?
Yeah, I think you did.
Did I? I may have gone back on my promise there. I don't know.
well, Jeff, you just write us a list. Like all the shit you like.
What's that?
Just write us a list because I don't really know any of the Marillion stuff. I mean,
Well, I'm going to say with Marillion,
all that shit. Like,
Check out this too.
oh, Magnum. Oh, great band. A little more like what I would call heavy AOR. It's not album oriented rock, but it's heavier. It's a little more proggier.
Well,
Very
the
British.
first two kind of remind me of like Yes mixed with Dio. Kind of.
Oh yeah, there's some Yes in there. But yeah, I mean, I can suggest a couple things to you on Instagram, Jimmy, that you might want to check out and stream and check out and see whether you like them. Do you like early Genesis much?
sure, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, if
and
you
I'm
like-
a huge Rush fan. I mean,
If you like early Genesis, you're gonna really like Marillion because the guy sounds a lot like Peter Gabriel, only a little bit more vicious sounding, and they have a lot more guitar. I would say the guitar
Yeah, more guitar.
is heavier. Yeah.
There he is.
Who's that? That Fish.
That's Fish.
Oh shit! I couldn't.
nice.
Now what
You can,
album's that one? What's that one?
This is
Live?
live
Oh, the Misplaced Childhood.
return to
Return to Childhood.
childhood. Yeah,
I don't even own that, and I own practically everything from Fish, but I don't have
Same.
that one.
2006, I think this came out.
And just as an aside, the artwork that was done on all the early Marillion albums, like what Devin showed there and what Chuck just showed there, all the Fish albums, is the same guy that just did Senjutsu,
Huh.
Mark Wilkinson.
Solid
There you
art.
go. That's a good one.
Nope, wrong one.
That's a good one.
Oh, sorry, man.
Look at this. Beautiful.
Look at
Sculpted.
Look at that handsome fucker. Anyway.
Where is he behind me? Get out of here.
Oh, wait.
I like the color schemes of black and white going on there.
There we go. What were you showing us? Oh, that's Internal Exile, his second album. Yeah.
I forgot to see if they had any camel. God damn it. Next time.
Now we did. Falafel. We tried Devin with Vandergraaf. He wasn't quite ready for that yet.
Yeah, that did not go well.
He didn't like that, and I did not suggest Magma because I'm going to be honest with you. I cannot listen to Magma. I've tried and tried and tried and tried, and I love deep prog, but man, that made up Christian Vander's a
Zool.
genius, but I just Zool. I just cannot get into it, man.
Yeah, the headliner on the day that I discovered or saw Porcupine Tree back in May of 1999, there was 4 acts that day, and the last act was Magma, and I left after the 3rd song. I just couldn't get into that.
So this.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there's the symbol.
Hang on, I'll be right back, guys. I have to check something real fast.
So we're all just gonna sit here and stare at Devin.
That's
Sure,
it.
yeah.
Look at him.
Look at this guy.
Where'd you get that shirt, man?
Online. eBay, I think.
You like the new record?
Oh, there's the sigh. Yeah, I make that sigh every time I talk about that album too.
Yeah.
Which
not
album's that?
really.
Senjutsu.
On YouTube. Yeah.
I like it. I mean, I like
All
it.
right.
It's kind of a here. You know what it is?
Yeah, it's pretty boring.
It's
I don't
a
want to lower my
KAM.
expectations, but I feel like I have to now.
It's kind of a Kama.
Yeah.
KAMA. Kind of another Maiden album.
Yeah.
Every song takes like 3 to 5 minutes to build the intro.
Get going.
Yeah, dude, all right. I think 7 out of the 10 tracks all start with an acoustic intro and then like a dramatic thing. I'm like, dude, okay. I'm getting tired of that. If you could just open up with a banger of a riff and just do that more.
Yeah, they don't do that much anymore, do they?
No, well, everything's this long, drawn out production. Like, it's Iron Maiden theater.
Well, actually, you have a point there. Theater.
I bought
That's
it
kinda-
though, so
I mean, I bought it too. I
did
got
too.
my copy the day it came out.
Yeah, I went to the record store the day of and bought it.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm an idiot.
I
help
mean, that's me. Like, every Thursday, I go out to my record shop and I pick up a stack of all sorts of stuff. I mean, I had to go because when I check out the new
Oh
record,
yeah, yeah.
very different album, very different from any of their stuff.
What is that,
Even
Nick?
the new Rivers of Nile, the work.
Oh, okay.
It's good though. It's a really good album. It's just very different. And I mean, we even said it in the review. If you're only used to the first 2 albums from these guys, you're not even going to recognize this. And
Really?
even if you're a big fan of Where the Owls Know My Name, this is still different than that. I don't know. There's something like, it's just like dark, brooding prog, not as much death metal. In fact, like the death metal moments are kind of shortened down. Like the 1 track More on here is the only flat out death metal song. And then the rest of it is like dark, brooding prog metal, like BT Bam on their worst day, like not feeling adventurous, like, no, I'm just stay in my fucking house. I don't want to talk to anybody.
Huh.
But it's I don't know, it's just a really engaging listen. There's 1 song in there I did not like though. The song Wait. And it's not as though it's like necessarily a bad song. It's just it sounds nothing like anything they've ever done. It sounds kind of like a metal band's take on ELO.
Oh, wow. That's
It's
unusual.
It's a weird kind of like dreamy pop song, but they still shoehorned in some growls. But it sounds like he's all the way at the end of a hallway just growling his guts out while everyone else is singing and, you know, playing clean tones. Is like, I don't know what you're doing here, but it's weird. But
I love that last record, man. I thought the last one was great. And
dude,
yeah, I'll have
oh, there. See, that's fucking prog gold right there. That's
Oh,
like
yeah.
practically untouchable.
I saw them open for Mastodon on that tour for that album, and I didn't love the singer's voice. That was the one thing that kind of detracted for me.
He's gotten a lot better.
He kind of did the screamo thing a little too much for me. But I like the musicianship. They got great guitar players, man. Guitarists are killer.
Oh, fucking Dusty and Paul are
Bass
incredible.
players really rad too.
Dan Briggs.
Yeah. I
Um,
kind of did. Now it's been a while. I've now because I don't own any of theirs. That's Between the Buried and Me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I don't own anything by them. How would you equate them or compare them at all with Intronaut?
Like somewhat like on a technical aspect in terms of like polyrhythmic stuff, songs kind of not doing traditional song structure, like they're kind of meandering and going in movements and such. I think they're comparable there, but I think there's like more of a kind of like a stoner doom thing that's still kind of an Intronaut.
Yeah, okay.
And that is definitely not in BT Bam. BT Bam is like I don't know, it's like hyper aggressive Dream Theater, but it's also a fuck ton of whatever else they want to throw in there because they're kind of like everything in the kitchen sink. You know, they want to include so many different styles and, you know, weird transitions, interesting themes. It's just a strange band, and I like their willingness to try just about anything and write giant fucking songs. I finally got my copy of fucking Colors 2 that came in. Where the hell are you?
I haven't heard that yet. Yeah. I love both bands, but I think Intronaut is one of the greatest bands right now in the scene. I really do.
God, their last two alone, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
the last one I got was Valley of Smoke, I think it's called.
That's a killer album.
Oh,
great.
man.
All their shit's great, dude. But you got to go back and the last couple. I mean, the newest one, yeah.
I saw them open. I saw them open for Meshuggah maybe about 4 years ago, and Jens had really bad laryngitis. Like, he was really struggling. So Sasha came out and sang like the last half of the set. Dude, you wouldn't have known it wasn't Jens. It was fucked up. It was like, holy shit.
It was strange, actually, that Slay at Home thing they did. Yeah, they actually had the dude from Intronaut do a Meshuggah cover. I think they did one off of None.
Oh,
which
really?
I thought was really interesting.
Oh, that's a good shit.
But
Chuck, I think you dig that shit, dude. Like some of that Intronaut stuff, dude. It's really like just very prog, very really instrumental. Like, I mean, all over the place.
Yeah,
occasionally with like growling vocals and stuff, you know. But
almost kind of psychedelic sometimes too.
Oh, like, it's very psychedelic.
And like, I want which one was the one that had pretty much all clean vocals? Goddamn.
That was
Habitual Levitations.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all
clean vocals. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dude, Milk Leg. Fuck.
Milk Leg. Yeah.
The Welding. I love that fucking song.
What's the last track on that one is so good.
The Way Down.
Yeah, The Way Down. Yeah, so good.
Yeah, this is Chuck. This is Intronaut. The band's Intronaut. They're pretty cool. They're a unique sort of mix of styles that I hadn't really thought about that being something you might be into. But the music, I think you'd like a lot. Uh-huh. He does sing well clean. He's a good clean singer when he does that. But he does do the harsh thing too.
It flips back and forth, and it kind of depends on like the song you're going on. Like, I mean, sometimes it's a real chill vibe, and then sometimes they just get flat out heavy. Like, I'm trying to think which song on the new one that it just came out riffy as fuck.
Well, the drumming, dude. The drumming is just
dude,
fucking
Danny Walker. I mean, is a hell of a drummer. Questionable person sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why he's not in the band.
It's unfortunate.
I was surprised because they got a new drummer officially, an official member. But I was surprised they didn't just try to talk Alex Rodiger into just like, hey, you want to join a band instead of being a session guy.
Dude, his drumming on the new album is fucking so insane, dude.
That was my big worry too. Is like, dude, Danny Walker's like his weird drum patterns are a huge part of their sound.
Yeah,
getting someone that's as good as he is, and that dude's super short too. Like, I was surprised when I met him. He's like 5'3". So I mean, I almost wanted to joke and say like, oh, he's playing on a Fisher Price kit. But
who's this? Nick?
Danny Walker. He's a
Danny
short
Walker.
dude.
For who?
Like for Intronaut.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. He was also on. He's done a lot of session work too. He was on Job for a Cowboy's last album, Sun Eater, which. Whatever you think about Job for a Cowboy, dismiss it for that album because it's incredible.
Hey, I want to ask, Falafel, where are you from, man? Are you in the States or are you over in Europe? Because I'm getting the impression maybe you're European. I'm just curious if that's the case or not. I could be way off. I'm just curious.
Retronauts.
Yeah,
Perpetual levitations. I'd go with that one.
Yeah, Chuck, you got to check that stuff out. I mean, it's metal, but it's not like overbearing when it comes to metal. It's like very like if you've listened to like Tool, like it's kind of, you know.
Tool, it's like Tool. It's maybe more complex. It's like Tool and Calculus.
Tool and Calculus.
Directional Last Things too. Another really good one.
God damn it,
digital gerrymandering. Digital gerrymandering. Yeah, they have some weird fucking song titles, but killer song.
The last track on that one.
I had a feeling you were.
City Hymnal.
Yeah, God.
I saw them once. They were on tour. It was BT Bam, Enslaved, Intronaut, and Native Construct.
Saw that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a good tour.
Native
Construct were a little. I mean, they were good, but they're kind of caught up in like all the theatrics and everything. It was like, stop with the talking in between and doing that. Like, give me the music's amazing. Stop it. But yeah, Intronaut, when they took the stage, I was blown away. Like, I was just looking at like the bassist and Danny Walker. Like, how are you two in sync here? I don't get it. But
did you guys see? You probably saw that Wolves is going out with Uada.
Yep.
But then they got Full of Hell on there, which is weird.
Well, you know, they're all relapse, right? So
I don't think Uada's not relapsed.
No, they're not. Yeah.
They're Eisenwald, aren't they?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, they are?
No, you're right. Yeah, I think Full of Hell got put on because they're relapse, and you know it's a relapse tour. You know, so
yeah, I think Uada's Eisenwald or no?
I'm going to go to. I've got tickets for Fire in the Mountains up in Wyoming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wolves is playing and Enslaved and a whole bunch of shit. And then I just saw that Maryland Death Fest, Ruins of Beveras, just got added to the bill, dude. Holy shit!
Wait a minute.
Definitely coming.
And Deeds of Flesh too, for good measure.
Wait a minute. They just added Ruins of Beveras for Maryland?
Dude, it's a fucking insane lineup.
They added a fourth stage. They're going to do the power plant now too. So I guess what they plan on doing is they wanted to take the headliners they had for the soundstage,
right,
and put them in a bigger, roomier venue, which is the power plant. So the smaller bands will have all the soundstage, and you know that's pretty much designed for the smaller bands because it's a smaller venue than the next step up.
The soundstage holds about 1,000, I believe, and it's a nice
it was
stage.
packed when I was there.
Yeah, it's got a big stage, and it's it's very open floor plan. I mean, it's just one big room. But now, are you talking about the power plant? You're talking about Ram's Head, right?
No, they said Power Plant Live, and Ram's Head still counted as its own venue, and then the Edison lot now. So I guess the way they're working it out is that they want to have like a bigger one for like I think Mortician and Deeds of Flesh.
I know, but this is weird because Ram's Head Live is almost 3,000. I think it's 2,500 or 3,000. It's big.
Well, they have their own headliners on that one too, and they still think that they in terms of being able to handle this many bands and actually get crowds for each band, I think that's the plan, is to have a fourth venue all within that area. I don't know. I mean, my tickets bought and paid for. Have
you been there, Nick? Have you been there before?
I went to in 2019.
Oh, you did go. Okay, I wasn't sure. So you know what it's like in that area. Then everything's right on top of each other. Yeah,
it's my god, it was amazing. I got to see so many fucking bands. It was so
cool.
The
Edison lot's they're gonna have outdoor shows then.
Yep, dude.
Wow.
I think Friday is like Carcass and Bloodbath and Monstrosity. Like Friday, I'm gonna have to find a reason to leave the Edison lot because everyone I want to see is on there.
Wow.
Jeff, have you heard the Ruins of Beveras? Have you heard those guys yet?
Oh, we reviewed them.
Yeah.
Are you asking me or Nick? I'm sorry.
No, Jeff. You.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to me. My bad.
No, that's cool. No. I do know. I didn't listen to the last one. I listened to the last Dude, I didn't buy them. I like them. There's something about them that's kind of weird, though. They're kind of like out there, man. They're
Oh,
like,
It is. It's weird. Yeah, it's not there.
It's like I guess you could say like kind of avant-garde black metal meets, for me, typo negative. Like,
true.
I hear the typo doominess and gothic stuff in there, but it's also very strong, like strange song structures and long drawn out songs, but somehow they don't feel as long. Like, I really dug that last album. That was the first
What's the
one.
last one? What's the last one called? The one that it just came out a couple months ago, right?
Oh,
The-
Fool
Cool
Grimoires.
Grimoires, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
That's-
if you like that, dude, you got to go back and listen to some of the older shit, like Exuvia, and dude, I'm telling you, it's fucking so good.
I've jammed. Is it Exuvia, the one with the weird tribal guy on the cover?
Yeah,
I've
Yeah,
jammed that one on YouTube. That's how I
know that
heard of
one.
them.
I know that one. I've listened to that one. It was
go
pretty
even further back from there, dude. Like, dude, their whole like the first 4 records are oh,
And that guy's from where? What was he in?
I think
What
Germany?
band was he in?
Yeah.
What was it?
Oh, he's from Germany. I can't remember what.
It was
band,
he in
though.
and Nagelfar,
Nagelfar. That's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that's what I thought.
which was good. But I'm telling you, all there is ruins. Devin, have you heard them? You gotta,
I know who they are. I've never checked
I'll
them
be
out.
right back. I'm gonna grab a smoke.
dude, you got to go get those, man. I think you'll like those. They're just really brooding, like death black, you know, kind of like atmospheric, kind of black metal kind of stuff. I mean, Jeff, if you like Blue House Nord kind of stuff
I
like
love
that,
Blue Dot Sword.
it's really, really expansive, like big sounding,
Yeah.
like just
No,
really.
I've listened to two of them. I listened to one with the tribal guy on it, and I liked it. And then, what was the one after that? Was it something about vampires or something?
Well, the new one is after that, the Thule Grimoires. Yeah,
That's about vampires?
Yeah, I don't know if it's about vampires. Maybe it kind of like sounds like that, but I mean,
Yeah, but there was one I thought that was thematically kind of about vampires. It was the one maybe before the one with the that I don't know what you call him,
This one?
pygmy looking guy.
you see the one Dev's got there.
That's it right there.
Rain upon the
Rain
Impure.
upon the impure. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've listened to that one, and I liked it. You'll find with me, Jimmy.
What about
Black
this one?
metal.
That's
that
about
one
the one
I
right there.
that
Exuvia.
one-
Yeah,
That one I listened to the whole thing. The other one I listened to about half of. You'll find with me in black metal, I'm real picky about my black metal.
yeah, I know you are. Yeah,
Super picky. It's not that I don't like a lot of it, but some of it, I'm just like, some of it can wear me out super quick. You know what I mean?
no,
Like,
I
I
get
can get
it.
super worn out on the vocals and the same chord progressions, and
I think if you dig Blue Das Nord, I think you'll dig this band. Dude. It's as good. It's very, very expansive. Very, very like just heady kind of.
well,
you know.
the Blue Das Nord stuff. I mean, like Cosmosophy is my favorite, hands down.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I love that.
I love all the Memoria Vetusta. Dialogue with the Stars is probably second in line. Saturnian Poetry probably third. Hallucinogen was fucking awesome.
Oh.
I like the Blue Das Nord. That's more that melodic, epic, grand.
Me too.
You know, that almost like you said, expansive and sounds proggy, super proggy.
This one's my favorite.
That's the first one. Hey, Dev, I got the first. I got the vinyl coming in for that. They just repressed it.
Yeah, the red
Nice.
one. Did you get the red one? The blood red?
Yeah, I got the red one. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I missed out on all those. See, I asked Devin to buy me them, and he's like, I said, dude, please get me this album. You owe it to me. And he's like, yeah, fuck you, asshole. That's pretty much what I got from him.
Hey, Devin, do you like the second one? Have you listened to the second one?
Yeah, I've listened to the 3 Memoria Vetushkas and the 777 trilogy.
Cool. Yeah. I saw the best shit.
Now, the reality of it is, though, like I have some of the more difficult to listen to stuff, like The Work That Transforms God and more. And those are tough albums, man. Like
They
Deus,
are. Yeah.
Deus Saludos. I mean, those are they're. I got to be in the right frame. And the one Deus, I think, is it Deus or Codex? No, Codex. The split that he did, Codex. Fuck, I can't remember the second word. Oh man, that's tough. That's a tough listen. And I like a lot of industrial, and I like a lot of harsh stuff, but it's like Full of Hell with me. I saw Full of Hell at the Decibel Fest 2 years ago. Man, I had to go outside. I just was like, I can't. This shit's fucking making me ill. It's like giving me a headache, and noise.
They're like grind, industrial grind.
Yeah, and I'm not a grind guy.
Me neither. You know,
Not much.
I like
Me neither.
Napalm Death. I mean, like I like Napalm and
Devin,
a couple older school stuff. But
Devin got me to check out Utopia Banished, and I did enjoy that. I did like it. It to me, it's more of like a death metal. It sounded like a really good death metal.
No, you check out Harmony Corruption, I thought.
Or Harmony Corruption. Well, wait a minute. What was the other one you sent me? The one.
Fear, Emptiness, Despair.
Oh, so I didn't do Harmony Corruption.
No, you did Harmony and Fear. You didn't do Utopia.
Oh, I didn't do Utopia. Now is Utopia
Hmm.
more of a grind than okay. Is it
yeah,
still
but what's your favorite Napalm record?
Utopia.
Yeah, Utopia. Great. Mm-hmm.
now my
I like
buddy's
the new music too. The new stuff is great.
my buddy is John, who I really wanted to have on because John has a really good PT collection and was there with me and Serge and Chuck to an extent too, all the way. John's been there from the beginning with me. He was my DC guy, and we've been, I've known him. I met him in 2002, I think. So we've been together. We've known each other a long, long time too. But he's going to the Decibel Fest tomorrow.
Who's playing that?
Huh?
Who's playing that?
Napalm Death, I think, headlines tomorrow night, or else Converge. One of the two.
No,
Pig Destroyer's there. Pig Destroyer. They're the headliners, those three. But then there's Immolation.
Yeah, Converge, Napalm, Pig Destroyer,
Yeah,
Municipal Waste, Dead Guy, Midnight, Blood Incantation, Crypt Sermon, Eternal Champion. Some other shit, I can't read the logo.
I mean, I'll be blunt with you. For me, I'd want to see Blood Incantation, Eternal Champion, Immolation, and Crypt Sermon, and I'd be fine. I wouldn't even really want to see any of the headliners. I've already seen Converge. Does nothing for me, man. Nothing.
But I did get you to check this out again. Remember I reminded you to check that out?
Oh yeah, that's a great album. Chuck, do you know that
Nectar?
one?
Is that Nectar?
Yeah, great album.
I don't know that one. Nectar?
I never really listened to Nectar.
Do it. You're gonna love it.
Get in line.
Get a Tab in the Ocean. And what's the other one? There's one other one there. Look at the other albums up. It's like the fourth album.
Let me see. Hang on.
Shit, I know the name of it. As soon as you say it, I'm gonna know it. I just can't think of it.
I know what you mean. I've heard of it too. Roommate of mine back 78 had two of their albums. He
This
had that
one?
one, and then-
No, it's
no.
like two words. Like,
Oh, Time Machine?
no, that's not it either. I think it's their fourth album. It's right here, and I can't think of it. No, fuck. Yeah, there you go. Hold on. Let me blow you up. Hold on.
Let me know
Boom.
if you-
Go up to the top. Go up to the top.
That's Nectar?
Yeah. Remember the future.
Okay.
Remember the future.
Okay.
Remember the future is actually their best one.
I don't know this shit.
Yeah, it's great. It's great prog, man. Super fucking good stuff.
Okay, so I don't know if you are familiar, but what's the best Frank Zappa record?
Oh my god.
Uh,
God, come on, man.
all of them.
A lot of them. I wouldn't say
A lot of them for all different reasons too.
Yeah, I would say Apostrophe. I would
I know
say
what you are.
Hot Rats is great. Overnight Sensation is great. Joe's Garage, all three
Joe's
parts.
Garage
Killer.
is
Oh,
classic, I think.
awesome.
Oh my god. What was Jean Ponty played with Zappa? So
Hot Rats.
Hot Rats, okay.
Yep, that's great. Peaches in Regalia, man. That song fucking rules. Nick, do you have any Zappa?
Actually, I don't. The only album I know because my mom owned it and I did listen to it and I was kind of fascinated with the weird cover was Hot Rats. And that's like an early like musical memory, mostly just that album cover because I would go through her stuff and like she had a fuck ton of Jethro Tull and I thought the cover for fucking Aqualung was particularly strange.
Oh man, Hot Rats is great. It does have Jean-Luc Ponty. It's or Jean-Luc, however you say that, Jean-Luc Ponty.
Jean-Luc
Picard, got it.
I mean,
JLP.
Zappa only has about 57 albums or something like that.
That's it. All right.
He also had those side projects too, because if you remember Joe's Garage when it came out, there was like a little insert postcard that was "Shut Up and Play Your Guitar," or "Return of Shut Up and Play Your Guitar," and
those are great. Those are great. Those two,
which were just like a solo project, and it's like "How to Play Santana" by "Shut Up and Play Your Guitar," or actually, "How to Sound Like Santana."
Actually, the "Shut Up and Play Your Guitar" albums, Chuck, are basically just live recordings of Zappa going off, and Zappa was a fucking mean ass guitar player. That too good.
You said Jethro Tull. Look who did the remix.
Steve Wilson, yeah. He's done all. Wilson's done all the Jethro Tull remixes now. He's done all those. You guys saw those books, right? That I posted on Instagram. You saw all those, right?
Well, the Tull books.
Yeah, the fucking like. Oh shit! I put them up in my closet. Never mind. I put them away in a box.
But I saw them. Yes.
All the 40th anniversary Tull remasters. They came out in books with 5.1 surrounds. They're books. They're like books, and then you open them. There's 4 discs or 5. I think some of them are 5 disc sets. Those are super value for your money. And let me tell you something. I am so glad I jumped on all of those because everyone but the 2 most recent ones that came out are fucking ridiculously overblown money wise. Minstrel in the Gallery recently sold for like $450 for that thing, and I bought mine. I bought mine for
pesos.
I bought mine for $50,
Franks,
and one sold on Discogs for $450 because they short printed them. I think there was only 5,000 copies of all of them made. And Jethro Tull's still a big band. I mean, people still love Jethro Tull, especially us old prog rockers. I mean, Tull's one of my favorite bands. Ian Anderson, probably one of the he's like Steven Wilson as far as being prolific. The guy just wrote music, and most of it was pretty good.
I told you my name was almost Ian, and
yeah, I know.
Yeah, my last name is Anderson. My mom has a lot of Jethro Tull.
I
called her on it. I was like, "You almost named me after the dude from fucking Jethro Tull." I was like, "No, I thought Ian was a pretty name, and you looked like you could have been Ian." I'm like, come on.
So let's get the truth out, Nick. Would you have been pissed off at her if she had?
I mean, I don't know. I just would have thought, it was like, dude, I mean, come on. But I mean, whatever. I don't mind being Nick. I mean, I was due on Christmas, so that might be why my name was Nick too.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. She liked Christmas, so you're Nick?
She liked the name, and I don't know. I think there was just kind of a theme there, maybe. And but Mom's an old hippie.
Oh, is she? That's cool.
I mean, honestly, she's probably the reason why I got into music the way I did, because I saw how passionate she was about it.
Right.
And we have like a lot of interlinking bands that we listen to, and she got into stuff that I listened to because I was so passionate about it. Like she sat down and watched that entire Cannibal Corpse documentary with me, and she was fascinated. She's like, "Oh, they're really good musicians. They're just really gross stuff they talk about." I was like, "Yeah, I mean, it's the gore lyric."
How old's your mom? Like, is she?
She turned 68 in August.
Okay, so she's got a little bit older than Chuck then.
Yeah, she's got 6 years on me.
Yeah, she got to see like Yes and Hawkwind and Blue Oyster Cult. She got to see a lot of cool shows, and that. Again,
did she see the Doors? Did she get to see the Doors?
Know.
She might have been like 13 or 12 or 13, 14 years old, but
I don't know if she ever got to see the Doors. She might have seen Led Zeppelin. I'm trying to think. Like she saw a lot of stuff, and some of the memories are a little fuzzy, just because a fair amount of imbibing during that time. She got to see Hawkwind with Lemmy in the band, though.
That's cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like, wow, you saw Lemmy before he really came out of his shell. Yeah, that split was not a pretty split, too. I think before he left, he made sure to fuck all the wives of all the members.
For sure.
I'll show him. They left him in a fucking parking lot, I think, in Detroit. Like, they just forgot they had a fucking bassist. And it was like, where's the tall guy with the warts? Shit. Go back. Wait, hold on. Maybe don't go back. He's going to be pissed.
Chuck, did you ever... Sorry about that, Jimmy. What were you saying?
Oh, no, I was just muttering to myself. There's a Hawkwind record that I really love.
Oh, which one? Which one?
Shit. I got to find it.
Warrior on the Edge of Time, you better say.
I got that album.
Fuck,
No,
that
that was
album
great.
rules.
There's another one, though, that's so good.
Hall the Mountain Grill. What is it? Follows. What is it? Follows.
I have it. Fuck.
Hall of the Mountain Grill. That's the one my mom still has.
Hey, Jeff, real quick, or everybody, real quick, check this picture of Steve Wilson out. It looks like he's 12 years old.
Yeah, no.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
My God.
hey, you guys want to? What's that from? Oh, that's from the Delirium box.
Yeah, it is. There's his tape machine that is
4-track.
I built for him.
Yeah, he's got a 4-track there. Wow.
Nice.
His dad built that shit. Yeah. Steve was probably only about 19 or 20 there in that picture, I think.
Well, if he was playing, when he was 16, like you said earlier.
I'll tell you what, there's some video out there that I'd never seen today by reading that book. And by the way, I don't think anybody's watching anymore, but if anybody does watch, I do want to plug this book one more time. Apparently this version, the regular version, sold out of print, but this book, Time Flies, is about Porcupine Tree and the inception of the band all the way up through through the end. And I got to tell you, this book is fucking awesome if you want to read. It's done by Rich Wilson. You can get it on Rocket 88. And I think Serge said for $50 you can get the better version than I got. I got the cheap one, apparently.
Yeah.
The hard copy, hardback.
Did you order one, Jimmy?
I'm about to. I've got the page up, but
What? You can't show us, can you? You can't show me what the
no,
difference
my
is.
screen is all kind of messed up. But hey, by the way, I just wanted to say, man, I'm about to peace out, dude. And
Okay.
dude, wow, 5 hours, Porcupine Tree.
6 hours. Well, yeah, we did. We did
5 hours
on
of Porcupine Tree and an hour of just BSing.
So maybe like the next one we'll do the Stephen Wilson catalog or whatever.
We can look at the solo catalog. I think now let me ask you this though. You don't know anything about No Man, so you might want to dig into that a little bit and see what you
Okay,
think.
I'll do that for the next one for sure. Yeah.
I'm there.
Yeah, I would totally. I could stay up all night and talk to you guys, man. But I'm gonna try and get up tomorrow and go shoot another video finally. So,
Fuck yeah, dude. Do it,
Yeah.
man. Do
let's
it.
see. I'm gonna go out in the woods and fuck around. So we'll see what happens.
Let me ask you one more thing, Jimmy. Do you know any of the stuff like Incredible Expanding Mindfuck or okay?
Nah.
Because there's a lot of stuff there. Now I don't. I am Base Communion, that dark ambient project that he has.
No, not sure.
We may touch on that, but we'll have to see. Now, I depending on my health, I've also been thinking about doing one on Opeth, which I wanted to get Nick involved in that in the future, and Devin, of course, was going to be involved, and I think Rick on that one too. The other one I really want to do is with my buddy John. I really want to have him involved. I want to do a Rush one because, as everybody knows that knows me, Rush is my fucking hands down.
Yeah.
You know, Marillion and Porcupine Tree are right there, but Rush is my favorite band of all time.
Oh, me too. I got everything. Yeah. So I mean.
So maybe we'll look at doing one of those. And I kind of want to do one of these, maybe one every other week or something like that, depending on how my health holds up. So.
As long as you're feeling good, I mean, dude, it was a lot of fun. Chuck, Halas.
Okay.
Witch Hazel. Yeah, check those two out. Dude, Nick, Dev, it's always seriously, Nick. I want to talk to you more, man. I could stick around all night since you're on, dude. You know.
Oh, dude. I mean, I'll be on again for damn sure. I mean, I love these sort of chats. I love like the deep dives and talking about anything really, but music, of course. I mean,
So in other words, Nick, Jimmy has a love thing going on for you. He wants to hang with you.
Oh,
Man.
dude, I watched all your reviews.
He wants to have your babies, man. Just letting you
no,
know.
you don't. Wait, I don't have to take care of them, do I? You're gonna make an awesome single mother, let me tell you.
Oh, sure, man.
All right, Jimmy. Thank you a
I'll
million
take him
for
out to the
joining
wisdom
us tonight.
Stay tuned, man. I'll try and get this video tomorrow. I'm going out
Cool.
way out tomorrow. So
Where are you going? Where are you going?
Lost Creek Wilderness. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I'm gonna try
Be
and shoot.
safe.
Hopefully it'll be cool. You know, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know.
Be safe and don't run into any psychopathic killers out there because apparently there's one still on the loose. So be careful of that.
Oh, I know. Yeah, it'll be cool.
Too.
Hey,
All right, brother.
cheers, guys. Love you guys, man. Y'all take care.
Peace out,
Jim.
man. Have a good night.
Take care, man. Good night.
Nah, man, he's a good dude. I
He
like
is a
that
good
guy a
dude.
lot.
I
Good guy.
was gonna because he made a comment on I think it was the Rivers of Nile one. I was gonna get back to him, but I ended up recording another video.
So Jeff, what's the best ELP album?
I like the first one. I like Tarkus. And I will let Chuck answer this because he's a big ELP guy. But Tarkus.
Trilogy. I like Trilogy a lot.
And what's Carnival 9?
Carnival
No, not
9 was
Carnival
the Welcome Back, My Friends, to the show
Yeah,
that
but
never ends.
what's the name of that album? The one with the Geiger cover.
Yeah,
Brain
yeah,
Salad
that's a good
Surgery.
question.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Brain salad surgery. That's where I would
Thank
start.
you. Derp.
Yeah, I knew it, but my brain isn't functioning anymore. But
I had to say it was Geiger.
I of course I got rid of all my ELP stuff because I'm an idiot. When I was decluttering the house back, so when I went out to the record store, I found I had only enough money to buy one ELP album, so I selected Trilogy. I love that album.
is that
So I
the
recorded
live one?
Trilogy.
Is that the
No,
live
it's
one?
it's got Hoedown on it. It's,
Right.
The Sheriff song's on it. Oh gosh, what's the other one? Bolero, that Bolero song.
Right.
That
Bolero.
finishes it out. Trilogy, title track's on that. And what else? Gosh, I'm gonna have to pull it. But yeah, that's a good one. Brain salad surgery can be a little overbearing. You know, one of my friends says, "Let's get really stoned and put brain salad surgery on." That's how he thinks of it when he, now that he's grown up, not a teenager anymore. Works is okay, but the early stuff, the first one, where Tarkus is good.
Okay.
Just take it.
Tarkus is pretty intense too. It gets pretty crazy, but it's a killer album.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, it's a militarized armadillo. What more do you need?
Yeah. The song "Tanks" on it, is it?
Yep. Mhm.
That Palmer drum along.
Manticore is on there.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty
Yeah.
mythical.
So, but this is getting kind of weird, man, because Devin's like now asking me every fucking day about prog recommendations, and I'm starting to feel a little threatened because I'm worried I might start running out of options for it.
Oh, you won't run out, especially if you start talking about Italian prog, but that's a whole other.
Well, I don't listen to Italian prog.
Oh, there's some good Italian
Oh,
prog.
God.
This is an anthology for Camel from 73 to 85.
John and Joe are
Pick up
big
something.
Camel fucking fans. Like they love those guys.
Well,
Joe's
and
big on
you
the early prog shit.
you checked some of that out, right, Devin? Didn't you check a bunch out?
Yeah, I checked out all their albums.
Oh, really? All of them?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Rock
rock
in opposition.
Yeah, that's stuff like Universe Zero. I remember them. They were a big RIO band, Universe Zero. And
Ooh,
Krautrock, I could offer some Krautrock, like Can and Now, bands like that. But I'm not a real big Krautrocker. By the way, speaking of Krautrock, keep hitting the
Well,
wall.
I would
Chuck.
for Krautrock, I would highly recommend Ashra Temple.
Ashra Temple.
I've actually heard of them.
Oh man, they're
Um,
Manuel Gottschwing.
Popol Vuh. Popol Vuh.
Oh, Popol Vuh. Yeah.
Popol Vuh is really cool. Chuck, did you check out of Focus? Did you check that album out?
No.
Did you get to it? Out of Focus, Devin. They're cool. I
That's
don't
on my
know a lot
other
about rock. I don't know about much rock in opposition. The only band I remember from them was Universe Zero about 20 years ago being real popular. A lot of that stuff's a little beyond me. And I do not get into this symphonic stuff like Bonko and PFM. I mean, I do have one PFM album. I listened to it once, I think. I don't like the super symphonic shit. That gets too frilly for me. Plus,
I know what you mean. But PFM is still around, apparently. When we first went into the pandemic, we were sheltering in place. I found a couple PFM song concerts that were pretty good. So, and
they're good.
I know what you mean by being frilly or whatever, but there's other stuff that's not so much, and same with Bonko too. But there's a lot of Italian prog, and Italian prog was influenced a lot by Emerson, Lake and Palmer.
Yeah,
because they were one of the few English prog bands that toured in Italy back in the in the heyday of the 70s, early 70s. So that inspired a lot of Italians to go into playing rock and roll rather than whatever training they had at the time. So I think it was them and Genesis that influenced the scene in Italy. Had big time influences, and some of these bands actually are on the Manticore album. That is the album that Emerson, Lake and Palmer's on. So their label went down there and signed some people.
Hey, for me, the only Italian prog I need is fucking Goblin. I'm good, man. Set me up with Goblin. I'm good to go.
Fulci movies for fucking days, man.
Mm-hmm.
I could watch Gates of Hell right now.
Devin, did you finally get your Fulci album?
Yeah.
No, you did get it. Okay.
I'm still waiting on mine.
Hey, let me grab it.
Man, is that the new one, Devin? The newest one? Which is like what? How many months old now? What is it? 3 months old? 3 or 4 months? I
ordered that fucking forever ago. It still hasn't shown up. I mean, granted, it's all the way from Italy. Be impatient.
Oh, you got a cassette? I thought you got an album.
No.
What's the name of it again?
Fuck, hang on.
It's off. It's actually
exhumed information.
Yeah, it's actually like I think themed after Fulci's last movie, which apparently was like the return to form.
I love that cover. That cover
is so awesome, dude. All their covers are fucking cool. I do Tropic Sun or Tropical Sun.
That's
whatever.
Still my favorite by them, though.
Oh, I fucking love that album. It's just Riff City. It's riff and groove and Fulci samples.
Nick, do you have much November? Do you have any November?
No, but I definitely know of the band. I just never really got into them. I kind of like lumped them in the same category as like was it Arion or Arion?
No, not even close, bro. Not even close.
I like I said, I never really jumped on them, or maybe Communic, which I thought those guys were just kind of.
I don't know them, but November is very much progressive black metal. It's and with some death. It has nothing to do with Arion at all.
I might actually have to check that out then.
Yeah, you got to check out the Blue. Check out Classica, the Blue, or Novembrine Waltz. or Dreams the Azure. Dude, you're gonna love them. I think you're gonna fucking love them because you know what they are? They're the perfect mix of black metal. This guy is one of the best black metal vocals ever, and then he can sing good, clean, which not maybe Michael Ockerfeld good, but close. And he has a unique tone to his voice. But man, the riffs are very Opethian, like old Opeth, and very, very grand sounding and expansive. Yeah, dude, they're nothing like Arion. I knew what you're saying. Arion's the prog dude that has 9 million vocalists, and I have a bunch of Arion. I used to like him. I'm not as into him anymore as I used to be.
I'll have to check that one out. I mean, I got a lot of shit I gotta go through because I went kind of buck nutty in a distro.
I don't know, Falafel. I don't hear they're not as doomy as My Dying Bride. They're more classically prog sounding, like mid-period Opeth, like maybe Still Life or My Arms Your Hearse. There's those cool riffy sections. They've got some acoustic stuff going on. I don't hear the My Dying Bride there, but I'm not saying that's not there. It's just I don't hear it there. But yeah, I love Nick. Trust me on this. Listen to a little bit of November and let me know what you think, because I'd be shocked if you didn't like. Because I know you like prog.
Oh yeah.
And I think I'd be really shocked if you didn't listen to them and go, okay, I like the mix of prog and the black metal. They're not death metal so much. I mean, he's got they don't have a death metal vibe to them, I don't think.
I mean, I like black metal too, so I mean, that works. I mean, in terms of prog, I don't know, I kind of like get away from like the more Dream Theater-y stuff here lately. Like, I still like Dream Theater, but
you're not a
outside of maybe
prog
Haken, like Haken, I still fucking love. I think that band is underrated as hell. Those guys just, they know how to take like modern prog and meld it with classic prog in terms of like the vocal harmonies and shit. Like, I guess they're all fucking big, gentle giant nuts.
Oh, Gentle Giant are fucking amazing.
But at the same time, they love like, Dream Theater. I would definitely say some like other heavier acts, like the level like syncopation and like the chugging is really interesting. Like, I wouldn't call it genty, but it's close.
It's close. It's very close.
And one of my favorite prog albums, unfortunately, the band doesn't exist anymore. A band called Burst. Their last album, Lazarus Bird. Unbelievable. It was like a Swedish. They started off as like a death grind band, and then they slowly just kind of started morphing into like a more progressive band, like little elements of post metal in there. And their last album, they kind of melded a little bit of all of that. Like, it still has these hardcore moments. It still has like stuff that's very similar, like early Mastodon, but then you have like really cool classic prog leanings. Like, what was the name of the song? Hold on one second, I want to find it because I jammed the song.
Falafel, I agree with you. Early Catatonia is more like in line with November than My Dying Bride, I would say. And there's another one too, Nick. I don't know if you ever heard of these guys, but German band called Dark Suns.
Oh, dude, I own a couple albums.
Dude, I love that band. They're so weird. Their last couple of releases were kind of like out there, but the first one's very Opeth worship, but it's good Opeth worship, like real good.
Exterminate the Eye. That's the one, like, for Burst.
Okay.
Literally, like, it just has this, like, all of a sudden this bridge, it just goes very King Crimson-y, like,
I gotta
this
check
really
them
interesting,
out,
like, acoustic melody, but how the songs flow is just, nuts.
What's the name of the album again?
Burst, Lazarus Bird. It came out on Relapse in 2008.
Lazarus Bird. Okay.
Yep.
They're not around anymore?
No, they broke up, like, I think the following year.
And they only put one album out?
No, they got, I have 4 of their albums.
Oh, okay.
But I think there's maybe a couple of earlier ones. But Origo was the one that they started really kind of, I would say, like, started morphing more into the prog side, like post-metal, hardcore, bits of death metal. I don't know. It was kind of all over the place, but there's some really really killer songs in there. Mercy Liberation, the last track in Origo is really good. And then Pray for Life, Pray on Life.
Is that
one's a little bit more... all three of those, the ones I listed, are all on Relapse.
Okay, but can you find them on YouTube? Probably?
You should be able to. Yeah, I know you can find Lazarusburg because I had to link it when I brought up Underrated Prog. That was the first thing I thought of. Was
I'll
that
check that
album.
out.
I
wanna
love that
see
album.
Let me see something here. I want to see what this is. Let me see if I can pull this up here. You guys there?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to see if I. Shit! I wish I could have shared this. Damn it! Oh, this is crazy, man.
Dang nabbit.
I got to figure a way to do this because I just opened the link to Surge's old Porcupine Tree North American fan site from the last thing posted on there was 2001. Wow. Oh, I wish I could have shared that during the stream. That sucks.
And yeah.
So yeah,
Buried
that
Inside.
going. So yeah, that going. Okay, Jeff.
All right, good talk. Cool. There it is.
I kicked myself out.
Yeah,
You hit the wrong button again.
I hit the wrong button.
damn
going backwards.
mediator.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? Where did I go? I just kicked myself off my stream. What the hell, man?
So Surge had that going concurrently with the PT Trans. Because I was on PT Trans, I think, in '99, if not '99, definitely 2000.
What do you mean? But see, PT Trans was just a discussion forum. You couldn't.
Okay.
Surge.
So what was Surge's then? Just an info site?
His was an actual website with links to.
Okay.
And the more I think about it, the more I was thinking about when we were talking, the more I got to realizing that I bet any money I found out about PT Trans from Surge's website. I think how this went down was I found out about him through Fish or whatever. I found out about Steve Wilson, saw his site, and on Steve Wilson's site, I think it linked to Surge's site. There was something about PT North American fans or something, or else it was either that or else that, because the very, very, very first Porcupine Tree website was not the band. It was not Steve Wilson. It was a guy named Didier Lockwood, I think was the guy's name.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a website called Linton Samuel Dawson. That was the name of the website. Basically had pictures, had a few reviews. Now we're talking 98, 99, I guess. There just wasn't much there. But Surge's website literally had I'm 99% sure that's where I found out about the shows for the Stupid Dream Tour, because I just don't know where else. Steve didn't have a website. Steve didn't have a Porcupine Tree website. In fact, the first Porcupine Tree website didn't show up until 2000 or 2001. It was quite a while after.
All right. Well, let me ask you this: how did you find about other bands that were playing in the area? What was your source for that? For me, it was the newspaper. Before the internet, before.
That's a good question.
That's where I found it out or heard it from a friend. That was it.
Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend.
We had local.
I did that on purpose.
We had one here in Toledo called the Glass Eye, and that had listed everything coming to our area and a bit of Detroit.
A fanzine kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think there was a thing here, and there was a musician's friend thing they called it, or something like that. But here's the way I really knew about stuff was listening to the radio. Well, you weren't going to hear about Porcupine Tree on the radio because they weren't on the radio.
No.
To be honest with you, I have no fucking clue where I would have found out about shows. I mean, because we're going back to, for example, that was 99 when I found out about Porcupine Tree. But how did I know to go see? How did I know Pantera and Typo Negative were playing in 2000 in 96 or 97? I have no clue how I would have known about that. I just don't know.
Mm-hmm. You don't know or you don't remember.
I think it's both. I don't know and I don't remember. And the other thing is too, when it was a big band, like a big band playing, for example, 1988. How I found this out and how I know, I couldn't tell you, but I knew that the Monsters of Rock tour was coming to Vet Stadium.
Hmm.
And that was Van Hagar, Sammy Van Halen, the Scorpions, Dokken, Kingdom Come, and Metallica. I gotta believe I found out about that on the radio. I just don't know how else I would have known about it. It wasn't like there was a ton of magazines that were putting those dates in their magazine, 6-8 months ahead of time. They didn't know that back then. It is kind of weird. That begs a real interesting question. How did we find out this stuff back then?
Well, I guess I'm pretty fortunate out here that the local, the San Francisco newspaper had a section in it called the Lively Arts, and they would cover opera, symphony, theater, and live music in this section, and it was published every day.
Right.
They would do reviews of concerts. Rolling Stones show up, they'd see a review of the concert in the Lively Arts section the next morning. But on Sundays was the day that the promoters would advertise upcoming shows. So you would actually have advertisements on the pages announcing the bigger concerts, like the Day on the Greens. That's where I learned about.
Oh, yeah.
In '75, that's how I found out about the Eagles and Doobie Brothers playing at Day on the Greens. So I knew to get tickets. But they would have, in the back section they'd have a place where they would list all the clubs, bars in all the counties in the Bay Area, and they would have their calendar printed in there for the upcoming week. And it was just like reading a little paragraph, so you'd have to really dive down into it. And then the final page was the local rock critic that would just do a little 3-paragraph column about shows coming up or rumors that Rod Stewart's gonna be touring in the summer of '77. Look for be on the lookout for tickets, kind of being like your radar for whatever. But that's really where I heard a lot about bands that you did not hear on the radio, because Led Zeppelin on the radio, and and you had the local rock stations that were competing with one another to get the word out, try to have the interview with the band members and what have you. But
see, that makes sense for a big city like San Francisco.
Exactly.
I'm an hour and a half, more or less, northwest of Philly. Nobody was coming here. You know what I mean? Not back then. You didn't have any big bands pop through here that were, playing some local clubs. So that's a really good question. Like, how did I know in 1985 that Rush was playing for for Grace Under Pressure? How did I know in and I do remember it had to have been the radio. It had to have been.
I want to say I do remember, at least for like my first couple of shows like Metallica and COC, they were definitely advertising the radio, but they were also advertising for Pantera, Machine Head, and Coal Chamber, which was in '97, but the radio station was playing almost none of that. Like, they'd play Walk every now and then, they'd play Cemetery Gates. Coal Chamber could fuck right off. They didn't give a shit about them. They didn't give a shit about Machine Head, but they would still advertise for the shows.
So the promoters are probably buying airtime on the radio station to advertise the show. Yeah. So it wasn't the radio station per se.
And I knew people that back when we actually got shows here in Toledo more often, I knew people that were tied in with like the clubs, like pretty much the east side of Toledo. There were 2 clubs that constantly had underground acts playing, or like smaller bands. Like, I'd find out like, hey, Clutch is going to play here about a month from now. Like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to go watch Clutch with Vision of Disorder, which is an odd pairing, but it worked.
See, Devin, these third world problems we had to deal with back in the ancient times.
Back in my day, you had to blah, blah, blah.
We had to send carrier pigeons with flyers.
to get our tickets. Yeah, to get our tickets. But I mean, well, now here's the other thing, though. We did talk about this once before, but it's true. You couldn't jump on the internet and buy tickets. You had to get up on a Saturday morning. Here it was Saturdays. You had to go out to
Sunday here.
Yeah, that's weird. You said that, and I thought that sounds strange. Why Sunday? But anyway, maybe it was Sunday for us. I can't remember.
Saturday here too. I remembered
I thought it was Saturdays.
For like the first couple of Ozfests, like I had to get up, I had to go to fucking Kroger, go to the fucking Ticketmaster there.
Yeah.
Wait in line. I'm tired. I'm miserable. Like, I need this many tickets. Gimme.
Yeah, and I mean, I remember very well getting up at 4 a.m. and getting in line out at the fucking local Boscov's, which was the mall anchor, one of the 4 mall anchor stores, because we have a big mall here, Park City Mall, and you had to go out there if you wanted to be one of the first couple guys in line to get that optimal bang the minute the ticket thing opened up at 10 a.m. You had to be out there, and so I remember very well going out there on the Hold Your Fire tour, which would have been 1987. I think 87. Yeah, because Power Windows was 85. Then 86 was Grace Under Pressure. And yeah, it was 87. And I think it was either 87 or 88. And I remember, I got out there and there was like 6 of us just chilling for like 4 hours, just talking Rush and talking music and shit. And then, man, it was all bets off when those doors opened, man. And they opened the security opened up. It was like you couldn't run because they'd yell at you about that, but you had to do the fastest fast walk you've ever done in your fucking life.
Inside the mall.
Were you just like trying to trip the guy next to you? Like,
you're like holding the one guy back with your elbow while you're doing the John Cleese Ministry of Fucked Up Walks, and you're walking fast, man. You are trucking, and then you got up to the sliding glass doors where then they lined you up single file, and then when they opened those, they would say to you, if you run, we're throwing you out, so you must walk. So you had to walk through the cosmetics, get to the fucking the escalator. You get to the escalator, but here was the tricky part. If you got to the escalator, there was also a staircase there. So if you were really quick and agile like I was back then, you fucking took off up the escalator and you were the first guy in line. I did that the one day and the guy's like, you know what? Touche, man. You fucking beat me. You outsmarted me. And I'm like, sorry, dude. It was like an older dude, like in this older dude by then. I'm talking 20s because I'm like, 16 or 17 or whatever. I'm like 20. He was like 30. And he's like, dude. And I'm like, bro, if you were fast and quick and agile, you could have took those steps with me, man. He's like, yeah, you got a point there. But yeah, and for that tour, I got front row right on the first level section I could have been on the floor, but I actually got the first row up off the floor, which literally was like, I could sit the whole show and watch Geddy Lee from like I was in my living room watching my TV from about 15 feet away. It was so fucking cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
And and I had a couple of days like that where I got killer fucking tickets. Now I had other times where I was pretty far up front there and didn't end up with tickets, and that always made me wonder, wait a minute, what's going on here? I was one of the first guys here and I'm getting like 16th row. How'd that happen? It just depended on how many other people were hitting that feed at that time.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think my lesson learned in terms of getting tickets earlier was probably Ozfest 97, because it was like, oh, I can just wait. And then it was like, I'll just get like pavilion seats for me and I think 2 of my other fucking stoner buddies. And lo and behold, there weren't any pavilion seats available anymore. So we had to go on the lawn, and I had never done an outdoor venue, and I didn't realize with a bunch of drunken metalheads that they would actually tear the fucking lawn up and chuck chunks of sod at you. I got hit in the face with giant chunks of dirt, and I wasn't high enough to really process that, even though I really tried. But yeah,
you know what they
next
did?
time I'm getting in line,
what they started doing in the end for because it was Sunday morning, and I think Sunday morning ticket sales correlated with the announcement in the Sunday paper, because that was Sunday paper gets delivered to your door first thing in the morning, and the tickets went on sale at 10 a.m. So you saw the shows being announced on Sundays, and that's the same day the tickets go on sale. So it wasn't like any advance warning or anything like that.
Jeez.
So it was like, oh shit, Pink Floyd's playing. I got to go down to the ticket thing now, Or with Pink Floyd, the bigger bands, you usually heard about those before, but a lot of the lesser known bands, that's when it was announced. And when I was following the Grateful Dead for that period of time for 5 years, I would go down to the ticket store, Tower Records, basically line up with 100 other heads, and try to get there 8 o'clock in the morning, which was really early. on
still
the
is.
Sunday morning,
Still
you know, and it's like shit, you know. So after 2 years of doing that, what they started doing is like at 10 o'clock, you know, at 9:45, whoever was there, they did a lottery. So you pick straws, and you got a number assigned. So if you got, you know, if I got number 1, then everybody lined up behind me, even though, you know. So what they were trying to do is to stop people from showing up at 8, 7 o'clock in the morning and camping out, or overnight. People were doing that too. So and that was a lot better too. It was much easier on the Constitution, getting up later in the morning.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
trying to remember. I'm trying to remember back when Floyd played. What year was it for Momentary Lapse, Chuck? Was that 94?
87.
Yeah. I
Oh,
was
you're
gonna
right.
say.
That was 87. So they played JFK Stadium down in Philadelphia, which was the football stadium for
Mm.
the blue and white game and all. You know, huge stadium. I think 120,000 people could go into that stadium or something crazy. Well, maybe
Said
80,000.
The Eagles played there, right?
Oh no, the Eagles played at Vet Stadium.
Okay.
Hey, guys.
Oh, that's right. The bet.
I gotta dip out. I didn't realize it was getting that late. I gotta go do my nephew and my niece's birthday party tomorrow.
Ah, dude. Okay. Hey, well,
Yeah.
thanks for joining, man. We're
it'll
probably
be
gonna
fun.
wrap up.
I get to see my oldest nephew that went to Megadeth with us. He had a fucking ball.
Oh, cool, man.
Cool.
Hey, I don't know if they're doing anything tomorrow night. I didn't hear anything. I mean, Rick was on with Marty tonight doing something, and so I have no idea what's up there. If they are, I'll tell them. I don't know whether I'm going to join it. I mean, I may be kind of burnt out after today on doing like a long thing. If I jump in, it'd probably just be for a little bit, but I'll let you know if something's up.
Yeah, let me know. But yeah,
But I don't.
thank you again. Always good talking to you guys.
Yeah, brother.
Good
And,
seeing you, Nick.
yeah,
See ya,
I'll catch
dude.
you guys later.
See you, man. Say hi,
Great
to
weekend.
boys. Peace. We'll wrap up here. Say we'll wrap up at 3. How's that sound?
What, 10 minutes?
Yeah, about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, what was weird about that Pink Floyd, because they had Division Bell, and then they had Division Bell in 94 and Momentary Lapse in 87. When I went down to get tickets for Momentary Lapse of Reason, there was nobody in line to buy tickets. And I thought I had my dates mixed up or something. It's like, are tickets going on sale tomorrow? Is it Sunday or is it Saturday? What, you know? And I went up to the ticket booth and said, I want to get some Pink Floyd tickets. They're saying, how many do you want? It's like, holy shit, why isn't there anybody here? Pink Floyd lose their popularity?
And it
Something?
was on the day that they went on sale.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And I mean, there's nobody there in line. And then in 94, I was standing in line and they sold out the show before I could get to the ticket.
Oh.
So they said, oh, hold on here. We're going to check to see if they're going to release another show. And they did. And then now, instead of being 150th in line, I was like 10th in line.
Oh, wow.
So I was able to get better seats.
See,
Because
not both the shows. I saw them twice. I saw them once on Momentary at JFK Stadium, and that was general admission. You didn't have a seat. So when we got there, there was a mad rush to get in on the field, and I remember we got there. I remember distinctly having to piss so bad that I couldn't wait for all the people in line, because we've been drinking like idiots on the way down in the car, like a fuckhead. And I had to piss like severely, like I was going to piss myself. So I ran up along the wall. They had these like fake faux arches for where you used to be able to walk through under the, well, they weren't faux, they were real, but they were covered in with boards, because it used to be you could go under the bleachers, right? They probably had like, but that was all shut down. And so I go up there and I'm like, oh, fuck, man. And there's people walking by everywhere. There's chicks walking by. There's dudes walking by. I'm like, I got to piss. You know, I just kind of slung it in the corner there and hugged up close and tried not to piss all over my feet and everything. And but then we ran in, and I got to tell you, no joke. You know how people always say, I was like 5th row, or I was like, we were honestly about 10 feet in front of the stage, right in front of Gilmore, which I stayed there until it started pouring down rain. And when I say pouring, I'm talking torrential downpour towards the end of the show. And I went up into the stands where there was some cover, and we watched Shine On You Crazy Diamond, and I want to say Echoes. I for some reason I feel like they closed with Echoes. I don't know why.
I don't think they did. No.
No?
Unless, I don't know what.
On Momentary
they
Lapse.
If they played the same set list throughout the tour, they didn't play Echoes.
Are you talking about for Momentary Lapse or for Division Bell?
For both.
Hang on, I'll find out.
I know you will. But yeah, they opened the second set with Shine On You Crazy Diamond. They had that wonderful video of that person, the young kid, like 10, 12 years old, he enters into the grounds of that chateau or whatever, and he comes out the other end like a 35 middle-aged old man, like 35 middle-aged.
Oh, that's right. Let me see.
He's greeted with all the jesters and people doing back handstands and young, beautiful women giving him joints and stuff like that. I thought that was definitely Storm. Storm did that video.
All right, so here is the Momentary Lapse of Reason tour. And Chuck, what is that noise, dude?
I have no idea, unless it's my refrigerator. It just turned on.
No, it's that screaming something going on around you there. All right, here we go. It's the one before this, damn it. Hold on.
So it's definitely me, huh, Jeff?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, there's no
So
question.
I can't hear it, obviously, but the only thing I can think of is my refrigerator, the motor inside of it just clicked on.
Yeah, it's like it's picking up some kind of screaming noise, and I've never heard that come out of your...
Hang on, maybe it's this. This is new.
Here we go. May 16th, 1988. Boy, this is not how I remember it at all. It says they did Shine On You Crazy Diamond was the first song they did. Signs of Life, Learning to Fly, Yet Another Movie, Round and Round, New Machine, Terminal Frost, New Machine Part 2, Sorrow, Dogs of War, On the Turning Away, One of These Days, Time, On the Run, Great Gig, Wish You Were Here, Welcome to the Machine, Us and Them, Money, Another Brick in the Wall, Comfortably Numb. Then they finished with One Slip and Run Like Hell.
Run Like Hell, yeah.
Boy, I do not remember it like that at all. Let me see. Let me see what is the Division Bell tour then.
Division Bell, they opened with that song Astronomy Domino.
Astronomy Domine.
Yeah.
See, I could have swore they did that on a Momentary Lapse of Reason, and it's saying no, and that doesn't make any sense. Hold on a minute.
Well, it doesn't to you, but
I wasn't high though. I might have been drunk though. A little bit. Probably.
If you're high, you probably remembered it. If you're drunk, there's more chances that you did not remember it. If you're peeing in an archway.
Well, yeah, here we go. Where are you, bitch? Where are you, bitch? Arrowhead, Maha Stadium, Indianapolis, the Bronx. Here we go. Veterans Stadium. Okay, you're right. They started with Astronomy Domine, whatever it is, Astronomy Domine.
Yeah, I can't see it either.
They did Learning to Fly, What Do You Want From Me, On the Turning Away, Coming Back to Life, Sorrow, Take It Back, Keep Talking, One of These Days, Shine On. Okay, so you know what? I'm thinking it might have been at set 2 where I was watching them that it started raining. Shine On You Crazy Diamond, Breathe, Time, Breathe, Reprise, High Hopes, Great Gig, Wish You Were Here, Us and Them, Money, Another Brick, Comfortably Numb, Run, Hey You, and Run Like Hell. So they always close with Run Like Hell.
So the Gilmore gig that I saw in 2006, he had Richard Wright playing with him, and he also had the guy from Roxy Music, Phil Manzanera.
Phil Manzanera, yeah.
Phil Manzanera, who was doing the arrangements for him and playing rhythm and slide.
Right.
They played Echoes.
I could have swore I saw Echoes on that one tour. That's really bugging me. But I guess not. I guess
I saw it for you. I hung in there and said I went and saw it for you. So
I guess. I could have. I mean, Echoes is a 25 minute piece, and I remember. Man, I'm gonna dig into that a little bit. That kind of tripping me out because I could have swore I saw it. I do remember one of these days because that was that driving bass thing, and it's like you're like whoa. But I'll tell you, I'm glad I got to see 3/4 of Pink Floyd. I would have loved to have seen him with Waters, but I'm glad I at least got that because unfortunately, like guys like Devin, they'll never get to see that unless they watch a video.
Yeah, that's true. And I kicked myself in the ass for not going in '77 when I had the chance.
Same here. I could have seen him in '80 with The Wall.
Yeah. So yeah, they were touring Animals in '77, and just about all my friends from high school showed up the next morning talking about the show, and it's like, what the fuck, It's like I didn't know about it. I was too busy doing other things with it.
It's kind of like how I think about Hendrix, but unfortunately Hendrix was dead when I was 6 years old or whatever it was, 4 years old. So
yeah,
I never could have realistically saw him anyways. But
my dad saw him.
Did he really? You're kidding.
Where did he see him at? Do you know?
Santa Barbara.
Oh, really?
That's
and how old's your dad again?
He'll be 68 in November.
So he was pretty young when he saw him. Then
He was in high school, I think.
What year was he born?
What do you say?
What year was he born? Like 50? What?
53.
53. So he'd have been when Hendrix. Yeah, he'd have been about 16 or 17. Wow.
Yeah, Hendrix died what? 70.
70. My ex-wife's brother-in-law is a little older than you, Chuck. I think he's 65 or 66. He saw Hendrix at Asbury Park, and he was 16 years old. He also saw fucking Led Zeppelin in Asbury Park, Jersey, in 1975 during the Song Remains the Same tour.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's like, come on, man, are you serious? Like he's telling me these stories. Like, yeah, man, I was right up front for Zeppelin, and they played for almost 3.5 hours. I'm like, what?
Yeah, he saw them too. He saw them, Iron Butterfly, Cream, Janis Joplin.
Wow.
He saw that era of bands.
Legends.
Cream, and I was when I went down to LA for that Pink Floyd show, I stopped in San Luis Obispo and had breakfast.
I told Devin, I said, Chuck's in your neck of the woods. He's going to stop by and take you out to breakfast. And Devin goes, well, what the fuck am I going to have to talk to him about? I said, prog music, of course, man.
We could have gone on a record store together. We had time. No, we but the guy I was with, who's even older than me, he saw Cream back east somewhere, and it was like an outdoor festival, and one of his older friends or cousins or something like that brought him along. I think he was 12, and
wow.
And he saw it, and it was just like the place was empty. Nobody knew who Cream was.
Really?
So you just like wander around, walk up to the front of the stage, and and just go wherever you want, and nobody, there was just nobody there. He also saw the Doors too when he was like 12. And,
how the fuck does that happen, man?
I don't know. He just, he was one of these people that when he was, 15, 16 years old, every weekend he would go up to Winterland, and he was up there.
Wow.
So frequently, he knew the cops that patrolled the beat, first name.
Right time, right place, right? Right time, right place.
Pretty much, and, meeting other people who were teenagers or young adults during that period of time when Winterland was in its heyday. That's exactly what they did. They'd go up there, $3 and get in and see 3 bands and see them twice if they stayed the entire night, because that's what bands did. They would play two sets, and get out at 4 a.m. and go home and go back the next day and do it again.
Is that still there? Is the venue still there?
I think it's been torn down and condos are there now or whatever.
Of course.
It's like 2 blocks or 3 blocks away from the Fillmore. So
Was it really?
yeah, I didn't know that. I went there in '77, and then in New Year's Eve in '78 was the last hurrah for it. They closed it after that gig.
Now
The Grateful Dead played that night.
The
So,
Fillmore is still open, right?
yeah, it's still there. But you were there, you know.
Well, yeah, but that was 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's still open. It's still
14
going.
years ago.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's still going. The Fillmore was shut down. It got damaged in 1989 during the earthquake, and it was shut down for probably about 7 or 8 years. As they
that long?
Yeah, it was like, were they, there was a question of whether or not they were going to reopen or not.
And that was Bill Graham, right? Bill Graham owned that?
Yep.
Now he's dead. I know he's been dead for quite a while, but I would imagine his family, do they still own it, or is somebody else, a corporation, own it now?
I'm not sure about the Fillmore. So Graham owned the Fillmore, the Warfield, and Shoreline Amphitheater, which is the outdoor shed venue in Mountain View. And he died. And do you remember Clear Channel?
Yes. Clear Channel became Live Nation, didn't it? So they probably own it.
Maybe. But with Clear Channel, remember Clear Channel was doing they were doing in the build up to the Iraq War when Bush was in office.
Right.
When he went in there to look for weapons of mass destruction. And there were anti-war protesters just, flooding the streets. Clear Channel held a protest in Texas for the war, pro-war protesters. So they weren't protesters. They were like, yeah, let's go do this,
Enthusiasts, yeah.
And they were kind of, controversial in that manner. And they bought Bill Graham's estate or his venues, and I thought, oh my God, Bill Graham's got to be spinning in his grave if he, knew that these people with their agenda took over.
When did he? Do you remember when he died?
Yeah, it was like 92, 93.
Was that early? I thought it was like close to 2000s.
No, it was. It actually might have been. It might have been 91.
Let's see here.
Good night, Falafel.
He died 91. You nailed it, dude. And he was only 60. He was in a helicopter crash. That's right.
Yeah, it was a stormy night, and he flew out from his place to go to a venue out in Concord, California.
Right.
And I think Huey Lewis in the News was playing or something like that. So he just wanted to see how everything was going. And people that were at the concert saw him get off the plane, and he said he was like just white because the helicopter ride over there just scared the shit out of everybody on there, And
wow.
And then they were just like, well, don't go back in the helicopter, just get a car or whatever. He goes, no, I got to go back in it. And on the return trip, they crashed flew into power lines.
But wait a minute, was that the one that Stevie Ray Vaughan was on?
No.
Okay, all right. I didn't think
that was back east, I thought.
Stevie Ray was 94, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it was afterwards, but I remember it was in it was like 2 weeks before the Grateful Dead were playing their Halloween run, and I was there for the Halloween show, and Ken Kesey came out on stage and did a eulogy for Graham.
Oh, okay.
And that was just fucking cool that he was there and said those words.
I didn't realize it was that far back. I did not realize it, man. That's going way back, way further than I thought.
Yeah, it was funny. Well, funny.
He'd be 91 now.
Yeah, you think about that. But the Grateful Dead were being interviewed before their first night. They played 3 nights, I think. So the first night they were being interviewed, and they were talking about Bill Graham dying, and the band was saying, well, I guess this means we don't have to play New Year's Eve anymore, because it was Bill Graham that said, you have to play New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
You can't play New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And if you play New Year's, you have to play Sugar Magnolia. The song Sugar Magnolia, you have to play Sugar Magnolia. And they're like, we don't have that pressure anymore. So we don't have to
Right.
we don't have to play New Year's. We don't have to play that song anymore.
Did
And
he
then
manage? Did he
they opened
manage?
up the show that night with Sugar Magnolia. So,
Oh, did they?
yeah.
Was he the manager of them or no?
No, he was just the
Okay.
promoter, but
Okay.
wherever they played out here in the West, I'd always see Bill Graham at the shows. He'd either be, he'd be inside, with his
Oh, you'd
clipboard
actually-
walking around.
You'd actually see him running around. Huh?
Oh man, he came up and stood next to me at Shoreline Amphitheater, right, and was at the set break, and everybody's sitting down, but there's this one person with a hoodie on and a clipboard and like walking around, standing for a few minutes, taking notes, and they were just kind of, I was kind of like watching them, and next thing you know, standing right next to me, and he turned to me and goes, how's everything going? Everything good? And it's like, yeah, Bill, everything's cool. What are
Wow.
you doing out there? And
Crazy.
I was up in Squaw Valley. There was a festival up there that he organized, and Jerry Garcia was playing with David Grisman in that lineup that they were playing. Side project that Jerry was doing, and he was up there on a dirt bike. And in order to get to where the event was, you had to take a gondola from the parking lot up to the top of the, well, not to the top of the mountain, but to halfway up the mountain, and then walk down a dirt road to get to where the music was being happening. So there were a lot of people that were just walking up the mountain without tickets to sneak in. So Bill Graham was riding around on his dirt bike and stopping these people,
No
turning
shit.
them back
Oh,
and
wow.
stuff. So it's like, so he's making sure that people are showing up and paying the money.
He's a
so he
legend.
can-
He's a legendary dude. I mean, when he died in '91, he was worth $25 million. So
Fuck, a lot of money.
he-
Yeah, there was
he
a
was
hell of a
pretty-
concert for him too, in the free
He was
concert in Golden Gate Park. Yeah.
oh, really?
Oh yeah. They had I guess they had like over 100,000 people easily that showed up for the show, and
Well, here's the thing, Chuck. Devin asked me the other day. He's like, "What are the best Grateful Dead albums to get?" Remember that, Devin? I said,
no,
dude.
I don't remember asking you that. You're full of shit.
You did ask me that because I'm
No,
like,
I
you're gonna
didn't.
have to talk to Chuck. Yes, you did. You were fucking around with me. I think you were fucking with me, but you're like, "What's the best Grateful Dead you get?" And I'm like, "Dude, I got to put you on to Chuck on that one, man." Because I did tell you I have 2 albums. I have 2 Grateful Dead: American Beauty and Working Man's Dead.
those American Beauty is my favorite, and I don't own any Grateful Dead studio albums except
Really?
for American Beauty. No, I
Kidding?
I have probably 500 hours of live music of theirs. And now it's like all on the internet for free now too. So it's like, yeah, it's the live shows is where it was at, man. It's the studio.
Well, are they still called the Grateful Dead now, or is
No, it's just the Dead and Company is what they're called.
Dead and Company? Okay, that's what they're called now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. And
With,
who's still?
what's his face? Mayor.
Who's still around? Bob Weir.
Yeah, Bobby Ware is still there, and the 2 drummers, Mickey Hart and Kreutzmann.
And that's it. Everybody else is either dead or out of the band now.
Yeah, Phil Lesh, the bass player, he's just retired. He plays. He has his own bar, restaurant, concert venue up in San Rafael, Marin County. And when I was up there seeing another band, God, it's some bluegrass band. He came out and played 3 songs with them.
Oh wow, cool.
So and then he has like an Airstream RV trailer in the parking lot,
Oh yeah,
and he just hangs out in that.
no shit.
So it's like it's his place, and that's where he hangs out.
So you
So
can go talk to him and everything, or
if the door's open, yeah,
Wow.
if he's up for it, he's
That's
very
true.
approachable. He he had a place. He had a group of people vacationing up in the resort when I went fly fishing. I don't know, 96, 97 was after Jerry Garcia died, so they weren't really touring. But anyways, I was up there fly fishing, and went into the general store at this resort, and I thought I heard his voice. So I was like, well, I think he's in this general store. So I went in there looking for him to try to get an autograph, and I didn't see him. I'm wearing like a tour shirt that I had on at the time, and so I bought a postcard, and I was standing in line waiting to pay for it at the cash register, and I get a tap on my shoulder. Turn around, and Phil Lesh is standing behind me with a big old smile on his face, hand out like this.
Okay.
It's like, hey, Phil, how's it going? He goes, hey, nice T-shirt,
Oh wow.
So chatted with him. He was saying, yeah, come up here with my family.
How old is he?
He's probably late 70s.
Oh, late 70s. Okay.
Yeah, or mid 70s. Because I think we're 71 or 72. And Les is the oldest in the band. So
I didn't know Weir was that young. I guess he was really young.
Oh, he was really young. He was like 18 when he was playing with them when he first started out. People had to go pick him up in their car because he didn't have a license.
Yeah, he's 73. Wow.
73. See, I'm way off. Don't listen to me.
No, you said 71. That's pretty close. We'll wait till Dev comes back. We'll let him wrap a few seconds, then we'll wrap up.
Sounds good. I'm ready to call it a night.
All right. Did you get anything to eat?
Yeah, I ate before we got on, and then my daughter came home, and she had lunch that was served to her at the club. She didn't eat a piece of salmon.
Oh, nice.
Grilled salmon. So I ate that while we're talking.
I thought I saw you munching a little bit there. Yeah.
That's what I was.
Hey, so did you enjoy the stream on the PT gig deal thing?
When was that?
Tonight. Did you enjoy?
Oh, what we did, you mean? Oh,
yeah,
I was like, there was another one? Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I really enjoyed going back and revisiting these albums that I haven't listened to for quite some time. I have some. They're not playlist per se, but they're like a mixtape, but on CD. That I was at. When I with my annual camping trip, I was making a CD. A music CD, and I would mail it out to everybody that cared or was on my mailing list, whatever. And I always included, 2 or 3 Porcupine Tree songs, seemed like, on every one. Mm-hmm. And I listened to those all the time. And so I'm hearing, Moon Touches Your Shoulder, Stranger by the Minute,
Fade Away,
and Fade Away, but it was nice to sit down and for the last 3 days just to spin my CDs and realize that, one, the music aged very well, most of it
has, yes,
and 2, it's like, this is better than I remember it being. Yeah. And again, I think I was a little bit tainted by the comments on PT Trans,
right?
And it subconsciously it swayed my listening opinion.
I don't even remember when I stopped posting on there. It probably was.
I can't remember either, but
I would say probably in around the In Absentia Deadwing period, because that's when it got kind of bitchy, and I don't really remember it.
Yeah, it's like everybody. Well, why don't they put out another Sky Moves Sideways? Why don't and so there was that crowd that was doing that, and they didn't like anything after Stupid Dream.
Look what Peter said. Peter over in Ireland. Hey guy, I went to bed when this stream was starting. This is only a 7-hour stream. We've done 8 and 9-hour streams on Saturday nights. Come on, man. We're about ready to wrap up though. But
you're not getting enough sleep.
Yeah, you're not sleeping enough. That's true. Good to see you, Peter. But we are about ready to wrap up. Once Devin gets on, we're gonna probably kill it. The first 5 hours are the PT stuff. If you want to talk Porcupine Tree. After that, we had Nick on, and Devin popped on, and we bullshitted for a little while and talked about a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So a light one then, a short one, Dev, you got any new stuff you want to talk about quick before we wrap up? Got any exciting things you want to burn through? Any questions you want to ask Chuck? Dying questions?
No, I can't think of anything.
No prog recommendations, Chuck.
No, I gave him a couple. We'll see if he follow up on it, and then I can't give him all of them at once.
That's true. That'd be like divulging all your secrets, right?
That's right. I want him to keep coming back. That's the secret to have him.
True.
I just love that. It was so good. I got to go back.
Devin, did you watch much of the stream, or were you kind of in and out?
I watched like most of it.
Okay. How'd it come off for the most part?
Good.
Decent. Yeah. We never had big numbers because obviously we're fighting Marty and he's the king shit over there. So, I guess. But we, and I mean, Porcupine Tree's a niche band. I have a feeling there'll be a fair amount of views on this down the road. But I can't thank you and Jimmy and Serge enough, Chuck, for chiming in and being part of it. And it was kind of fun reliving a lot of those memories and kind of dipping back into the memory bank and
Absolutely.
recalling all that cool stuff. And, and I mean, really, one of the things, and I forget who said this, somebody said it on one of my IG posts about, and it might have been after I posted the stream announcement, Dave Schroeder, which I don't think you ever met Dave, but Dave's a guy that I met. He lived in Delaware, and we'd see him at the DC shows, sometimes in Philly. Super nice guy, and he was one of the two crazy guys that spent crazy money on stuff, but just a sweetheart of a guy. He's like, I didn't go to nearly as many shows as you did, meaning me, but all the shows I went to, I had so much fun hanging out with the people that I met as a result of this band. And you and me and Serge and John are classic examples of that. We met over 2 decades ago.
Mm-hmm.
And
same with Brian Carlson too.
And Brian, which he was in, but then he disappeared. Was he just popping in to say hello?
I think he said hello. I would not be surprised if he watched the entire time or he's watching later.
Okay, because man, I want to give him a call. So send me his number again, because I'm going to hit him with a text and make sure he's cool with that. But I'd love to talk to him. And,
I'm pretty sure he's cool. Even if he isn't, I'll still give it to you.
Yeah, there you go. Cool. But the guys the people that I met as a result, and some of them I've lost track of. I've lost, either through just life events and things, we just lost touch. But some of the people that I met were, they mean the most to me, and it's really, I met them because of this band, and that's pretty fucking cool,
Mm-hmm. No, I agree.
All righty, kids. Well, I guess that's going to do it then. Devin, thanks for jumping on, buddy. I'll talk to you in a minute, probably, I'm sure. And Chuckles, thank you so much. And tell your daughter, I couldn't think of your daughter's name when you said, hey, my daughter says hello. I kept wanting to say something, and I knew that wasn't it. So I stopped myself, and then I'm like, oh, it's Layla, damn it. I couldn't fucking remember it when I was on the spot.
That's right. So, damn it. Her name's Damn It. Layla, damn it.
And tell her thank you for giving her dad up for 7 hours tonight.
Okay, shall do.
All right, brother.
Peace out.
Thanks to everybody that watched, and see you around. We're going to take off finally. Later.
See ya.
I'll talk to you in a bit.